Hello, everyone, and welcome to Umineko Episode 3. I am, of course, joined here by Kat.
Hi, I'm here. I'm alive, kind of, sort of.
Yeah, so we are back from our very brief break.
Well, certain definitely alive anyway. You're okay, Amber.
So,
I can't remember if I've taken my allergy meds today, and I already double dosed them, so I'm loath to do another one
that is
because
fair.
that'd be a quadruple dose, and I don't know what that would do to me.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, I don't have any. I don't usually get any side effects from fexofenadine in the first place, but let's see. Let's take a look. Fexofenadine over those symptoms. How dry mouth dizziness? Okay, that's fine. I can do that. I can handle that. That's who gives a shit.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Just have some more tea.
Yeah, one second. I'd rather have a dry mouth than be like coughing and sneezing all stream. So
For sure.
that song that we played during the intro there, that was Amaranth by Nightwish, and that song came out in 2007. I feel so old when I listen to that. Because I used to listen to that in high school, which is about the right time there. Like fucking, I think, yeah, like a year or two after that, after it came out, was when I was in high school. Fuck.
Yep, that's the title there.
I haven't really listened to all their newer stuff because they got a different singer, and I'm not really too into that new singer.
Fair enough.
Well,
Yeah.
new, like I say in heavy quotes, like new for the past 10 years.
Yeah.
But like when we're talking about a band that like published their first albums in like 2001, 2004, 2007, like it's new. That's new.
Absolutely.
Ugh. Oh, hold on. I had stuff to talk about at the beginning of the stream today, but my brain is just refusing to cough it up. Just give it a second.
All right.
I'll get there.
So, what I've been up to, other than the family trip I had to go on, I've been playing Skull the Hero Slayer some more.
Oh, that's really good. I liked that a lot. Like I have my issues with it just because like I'm not really too into into the Metroidvania roguelike style, but
Yeah.
like still, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It had an update recently, so I was like, yeah, I'll pick
I
it
did
back up
see
again.
that. And and speaking of games and updates and everything, a game called Grim Dawn, which I've been playing the past couple days because one day was Saturday and I didn't really have much to do on Saturdays because like I don't work on Saturdays no matter what, whether I feel good or feel bad. Blah. Saturday is always my day off. Period.
Mm-hmm.
So I was playing Grim Dawn, and I was scrolling through the recent updates, like bug fixes and all that stuff, and I saw an announcement for another DLC.
Huh.
This damn game has been out for 9 years.
Wow.
I played this in early access, like the year, like a year or two after I got out of high school. Like this is an old game, and it's getting a new fucking DLC now, which I shouldn't have like expected anything different though, because like it's made by the same people that made Titan Quest, and Titan Quest got a new fucking like expansion like 15 years later. So whatever, sure, I guess, cool.
Yeah, cool.
Which I like that Grim Dawn's getting a new expansion actually, because it felt like the main story was not finished with Ashes of Malva.
Fair enough.
The Forgotten Gods expansion doesn't like really seem to have much to do with like the main story in the first place. So it's just like an additional adventure that your character goes on.
Yeah. And then I've also been playing but it's a sort of language puzzle game called Epigraph. Or Epigraph.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
It is Basically, you get several artifacts of a long-forgotten civilization, along with some words from a language it's probably related to, and a kind of Rosetta Stone. So there's the language you're supposed to be translating on one side, and on the other is cuneiform, which they did provide a English translation of. And that's it. And you just have to translate all of those.
Right on. So I take it this means you're not going to be ready for tomorrow. You're not going to have a character ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, probably not tomorrow for
I
Elden Ring.
It's like, we are like 2/3 through the game or so. Maybe a little more, now that I think about it.
Yeah, and I kind of figured it would have to be not this coming Tuesday, but the Tuesday after.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I only got back to my computer on Sunday.
Yeah. I don't know. I still don't know what character I'm going to play for the DLC. I know Nate's going to play Ronan Alley, but that's just because like he has like 2 or 3 characters and that's it. But me, I've been through so many characters that I've had to delete some to make space because you can only have 10 save slots. I've had to delete like 4.
Fair enough. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Right, there we go. That's what I was thinking of talking about.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, finish your thought first.
Oh, we'll have to see how quickly the synchronous or the persistent co-op adapt to the DLC.
I hope it's within like a week or so because like I definitely do not want to like continue to. It's taken us like 1.5 almost 2 years to fucking get through this far of Elden Ring doing it the traditional way. So it's like, please, for the love of all the gods, give me persistent multiplayer.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, hopefully so, because the only thing they'll have to do, I think, is turn off the triggers if it's not just a global thing that's already turned off because it's turned off in the base game for getting rid of you, and making sure that any flags that you flip in the one world also flip in the visiting player's world.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
I don't know, like the only sticking point I see like coming with the persistent multiplayer thing is that Nate likes invasions because he likes PvP.
That is fair.
But like I hate PvP from soft games.
Yeah, that's absolutely
I wouldn't hate it so much if like because I'm all right at PvP at this point. Like I finally like learned a little bit. Like I'm average at PvP now. But like I wouldn't hate it so damn much if the netcode was better. You know, like
yeah, absolutely.
If the netcode was good and like I felt like when I died in a PvP match, like that it was deserved, like that I actually made a mistake and not just got fucked by the jank, I would be fine with it. But like, so bleed weapons are always really popular from soft games for PvP stuff and like other status effect weapons because like you can not take damage but still take the fucking like status build up when you would do the thing.
Yep.
Which is bullshit. I hate it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also, I have very bad news for you.
Oh dear.
I need another
captioner
link already. Yeah. You've been live for like what, like 5-10 minutes now? Already need it again.
Alright.
It's like 13 minutes. Okay. Oops.
Yeah, sometimes it decides to work, sometimes it just doesn't. But I think even if you like PvP, the trade-off is pretty nice.
Yeah, because like you can always just like not launch with it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like it comes with its own launcher, and that's what turns off the global servers, so you don't, get banned. And that's what enables the mod. And if you just open the game normally, it will go entirely normally.
So, like, the thing that I was going to bring up was very recently, Games Workshop, the creators and publishers of
yes,
Warhammer 40K and Warhammer Fantasy and all that stuff, made an official announcement that yes, Adeptus Custodes can be women, and so on and so forth, right? Which, of course, like, most people think of Adeptus Custodes as like the Super Space Marines, which, like, that's not what they are. But anyway, most people think of them like that. And so, of course, like, the people that take Warhammer stuff like way too seriously, those kinds of people.
The same people who don't get that Warhammer and Helldivers and things are making fun of them.
Yes. And of course, like, these people, like, freak the fuck out over,
of course,
like, there being women now, women Space Marines, more or less. They're not Space Marines. Adeptus Custodes and Adeptus Astartes are two entirely separate things. Anyway, and like, they're saying it's like, oh, it's a retcon. Like, no, we didn't know this before. It's like, no, it's not a retcon. Nothing in any of the official source books has ever said that women can't be Adeptus Custodes. First off, like, not for any edition. Never. Like, there's like one throwaway line in one edition somewhere that says that the noble houses of Terra, of Holy Terra, offered up their sons to become like Adeptus Custodes. But it doesn't say that, like, you can't be women either. Unlike with Adeptus Astartes, who actually have like an explicit thing where it's just like, yeah, the GNC doesn't work on women. But the Adeptus Custodes, on the other hand, don't have anything like that.
Yep.
And not only that, but in some official, like, with the Games Workshop logo and everything on it, the official novels, there are women Custodes in some of the novels.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, shut up, you fuckers.
Yeah.
Never ever get involved in like Warhammer 40K. Don't look into it if you think you'll like it ever. Just don't do it, because you're gonna have to deal with this kind of shit all the time.
Yeah, but
fuck. I hate it.
Here's the hilarious thing. So, another series has kind of a relationship with Warhammer, where when Games Workshop fucks up, granted they're not fucking up in this scenario, but
yeah, they're not.
When they piss people off, we'll say, a lot of people tend to move to BattleTech, because BattleTech is a lot cheaper to get into. It's
also like grim, dark, far future shenanigans. It's got the same, like, somewhat of the same vibes.
Yeah.
There's no fucking, like, space magic, but hey, close enough.
Yeah, close enough. But the BattleTech folks looked at, who was getting pissed off this time and went, fuck no, we don't want you.
Yeah, these are the same people that, like, it made, like, these huge, like, official announcements, like, yeah, we're LGBT friendly here, fuck you, get out of here, I don't care.
Yep, and besides, like, women could be in basically any role in BattleTech, being, psychic and different powers and things.
Yeah, it's because, like, most of the time, like, when you're talking about BattleTech, you're talking about, like, fucking mech pilots and, like, spaceships and shit like that. So it's like, even if you, we're about to go on the rant again, but even if you believe, for whatever ridiculous reason, that women aren't as good in, like, hand-to-hand combat or, like, firing a weapon or whatever as men are, like, they're piloting something, fuck you, get out of here.
But yeah, plenty of women that are transhumans, all sorts of things.
Yeah. It's like...
So, it's kind of like, nobody fucking wants you assholes.
Yeah, it's like, which Games Workshop has its own, like, huge host of issues. Never give Games Workshop any of your money, ever.
100%. Like...
Even if you like 40K or fantasy or what have you, don't give Games Workshop your money. Just don't do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
it's always morally correct to pirate their works.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if you want the lore books and things, just because you want to dig into them, absolutely. Do that.
Or even if you want to play like the tabletop RPG that they have, Warhammer 40k RPG, which is really cool and interesting, by the way. It's just pirating. Don't pay them. Like the developers and the designers and everything, yes, they deserve money, but like they're not the ones getting paid when you buy this stuff.
Yeah,
they already get paid a salary.
Yeah, that's the thing, is never let anyone tell you, oh, think of the developers, because they don't get the money when it's a big studio and they, make a lot of sales. They don't see a penny of sales. They get
they already got a salary.
Yeah, they get paid on exactly the work they're doing and nothing more.
Yeah, they get an hourly wage or a salary or something.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
If it's a small indie company, of course, profit sharing could be possible. But larger companies do not do that.
Like the way that Trig, Nate, and I have all like set up and agreed on in writing, no less, that it's going to happen when we like publish AWRPG is that we all just like split it completely evenly.
Yeah,
So,
split.
A sale will directly like impact all of us in that case.
Yeah, exactly, because that makes sense. You're, for all intents and purposes, a small studio.
Which it's not going to be a lot to split because we're planning on like selling it for like $5 or $10 per book. So
yeah, but still, like,
just because like we want a little bit of something, but we're not doing it to make money because we're not going to make money no matter what we price it at.
Yeah,
we don't have a huge following, so it's fine.
Yeah,
whatever.
But you never know. It could get popular.
Yeah, but even then, I'm just sort of like, fuck it, who cares? I just want people to like the thing that I make and get eyes on it.
Yeah, which is totally fair.
Which,
helps
just even more. Like if I ever get disability, it'll help keep me under the disability like the cutoff. So it's like, all right, cool.
Yeah, that's true. Because definitely freelancers have some trouble with that. I'm sure Cosmo could tell you more about that.
Yeah. It's like, I hate to say it, but I kind of hope I stay like at this low level of income, or not this specific low level of income, but like a low level of income, just so I don't have to do taxes ever. I've never had to do my taxes, for anyone wondering, because I've always made so little money that I just didn't have to file. It's like I'm under that cutoff, and I have been my entire life. It sucks, but at the same time, I don't have to do like freelance tax work, so fuck it.
Yeah, freelance tax work, I hear, is its own different beast.
Yeah.
Like, if you just get a W-2 from a business, that's totally different. That's dead easy. But if you make money off freelance work or self-employment, that is difficult.
Yeah, it's not great. Some of the artists I follow have actually like posted like screenshots of some of the like the notices they get and everything. I'm just like, nah, I don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah,
fuck that.
Yeah, just the maximum anxiety that sets in.
Gods, it shouldn't even be like this in the first place. Like,
yeah,
the reason why taxes in the U.S. are so awful is because like we have these lobbyists like H&R Block and all that stuff that lobby to keep us in this shitty version of taxes that none of the rest of the developed world uses.
Yeah. And hell, underdeveloped places don't even fucking do this.
It's ridiculous.
Because the government knows how much you owe in taxes. They've made that calculation.
Yeah, that's why you can get sent like, hey, you owe this much in taxes, shit. Well, this is how much you get on a tax return. Whatever. Like, that's how you can do that. Because they already know.
Yeah, they already know. So they could just send you a letter, basically. But no, we have this fucky system that requires you to submit your tax information. And now I understand if it's a large spanning business and maybe they don't actually have all that information immediately. Sure, absolutely. Like, businesses still kind of have to do some of their taxes in other countries. Or at least keep certain documents ready to give the government.
Yeah, your fucking ledgers would have had, so like, you'd be like, hey, this is how much we made, etc., etc.
Yeah, that is totally fine because that makes sense. That's necessary.
It's like the workers should not need that though.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Like as a freelancer, what I should be able to do is just like send the government like my bank statements for the year and be like, okay, how much do I owe? And then that's it.
Yeah,
That's what should be
absolutely.
able to happen. But
Or at
like,
the,
no.
or at worst, a ledger that indicates, okay, this was actually, something I did as, work versus, what you might get as a gift. Because the
I think a
tag,
fly got like caught on like the fly strip because I hear a weird buzzing every couple of seconds, and my cat is also fucking staring at the fly strip.
huh,
Sort of like,
I don't know what I said that made Captioner think ghost attack.
I don't know either. I need another captioner link.
Oh boy!
This is shaping up to be an awful day, huh?
Yeah, in fact, let me go ahead and reset that. So I will grab the invite link. And pull up Discord. Make sure not to send that invite link to somebody who would not know what it was.
Be kind of funny though. If
It
someone clicked
would.
on it and signed in. Have them like try to have a conversation with us by like watching the fucking captioner.
Yep.
So I assume you haven't really been like working on anything since we streamed last.
No, have not been working on anything. It has been mostly those games that I mentioned before.
Yeah, fair enough. I assumed as much.
Oh, I did get some of my Oracle decks.
Oh, nice. So some of them came in.
Yeah.
Nice. I have been trying to name the World Tree Sovereign this entire time, and I am floundering hard on like one specific thing. So, Trig came up with like this decent like starting point for me, like 3 or 4 days ago or something. I don't remember exactly how long ago
All right.
It was the 12th, which was 3 days ago. And like so, I started thinking like Carmine Autumn and stuff like that. But I feel like I want to replace the Carmine, which is a color word, with something to do with like bleeding. Like a bleeding word.
Hmm.
But I don't got anything. My brain ain't working for it.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, because you wouldn't want to go for... Well, at least I assume that you've already thought, yeah, Sanguine isn't great for this use. Or at least
because I think that's like a little bit too much on the nose, right?
Right.
Doesn't have the right feel to it.
Mm-hmm.
Side note, I love it when I talk about like the feel of words and everything. And this is a sarcastic love, by the way. And people are like, oh, that sounds like a neurodivergence thing. Like, no, this is just like how language works. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's kind of writing. Granted, there are certain things that, like with language, that is a neurodivergence thing. But no, not not that specifically.
It's just like that. There's also like people who this is the same kind of person that said that thinks like the word moist is gross and everything. It's just like, but that's not. This is what I mean. Like what I'm talking about, like the feel of words and shit like that.
It's stuff like that. The word moist feels odd. It feels weird.
I mean, it does it to me, but like that's another thing. Is like the connotation is slightly for words is slightly different for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
It may not be meaningfully different in most cases, but sometimes it is. You gotta
Yeah.
keep that shit in mind.
Yeah. But that is a common enough one that you'll find a certain amount of the population that is just like moist. Ugh.
Yeah, exactly. It's a sort of, come on. So like when I'm naming, like especially for like sovereigns and other astral entities and like the things that I'm working on, the feel of the word is often more important than the literal definition because of like what they are.
Something for maybe something related to rivers.
Sorry, just
Because I kind of think of veins as rivers and tributaries.
could be. It's like what I'm thinking of is like when I mean like bleeding words, I mean like something bleeding through something else, you know, like that sort of thing, seeping or bleeding, soaking. But the soaking isn't a word that I would use for this because it's too. I don't want to say mundane because I use mundane words for this all the time, but like I don't know of another way to describe it right now.
All right, so putting in the blank for whatever, for the word that you're not sure about using, what would the full name or title be?
Sovereign of blank autumn. With the bearer of the crown of fallen leaves.
Yeah, I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. Sometimes like it comes to me immediately, like with Sovereign of the Weeping Stars.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that one just like it popped into my brain like full formed. And I was just like, oh, that's perfect. Let's go with it. But sometimes like it takes me weeks or months even to come up with one.
Oh, yeah.
Sad. Makes me sad. See, like Dying Divinity, Fettered Souls, Fractured Tyranny, Lost Wisdom, Riven Nightmares is a good one. Like Shackled Truth took a while too, but we did eventually get that.
Yep.
Sovereign of the 100-Part World also came to me immediately. So did Sovereign of the Sightless Eye. Which I think Sovereign of the Sightless Eye was actually influenced by Diablo.
Oh, yeah. I think I remember you saying that.
Which, if anyone knows their Diablo lore, they know that the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye is the place where the rogue in Diablo 1 comes from.
Ah.
And also where you fight Andariel in Diablo 2. You fight Andariel in the Monastery of the Sightless Eye.
Fair enough. All right. So, getting into recap of last time to kind of get everybody centered.
Yes, please.
All right. So, we did the first Twilight. We did do our rather large witch fight. I think that was the stream before last, though. The teacher lost, but she...
Virgilius? Virgilia. There we go.
Virgilia, yes. So she took on the name Virgilia because she still exists in the in-between space. She's a taken piece from the board, is how she describes it. She's just kind of loitering around, but it means she can help advise Battler. So they kind of pushed Beatrice to a brink where she was going to say something that even Renove is like, nope, can't let her say that one. Because she was going to say something in red. But Renovi's like, nope.
I remember thinking that, like, I'm not sure what she could have said in red that would, like, be so bad for her, but I don't know. I guess we'll have a reveal eventually of it.
Yep. But it was related to not confirming that something was that all of them were homicides. That all of the deaths were homicides in the split world, basically. Oh, yeah. And we got confirmation of the split world hypothesis. I thought it was just a thought, but I forgot exactly how it was introduced.
I don't know if I'm fond of the metaphysical layer bullshit there or not.
Yeah,
I haven't been, like, gotten enough information to make like a real determinator on it.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'll see how we feel more in like episode 4 and then the first Answers arc episode, and we'll kind of see how we're feeling on that. Because I assume Answers arc is going to delve really deeply into whatever meta shit is going on.
I would assume so, yeah.
But I actually don't know, because that is far beyond my knowledge.
Something just, like, disconnected on my computer, and I have no idea what.
Huh. Yeah.
It gave me, like, the disconnect sound, and I was like, what? I didn't see anything turn off. I don't know.
Yeah. All I assume is we'll learn more about...
Oh, it might have been my controller.
Maybe. All I can assume...
I just unplugged it and it didn't give me the sound again, so maybe that.
Yeah, maybe that. All I can assume is we'll learn more about Battler's half-sister. That's all I can think.
Yeah, because, like, she's been mentioned a couple times, like, but that's it.
Yeah, she's been mentioned a couple times. She's sick, so she's not here. But they wouldn't drop the existence of a character like that without, like, including her, I think. At least in some way, shape, or form. Chekhov's witch. We have a lot of those.
Yeah.
Alright, so, yeah, and then the other thing that I put in a lot of the notifications is Beatrice is like, find the fucking gold.
Yeah. It's like, just, like, do the fucking puzzle, you weirdos.
Yeah, it's like Beatrice is the fucking dungeon master, and everybody else is just not engaging with the puzzle.
Oh, I know that feeling. Not with this group of players that I have now, but, like, before that.
Yeah, of course. Because, yeah.
Like, Trig and Nate and Mal are pretty good about that.
Yeah.
Like, when I put something in front of them, like, they actually, like, do the thing.
Yeah, we might find weird things to do about it, but we'll engage with it.
Fuck's sake. It's like, I think the worst that I've ever had happen to group of players is that I was doing a live session for once instead of, like, a play-by-post. And we were using, I think it was Roll20 for a virtual tabletop. And instead of, like, listening to the intro narration, Trig was off, like, drawing little fucking things on the board. It's like, dude, you better fucking... Come on, I'm gonna fucking stab you.
Come on, focus up.
It was like, they were funny things that he was drawing, but also...
Yeah, like...
Come on, man.
I'm trying to do the intro narration, damn it.
Oh, that's the other thing that I wanted to mention. It's like the bad part of summer is starting pretty early here, so I don't have my curtain closed, and you may hear my AC running, like, when I'm in the background when I'm talking, and that's just gonna, like, how things are gonna be for, like, the next 6 months.
Yeah,
deserts suck ass.
Yeah, deserts suck ass. thankfully, when the sun goes down, it gets a little bit colder, but not much at this point.
Yeah, like in a normal desert, it would get a hell of a lot colder, but not here because like I live in the middle of a town in the desert, so all the pavement and sidewalk and so on and so forth. Like, so a little bit of physics for you guys. It retains heat during the day, like it soaks up the heat during the day, and once it gets colder, it's just like having your fucking stove on kitchen. It will continue to heat up, like the heat will radiate back out of the stove into the air and heat it back up. So some days, very rarely, we'll get like a cold desert night, but for the most part, it stays pretty warm at night here because like it's not in town.
Yeah, and
sadly,
that's a principle that older ovens worked on, like the original ovens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like stone ovens, all that shit.
Yeah.
You did not actually bake your bread in ash. Well, I mean, you can. Like, there is, like, an ash bread sort of thing that you can do. But you didn't usually do that.
Yeah, you usually swept it out. If there was anything.
Yeah.
And then you would put the thing in, because the heat was being retained. And there you go, basically.
Yeah, this is also why like forests stay warm at night as well, is because they have this like the all the wood, like the boughs of the trees and everything like that will like trap the heat, sort of, kind of.
Yeah,
it does of course get cooler at night, but it mostly stays in the same temperature during the day.
Yeah, it absorbs enough of the heat.
Yeah, that's actually why deserts get really cold at night, is because they don't have anything to like keep the heat in, generally speaking.
Yep.
Sometimes in like in more stony places, like you like maintain a lot of the heat, but like there's only a couple of those kinds of deserts on the planet anyway.
Yep. But yeah, sand retains heat for a bit, but not for particularly long.
1 second. Sorry, blow my nose.
Yeah, no problem. Alright. When being besieged, your true enemy isn't so much the fear of an unseen culprit as it is keeping such fears alive for long periods of time. Cause you
I disagree. I think the real fear is like being trapped in a small enclosed place with a bunch of people and like getting sick and or starving. But hey, whatever.
I mean, yeah, true. But as far as things that could fuck up, high on the list is people getting complacent.
Well, in a normal siege, it's actually pretty easy to stay alert because like you can look out over the walls and see the people.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like
you can see your enemy.
A literal siege, but the fear of an unseen culprit. Like the siege is not the right word. I would have gone. Yeah, I would have gone with stalked, maybe.
Could be. Because that is something that I've heard from like people who have been stalked. It's like just when you think like everything like returning back to normal, like the person shows up again, or you get more evidence, freaks you out, even, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you know, somebody who doesn't know better gives your your new number or something, etc.
Yeah, which is, by the way, don't do that. Don't ever give people like other people's numbers without permission from the person.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Absolutely.
That's just, like, even in like a non-stalking scenario, that's just weird. Don't do that.
Yeah, especially not a stranger. If it's a family member who had your phone number and you're on good terms with, and it's just like, oh, so-and-so moved to the other company and couldn't keep their phone number. That's, depending on the situation, okay, but I would still ask first.
Yeah, definitely ask first. I would always ask first.
You know, but definitely do not give it to just some rando that just says, oh, I'm so-and-so's friend.
Are you? I don't know.
Yeah. Or, you know, oh, I have a business opportunity for so and so. Give me your number and I will ask them about it. Because I'm sure, stalkers use any kind of, social manipulation.
Yeah, everything they think, generally speaking.
Yeah, but any kind of social manipulation to get somebody to give them the number of their target.
Actually fucking know someone that's being stalked right now, and it's real fucking weird.
Yeah. I don't know anybody currently, but I could imagine it's fucking weird.
And they did a whole ass comic about it on fucking like social media. So like, sort of like a fan comic. And it's like, yeah, that's real fucked up, girl.
Yeah. Also, similarly, fucking the Hammer Car girl gets stalked by fucking Tumblr CEO, moves to co-host or whatever, or Blue Sky or something, and some fucking weirdo starts to bother them there, and thankfully they got. Thank you for the follow, Towering Bree.
Yes, hello, Towering Bree. Welcome.
But yeah, it just some fucking weirdo bothers them. Thankfully, they got banned from the site after they basically admitted they were stalking her. But it's like, give this girl a fucking break.
Yeah. So I don't attract a lot of attention on social media in general, like good or bad. And like sometimes I'm like, shit, I really wish I had more followers or whatever so people could see my work more easily. But other times I'm like, well, maybe it's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't have rando fucking misogynists.
I do still have like my weird interactions on fucking social media though. Like one time I was complaining about like this was back when I had just made Rowan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like I couldn't figure out like what to name Grunt at the time. Because like I don't know, like I just couldn't think of a proper name for this fucking black chocobo, and I was bitching about it on social media, and like some random person I have never seen before popped in and left a comment that just said the letter N, and I was like, huh, what?
Oh my gosh,
you fucking weirdo! What are you doing? Why? What the hell?
What the hell?
So I'm definitely like no stranger to people being weird on the internet or anything like that. I do know these things, but I just don't have as many interactions like this as you'd expect.
Yeah.
It's like, especially since like I'm LGBT and very loud about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I exist online, and I exist as somebody who does put my pronouns in my bio, but that's kind of it, besides, reblogging some things, but I'm not even very prevalent on the socials, because I'm not an artist that puts stuff out, currently.
It's like, I think maybe like one of the things is I don't have like the trans flag anywhere. So like people like looking for that specifically to harass people like don't get out of here, cat. Don't like see mine and be like, yeah, this person. Otherwise,
Yeah, like, the only thing I do, and it kind of made me nervous at first, is I put non-binary streamer, but I only do that on co-host anyway, because that's the only one that has, like, decent tagging.
Yeah.
And co-host is pretty good. Doesn't have the large contingency of, transphobic weirdos.
Even on fucking Twitter, get all that shit, which just like sort of weirds me out a little.
So Maria got bored and started complaining that she wanted to watch TV. As she does.
Yeah, as one does.
Yeah, there was no TV in the lobby, so she decided to return to the cousin's room on the second floor. The adults probably wanted to make sure Maria wasn't left on her own. They told all the children to go to the second floor cousin's room. George, who was grief-stricken by the loss of his fiancée, led the cousins up to the second floor without any resistance. At first, Nacho had been reading a book in the lobby, but when he noticed the relatives looking like they wanted to discuss something sinister, he said, "It seems I am in the way," and returned to his room on the second floor. Yeah, valid, Nacho. I wouldn't want to be involved in their bullshit either.
Yeah, like, all right, I'm gonna leave. I'm out. Fuck this.
Valentine Joe. Is what Captioner decided Dr. Nanjo is. It's Valentine Joe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what the hell? I thought someone had popped into one of the chests that I didn't have up or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, and thinking of chat, I will go ahead and put the content warnings just so we have it.
Yes. Good idea. Yes. You.
I'm starving, and if we just keep sitting around, we'll get sleepy too. It's only natural we didn't get any sleep at all last night. Yeah, because you were fucking having this conversation until like 6 or 8 in the morning whenever anybody went, "Hey, where the fuck did all the servants go?"
きっちり24時間をここで籠城することになるだろう。無理をせず交代で仮眠する方が賢明かもしれんね。
We will probably end up being barricaded here for a full 24 hours. Maybe wiser to take naps in turn instead of overstressing ourselves. Yeah, but good luck getting the fuck to sleep.
そうですね。私と主人がここにおりますので、辛い方は無理せずお休みになってください。
My husband and I will remain here, so I ask that anyone having trouble staying awake take it easy and rest.
相手はそれを期待してるかもしれないわよ。この人数では崩せなくても、いくらか減ったらその隙をついてくるつもりかも。
Our opponent might be expecting that, right? Even if they couldn't defeat this many people, if that number shrinks enough, they may plan to use that moment to strike. Then sleep on the fucking couch. Like, yeah, you're gonna be a little groggy, but I think the adrenaline will get to you when someone screams, "There's the killer." Because it's not like you have
Also,
to
like,
get armor
staying
on.
awake the entire time, like, staying awake the entire time is not good either.
Yeah,
Like, it's not gonna help you much.
ここには7人いるわ。2人ずつ交代で3時間くらい休むとか。
there are 7 of us here, so we could take 3-hour shifts in
明
pairs.
日の朝は遠いわよ。
Tomorrow morning's a long way off.
今はまだ体力があるからいいけど、今夜は辛そうね。
We still have some energy now, but tonight's going to be tough.
せやな。眠いもんはおるか。
Sure will. Anyone
無理
sleepy?
せんと休んでや。
Don't overdo it and get some rest.
Shouldn't everyone be sleepy right now, though? Like, you guys have been up literally like 24 hours at this point.
Yeah, though I guess for some people the adrenaline might be wearing off quicker than others.
It's like adrenaline only lasts a couple minutes in the first place, though. So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or, the stress, whatever is, would keep somebody up. Because, yeah, not specifically adrenaline, but there are a lot of things that, the body goes, oh, it's time to be alert now because there's danger.
Yeah. This is like, even as being a chronic insomniac myself, like 24 hours is a long time to be awake.
Yeah. Hideyoshi looked around at everyone to see who wanted to sleep first, but no one volunteered. Everyone was just as tired, but no one was bold enough to go to sleep right away. Their fear of the unknown culprit was just as strong as their sleepiness.
おらんかいな。
Nobody?
まあみんな無理はせんでな。
Well, don't overdo it, everyone.
眠くなったらその時に考えるわ。確かに眠いけど。
Run out yourself, you little
今
fucker.
はそういう気分じゃないの。
If we get tired, we'll deal with it then. I'll admit I'm sleepy, but I'm not in the mood now. David spoke sharply. She reread the second letter from Beatrice, which had been found in the boiler room. Beatrice had sent them 2 letters, which had repeatedly told them to solve the riddle of the epitaph. And she'd even provoked them by saying she'd give up her assets and the headship if they could solve it. Ava took out a notebook and opened it to a page with the epitaph copied onto it.
例の碑文ですか?
Is this that epitaph?
ええ。犯人の言いなりになるのは尺だけど。どうせ時間は腐るほどあるわ。
Yes, I hate doing what the culprit says, but we do have time to waste.
退屈しのぎにはちょうどいいと思って。
I think it's the perfect way to stave off boredom.
悪くない時間潰しだ。兄弟で仲良く挑戦してみようじゃないか。
Not a bad way to kill time. Why don't we challenge it together as siblings?
Fucking
借り
finally.
てもいいかしら。もう少し大きく書き直すわ。夏日さん、もう少し大きな紙はないですか?
Can I borrow that? I'll rewrite it just a little larger. Natsuhi, do you have a slightly larger piece of paper?
使用人室に紙くらいあるでしょう。
There should be paper in the servant room.
取ってきます。
I will bring some. Don't go alone.
Natsuhi immediately brought a blank B4 sheet of paper from the servant room. Kiri borrowed Ava's notebook, wrote out the epitaph on the paper, and laid it out on the table. Then everyone quickly peered down at it. They automatically formed a crowd.
話には聞いとったが、こら、難儀な謎やな。
I've heard about it, but really, this is a tough riddle.
何を言っとるのかさっぱりや。
I don't have a clue what it's talking about.
私も一時頑張って挑戦したんだけれど、
At one
同
point,
じくさっぱりだったわ。
at one point, I also did my best to solve it, but I was just as clueless.
分かってたらのこのこと金策には来ねえさ。
If you did know, you wouldn't have come all the way out here with a plan to make money.
何しろ10トンの黄金だからな。
After all, it's 10 tons of gold we're talking about.
真面目に読むのは初めてなんだけど、
This is the first time I've read through it seriously,
大
but
雑把に言って3部分に分かれてるのかしら。
roughly speaking, couldn't it be split into 3 parts?
昨夜から思っているが、キリエさんはだいぶ頭が切れるようだ。
I've been thinking this since last night, but you really are a good thinker, Kiri.
ひょっとすると私
No,
が
she isn't, Grouse. Fuck off.
Perhaps you'll be able to easily solve this riddle that we couldn't.
ああ、キリエは鋭いぜ。変な先入観を与えない方が面白い捉え方をできるかもしれないな。
Yeah, Kiri's sharp. She might find a more interesting take on it if she comes in without any confusing biases. That's a possibility.
Yeah. Having like more heads on issue. Like even stop it, cat. Having more heads on a problem like this is definitely helpful. It's like new perspectives.
そうね。キリエさん、率直にこの碑文を読んだ感想を聞かせてくれないかしら。
That's right. Kiri, would you mind giving us your honest opinion after reading the epitaph?
多分皆さんのお役には立てないと思うわ。みんな買いかぶりすぎよ。
I doubt you'll find it useful. You all give me too much credit. Still, an outside perspective is good.
いやいや、思いつきや適当でいいんだ。
That's fine. Just say whatever comes into your head.
お前の話を聞かせてくれ。
Let's hear your thoughts.
俺が悩んだ時はいつだってお前のヒントが。
The hints you give always help me out when I'm worried.
あら、役に立ってたのね。今更だけど嬉しいわ。
Oh, so I have been helpful. It's nice to finally hear about this now.
よせやい。いつも感謝してるぜ。
Come on, don't I always thank you?
All right. I've got to go do something real quick because my housemate can't even make their own fucking coffee for the trip. But we'll be back now.
Yep, we'll be back shortly, folks.
All right, we're back.
Yeah, we're back. And there goes PNG Tuber crashing again. Because it always
go ahead and reset it. It's fine.
Yeah, it always crashes when I move things, it seems like. So during the break, I have found something out. So for Sonic 3, the person who is being cast as Shadow the Hedgehog is Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, I saw that on social earlier. I'm just like, there's a second Sonic movie? What?
Yeah, it was actually well received.
I don't remember this at all. I don't remember the first one.
First one was actually quite well done. They just had to fucking fix the abysmal initial 3D render of Sonic.
Yeah, that's the only thing I know about the first one, is that.
Yeah, because everybody knows about that. Which probably, to be honest, the studio probably had to be pressured into giving them more time to fucking do that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
So, my housemate gave me a fucking, container of fucking gummy bears. You know, I'm just sitting there like, I like gummy bears. I like gummy worms and all this shit. But this does not even come close to making up for you interrupting my stream, goddammit.
Fair enough. You too.
Look, I know. For people who always do the just a streamer gets mad when the stream is interrupted, etc., etc. It's not like I'm being a weird child about it. It's literally any time that I'm working, I don't want to be interrupted, regardless of what the work is. It doesn't matter if it's art or if it's writing or if I'm doing audio editing or video editing or making a fucking prototype game or streaming. I don't care. Don't interrupt me when I'm working. Period. Fuck you.
Absolutely. That is, that's an everybody thing, but it is especially prevalent in certain types of neurodivergence.
I already dislike this person in the first place, so that just makes it so much worse.
Yeah. You two sure are close. I'm jealous.
By the way.
Oh, jeez. You know what? In fact, I'm gonna refresh the page. I don't know if it's helping anything, but
I don't know. I have no idea.
There we go. And the rest of us would also love to hear these hints of yours. We're just killing time anyway, so relax, okay? Ava, we know you're not just killing time. Kiri was disturbed at being praised so highly for something so strange. But they all had all the time in the world. Realizing that this was just a way to waste time, she decided to accept the role she'd been given. I'm sure I'll say something off the mark, but... well, I'll put forward my ideas.
最初に言った大雑把に言って3部分に分かれるとはどういう意味かね?
Indeed. What did you mean in the beginning about how it could be divided into 3 parts, roughly speaking?
そのままの意味よ。
Well, I just mean what I said.
気分はだいたい3つのパーツに分けることができると思うの。
I think that overall, the epitaph can be divided into 3 sections.
まず最初のそこに黄金の鍵が眠るまでの5行。
First, there are the 5 lines up until there sleeps the key to the gold.
Oh my god, I just got another text message.
Oh jeez.
You can water your own fucking trees before you leave, you fucking weirdo. Just take a damn glass of water out there and dump it in the trees. I don't see why I need to get up and do that. They're your trees. You bought them. You wanted them. I'm not even going to eat anything off those trees because, like, I don't like the fruits that they bear.
Ah,
Fuck off.
yeah.
ここまでが鍵のありかを示した最初の部分。
Up until this point is the first part, which directs you to the location of the key.
そして第10の番までの11行が黄金鏡そのものの場所を示した部分。
And then there's the part formed by the 11 lines up until the 10th twilight, which refer to the location of the Golden Land itself.
そして残りの6行は黄金鏡にたどり着いてからの部分ね。
And the remaining 6 lines make up the part after the Golden Land has been reached.
そうですね。
What was it? Yeah, so it does break it up into those 3 parts. So, yeah, I think she's roughly right on that portion. Because, yeah, key, how to get to the Golden Land, what you get for going to the Golden Land.
I kind of wish it had just taken a screenshot of the parts where it like highlighted each instead of having like making do the fucking next button on each.
Yeah.
So you can see it all at once.
Yeah, I thought it was going to continue on in that conversation for a little bit longer, because I was about to. But oh well.
そして黄金鏡の宝の話の3つに区分けできますね。
I see. It can be divided into 3 parts about the key, the Golden Land, and the Golden Land's treasure.
その程度なら我々だって把握しているさ。
Even we have been able to grasp that much.
鍵と扉、そして宝を示す3つの区分だ。
The 3 sections that refer to the key, the door, and the treasure.
兄さん余計な口を挟まないで。
House, don't butt in more than you have
キ
to.
リエさんに自由な発想で発言してもらうのよ。
Let Kiri speak her ideas freely.
キリエ、続けてくれ。
Kiri, please continue.
俺たちもそれについては同じ認識だ。
We see it the same way you do so far. That would be the correct way to say that.
Exactly. Fuck off, not Rudolph, and Kraus. I mean, Rudolph can fuck off too, but not for that reason.
Yeah, not for that reason. In this case, he's actually saying the correct thing for the correct reason. So then?
最初に出てくる懐かしき故郷というのはどういう意味なのかしら。
I wonder about the meaning of that thing in the beginning, the beloved
普
hometown.
通に考えたらお父様の故郷を指すのかしら。
Normally, that would refer to where father lived, right?
懐かしきとわざわざ断るところを見るととても思い入れのある故郷のように思えるわね。
I think grandfather was the right thing there because, like, talking about his parents.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not like 100% on that, but I think so.
Maybe. We'll see. Anyway, since father went to all the trouble of telling us that it's beloved, we can imagine that it's a hometown he had strong feelings for.
お父さんは小田原の出身
Sadly,
だ
I
った
was
か
not
しら
like listening to the voice lines for that one, so I couldn't say like if she said grandfather or father there.
Yeah, I just know they've made that mistake before, so I just
True.
put that in. Did father come from Odawara?
生まれは確かに小田原だけど、お父様が懐かしむ故郷は多分小田原のことじゃないわ。
Odawara is definitely where he was born, but I don't think that's the hometown he
それ
loved.
については多分兄弟たちは全員同じ場所で認識してるわね。
I imagine all of us siblings have the same place in
そ
mind.
うね。多分小田原じゃないわね。
Right, this probably isn't
聞い
Odawara.
た話ではとても楽しい少年時代だったそうよ。
From what I've heard, he had a very fun time as a youth.
親父の人生で最大の不幸は多分後ろ宮家の当主にさせられたことだろうよ。
Being made the Ushiromiya family head was probably Dad's greatest bit of misfortune in life.
おそらくな、親父殿は後ろ宮家の当主になど本当はなりたくなかったのだ。
Probably. Father didn't actually want to become the head. Thank you for the follow, Grassy Wingspan 6.
Hell of a name.
A heck of a name.
Ciao, cat.
Ah. Alright, let's... You got it, thank you.
Mm.
Got to.
My mouse just like happened to be already over over the chat over there, so I was like, alright, cool.
Yeah, but still, fucking bots. I'll actually open up mod view this time.
I did, like when you read out the name, I was sort of like, it sounds kind of bottish.
Yeah,
but I'm not going to say that until we have confirmation because I don't want to insult anyone.
Yeah, I didn't
I
want
don't want to
to
call someone that much of a basic bitch.
Yeah, I didn't want to insult anyone, but I had a feeling. And then it's like, oh,
Fuck
yeah,
you.
yeah, you're not even one of those bots who's going to play around and ask questions.
Yeah. Fucking reminds me of that one fucking screenshot I sent you a while ago of the comments on Reddit about that dude like thinking because Ardbert looked like his Midlander Hewer character that like they actually made like a made the fucking Warrior of Darkness actually reflect them, and then like he just finds out, no, I'm actually that much of a basic bitch.
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm just a basic bitch. Which, you know, fair enough. Somebody has to be the basic.
Somebody's got to choose the default character in the character creator.
Yep. Or, like, just shift it ever so slightly.
Mm-hmm.
そしてそこに鮎の泳ぐ川は?
So where is this place? Is there a river there where sweet fish swim?
当時はあったんじゃないかしら。今はだいぶ開発が進んだでしょうから、鮎はいなくなってるかもしれない。
Maybe there was at the time. There's been a lot of development there since then, and the sweet fish might have
お
disappeared.
父様が少年時代の当時に鮎がいたと言われると、非常に調べるのは困難ね。
It would be extremely difficult to investigate whether sweet fish were there during grandfather's boyhood years.
That one.
Hmm?
That one is definitely father.
Yeah.
川も一本ではないだろう。地理的な意味では我々もそれぞれにかなり調べたつもりだ。
And there probably isn't just a single river. I believe we all gave this a thorough investigation geographically.
エヴァに至っては現地まで直接調べに行ったんじゃないかね。
You even went to the actual place to investigate directly, right, Ava?
あくまでも旅行としてよ。でも街並みは当時と完全に変わってる。
That was only as a vacation, but the townscape had changed completely since Father's time.
何しろ戦争を挟んでるのよ。
After all, it was caught up in that war, wasn't it?
お父様がどこに住んでいたのかさえ、正確な場所の把握は不可能よ。
By now, even precisely locating the place Father lived is
多
impossible.
分、お父様が自ら現地へ足を運んでも、今となってはどこに住んでいたか特定できないでしょうね。
I imagine that if Father went there himself now, even he wouldn't be able to pick out the place he'd lived anymore. He certainly won't now as a charred corpse.
Mm-hmm.
あちらさんも随分目覚ましく復興したって話だからな。
Well, after all, those guys have also gone through a remarkable recovery.
鮎の川と言われてはっきりとした地名は出ないの?
Does the part about a Sweetfish River bring any place name clearly to mind?
そりゃな、何しろ鮎だぜ。水がきれいな川に住むってんだから、それこそ心当たりの川は無数だったろうさ。
Well, yeah, after all, they're sweetfish, right? People say they live in rivers with clean water, so there are countless rivers that might work.
親父が無邪気に鮎釣りをした小川も、その後の開発で埋められたりもしただろう。
Any stream Dad innocently went sweetfish fishing, in was probably buried by the development later.
戦前の地図もしくは戦前の現地に詳しい人でもいりゃ話は別だが
It'd be different if we had a map from before the war or a person who knew a lot about how the area was before the war, but
多分そういう話ではないわ。
it probably isn't something like that.
どういうことだね
What do you mean?
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved
黄
hometown.
金鏡を目指す者よ。これを下りて鍵を探せ。
You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key.
ここまでの2行で一度開業してるのよね。
After these two lines, there's a single blank
こ
line.
の2行だけで何かの提示が成立するのよ。
Something is being presented with just these two lines.
その何かに基づいて次の3行が続くんじゃないかしら。
What if the next three lines continue based upon that something?
何かの提示ってなんやろな。
What do you mean something is being presented?
わからないわ。とにかくその2行だけでどの川かわからないとか、そんなあやふやじゃなくて。
I don't know. At any rate, what we can get from these two lines alone isn't something vague, like the question of which river it might be,
はっきりとこの川という特定ができるのよ。
but the clear presentation of the keyword river.
ひょっとすると水の流れる川ではないかもしれないわね。
Maybe this isn't a river with water flowing down it.
鮎の川は何かの比喩かもしれない。
The Sweetfish River might be some kind of metaphor. Alright, we're making progress. Possibly. Beatrice is probably literally just screeching, finally. Because it's taken 3 separate time loops.
鮎という言葉にはどんなイメージがあるのかしら。
What sort of impressions does the word sweetfish give?
鮎は鮭みたいなもんや。淡水魚だが生まれてすぐは海に出るんや。
Sweetfish are like salmon. They're freshwater fish, but they go out into the ocean right after they're
そ
born.
して大きくなると川に戻ってきて生活し、
When they get big, they go back to the river to live
そ
there.
こに産卵して生涯を終えるんや。
And then they spawn there and end their lives there.
まあ一度は家を出るが、大きくなって戻ってきて卵を産むってなあたりは、
Well, they leave their home at one point, but when they get big, they come back and lay
一
eggs.
族繁栄的なイメージがあるかもしれんな。
Might be able to link that to the idea of clan prosperity.
Mm.
Possibly.
See, that's not something that like most Western people are. It just like we don't know that much about Japanese culture and like the connotations of the words and so on and so forth. So like,
Yeah, like that's just not something we're gonna put 2 and 2 together.
yeah, like I don't think that I'm actually gonna be able to solve this fucking like riddle.
Yeah, I have
Just because like I just don't have like all the information.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think this is one of the reasons Ryuki Shiwa was surprised that there is actually a sizable Western fan base for Umineko.
Mm.
Is, you know, there is, like, esoteric cultural stuff like this.
There's also esoteric like fucking Western culture stuff in this though as well.
True.
So, you know.
But at the very least, that was all the rage at one point in Japan.
I mean, yeah, fuck, it still is, dude.
I mean, true.
You kidding me?
But there
How
was...
many fucking like fantasy works in Japan do you know that are actually based on Japanese mythology and not like fucking like Celtic or Norse or Germanic or
I mean,
Greek?
also true, but I also mean specifically the occult was a thing of interest in 1980s Japan.
Mm.
へえ、淡水魚なのに海水でも生きられるのかよ。
Oh, they're freshwater fish, but they can live in the ocean?
知らなかったぜ。
I didn't know that.
小魚だから海には出られないと思ってた
I。figured river fish wouldn't be able to live in the sea.
鮎は香りが良いことから香魚とも呼ばれるとか。
え
私は食べたことがありませんが、塩焼きにするととても美味しいそうですよ。
and they are called sweetfish because they have a pleasant aroma. I've never eaten one, but I've heard they can be quite delicious when you grill with salt. That's most things are quite delicious when they're grilled with salt, alright?
ああいうの塩焼き食ったことあらへんのか。
What's that, Natsuhi? You've never eaten salt-grilled sweetfish?
うまいで。
They're delicious.
今度ごちそうしたるわ。
You should try it sometime soon.
庶民の料理だ。君の口にはふさわしくない。
It is a food for commoners, hardly appropriate for your mouth.
You, Kraus. Oh my gods.
I will stick a food fit for commoners in your mouth, Kraus.
There are so many different things that can be.
Yes. Yes to all of them.
これは私の妄想なんだけど、実は私、鮎の皮のイメージから家系図を疑ったことがあるの。
This is just my wild idea, but the impression I get from a Sweetfish River makes me suspect a family tree.
Okay, Rosa. I'm glad that you've got the stones in you to fucking speak up and everything. But also Hideyoshi already said that.
Yeah, granted he didn't say it bluntly, he said clan prosperity. But, yeah, she's the one now stating it bluntly.
The stream skipped a little bit there on my end.
Huh.
Twitch is telling me that the stream restarted, but OBS is saying that it's been fine the whole time. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that.
Oh, weird. Alright,
I
well.
just glanced over and fucking Streamlabs said that there were 0 viewers, and I'm like, that's not right. It never says that. What's going on here? So I tabbed over to the Twitch thing, and it's just like, oh yeah, here you go. You've been live for 30 seconds. Ah, yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, that would indeed do it. Alright, let's see.
鮎は一度海へ出るけど、また生まれた川に帰ってきて産卵するんでしょ?
The sweet fish go out into the ocean for a time, but they return to the river where they were born to spawn, right?
で、私のことみたいだな。
Reminds me of myself. Yeah, you are all, going out into the world, but you still inevitably come back to the mansion.
そうね。今だから白状するけど、私もあなたとマリアちゃんのことを指してるんじゃないかって疑ったことがあるわ。
You're right. By this point, I can confess that I've sometimes suspected that it refers to you and Maria.
なるほど。川を下ればやがて里あり。
I see. If you follow the river downstream, you'll find a village.
家系図を下っていくと見つかる里はマリアの名に含まれる里の字だけだ。
If you go down the family tree, all you find is Maria's name. Only her name has the character father uses for village here.
でしょ?
Read or something.
でも
Not read or something. It's I mean, I don't expect you to get it, but also, come on.
Isn't that right? But as you all know, father doesn't like Maria, which is a surprise to me, honestly. Or, not a surprise, but it seems odd that he would dislike her specifically.
I can think of a few reasons, but I have absolutely no proof for any of them. It's just sort of like, this could be the explanation.
Yeah.
So,
one of the possible explanations is that, Rosa got with a guy that he didn't, specifically sign off on, had a kid, and then the guy also split.
Born out of wedlock, she's neurodivergent, she's a girl, she's a child.
Yep. It could also be that he's actually jealous.
Could be, yeah.
Because she actually does have magical talent.
Or he actually really likes her and is just treating her poorly because, he doesn't want the others to, see that he likes her.
Maybe. We'll have to see.
I've also seen that a few times, so I don't know.
ほとんど言葉を交わしたこともない。
And he almost never speaks with her.
それにお父様はかつてマリアに全然違う名前をつけるように言っていたの。
And in the past, Father told me to give Maria a completely different name.
それを私が勝手にマリアにした。
I just decided to go with Maria on my own. Wow, that's more stones than I expected from you, Rosa.
Mm-hmm.
お父様はそれをとても怒っていたわ。
Father was very mad about that.
その経緯を考えると、財産や家督を引き継ごうという大切な碑文にマリアの名を引用するとはとても思えなくて。
Given that, it's very hard to imagine that he would reference Maria's name in his precious epitaph about who would succeed his wealth and inheritance. Yeah, it would be too much 4D chess for me to think.
Oh no, I feel like that's like perfectly in line with what he does.
True, I could see that, maybe. We'll have to see. Because I don't
マリ
know.
アちゃんに碑文を読ませたこと
It was like, even if he doesn't like something, he's very much going to use it if he can.
Have you ever let Maria read the epitaph?
ええ、もちろんあるわ。
Yes, of course. I couldn't stop her if I tried.
Mm-hmm.
でもさっぱりみたいだった。
But it looked as though she didn't have a clue.
魔女の復活の儀式みたいな相変わらずのオカルト話ばかりでさっぱりだったわ。
She didn't have a clue and she kept going on about that same occult stuff, about how it was a resurrection ceremony for the witch.
Because it is!
It can be two things,
It is.
Rosa.
Yeah. Fuck.
Things can be two things at once, Rosa.
Yeah, like, you're Japanese and also a dickhead.
確かに両者にオカルト趣味はあるが、全く交流はなかった。
Connection between Father and Maria. Certainly they do share that occult hobby, but they never interacted.
私もマリアのことを指しているとは思えんね。
I can't imagine that it refers to Maria either.
It's because you have a limited
懐かしい
imagination,
こ
Chris.
とをわざわざ冒頭につけているのが私は気になるわ。
What sticks out to me is how he went out of his way to add beloved to that first line. And yeah, I think, like, there's no way we're solving this because it's also a Japanese language thing, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
さっきみんなが言っていた
Like, obviously, like, just that bit about, like, a village.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, there's no way I'm going to solve that because A, I can't read kanji, and B, even if I could, it's not in kanji right now.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. I think we're along for the ride on this one. Yeah, he went out of his way to add beloved to that first line, like you all just said just now.
後宮家の当主となることが不本意だったとしたなら、
If Father was reluctant about becoming the Ushiromiya family
そ
head,
れを懐かしんだりするかしら。
would he have fond memories for anything connected to that?
それは後宮本家を指す小田原ではないと思うの。
I don't think this can be Odawara, which represents the Ushiromiya head family.
私にはこの懐かしきという冒頭の一語が
I believe this word beloved here at the
お
beginning
父様にとってとても大切な思い出深い場所を示しているに違いないと信じているんだけれど。
must refer to a place full of very important memories to Father.
まあいいさ。当時の地図もさっぱりだから特定は困難だが。
Well, that's fine. It would be hard to pinpoint since we didn't have even a trace of a map from that
とにか
time.
く親父の少年時代の故郷に鮎が泳げる川は何本かあったろうさ。
What if the hometown isn't Kienzo's but Beatrice's?
Huh. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know, maybe using that as a pathway? Like, basically, scale it down, use it as a pathway of somewhere to go on the island.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like, way back when we first got this poem or riddle or whatever showed to us in, like, the first episode.
Yeah, I could see that. Cause yeah, I don't know what the hint is as far as the family tree at that point. if we go with that approach. Granted, it is worth noting they have given us a tree of sorts. I don't know what it would mean, but we do have a tree of sorts. Oh, let's look at these actually.
Yeah, we haven't looked at them this time, have we?
Yeah.
Let Shannon have the parlor with its wonderful view of the rose garden on sunny days. Yeah, that's where she was found as well.
Yeah, exactly. For Canon, the chapel, let him continue to protect the Lord's precious place, even after death. The room next to the study is fitting for him, considering how much he wanted to earn Kinzo's favor. The seldom-used second-floor guest room was her secret napping spot. And then... to thank Genji for his many years of service, let us allow him to rest in the VIP room.
In Kinzo now. Too bad this time. It was game over right from the start.
Yep.
Eat shit, nerd.
Yep. Yeah, there were probably several rivers with sweet fish swimming in them near Dad's hometown during his youth.
水の流れる川なら
That's if we're looking for a river with water flowing down it, right?
それから
And then?
続けてよ、キリエさん。
Go on, Kiri. She's sounding, like, really happy. Like, definitely a different tone.
Yeah, she's been sounding a little bit, like, less mocking and more sincere and, like, normal, I guess, for a little while now.
Yep. Don't really understand the three lines starting with, if you follow the river downstream, you will find a village. It's probably linked to the two lines about the Sweetfish River. I imagine it's something we'd understand automatically if we knew what the Sweetfish River really was. Until we figure that out, it's probably useless to try and solve those three lines any further. Let me see what the kanji for village that they used looks like.
It sort of like looked a little bit like a cross.
Ah,
like
darn.
Like a...
Doesn't go quite that far up. Oh well. So we're stuck unless we know what the Sweetfish River really is. And there's no guarantee it even means a literal river. Seriously. What's up with the sweetfish? Did Dad like to eat them? Or does it have some special meaning? Is it pointless to read too deeply into it? If you don't have both a micro and a macro perspective, your field of vision grows narrow. Might be better to be flexible and avoid thinking too deeply. Focusing on an abstract image of a river where fish swim, or something that can flow, up or down.
続く産業を経て黄金鏡の鍵にたどり着く。
Then the answer behind the Sweetfish River passes through the next 3 lines and makes its way to the key to the Golden Land.
こうして考えると3つの区分というのは間違いかしら。
You think about it this way, I wonder if it was a mistake to split it into 3 parts. No, because we got a specific CG for it.
正確には4つの区分ね。
There's actually 4
鮎
parts.
の川を下り、
Go down the Sweetfish
黄
River,
金鏡の鍵を見つけ、
find the key to the
黄
Golden
金鏡へ
Land,
旅立つ。
journey to the Golden
そし
Land,
て黄金鏡の宝。
and the treasure of the Golden Land.
せっかくだ。
Truly
続けて
intriguing.
碑文の最も中心的な部分である。
Well, you've gone this far. Would you mind continuing and telling us your opinion on the most central portion of the epitaph?
黄金鏡にたどり着く第10の番までの見解を聞かせてくれんかね。
Up to the point when we reach the Golden Land on the 10th twilight?
この碑文の中で最も象徴的で
That's the most symbolic and also the most disturbing part.
No, that's like the most literal part.
Yeah. Granted,
Everything else is more symbolic.
granted, if it's also meant to be directions, it is symbolic. Like, as far as, like, you're supposed to get, like, some indication of which direction to keep walking in to find the gold itself.
生贄なんて単語が連発するから、
Since the word sacrifices keep coming
つ
up,
いついお父様のオカルト儀式と関係があるんじゃないかと思ってしまうけど、
I can't help but think it has something to do with Father's occult
キリエ
ceremonies.
さんならどう見るかしら。
How do you see it, Kiri? Kiri recrossed her arms several times, peering into the paper with the epitaph copied onto it, as though she was looking through it.
これはとても難しいわね。鍵を手にせし者はから始まるということは多分。
This is very difficult. It starts with the one who obtains the key.
鍵を理解していないと話が進まない。
So you probably won't be able to continue without knowing what that key
お
means.
手上げではあるけれど、一応挑戦してみるわね。
I'll have to give up on that, but I'll take a shot at trying to solve it anyway.
鮎の川が水の流れる川とは限らないように、
Just like how the Sweetfish River isn't necessarily a river with water flowing down it.
その鍵もまた本当に鍵の形状をしたものなのか疑わしいわね。
It's also doubtful that this key is actually something shaped like a
そう
key.
ね。暗号とかキーワードの可能性もあるわ。だってこの鍵は鍵穴に刺すものじゃない。
Right, it might also be a code or a keyword. After all, this key isn't something to be stuck into a keyhole.
第一の番に6人の生
Well, you
贄
can
を
also
選
call
ぶ
the
ために
legend
あるんだもの。
on the map of the key. That's like the key to the map. Because it
True.
tells you how to interpret the map and so on and so forth. It doesn't even have to be like something that like a code or a keyword. It can just be an alternate meaning of the word key.
Yeah? It's something that selects 6 people to be sacrificed for the first twilight.
その意味においては、この鍵は黄金鏡の扉を開くものじゃないと言い切れるわね。
In that sense, we can say for sure that this key isn't being used to open the door to the Golden Land. If it's also meant to be directions... Would it maybe be like a clock? The number of sacrifices means direction to walk in. But you would have to figure out how long a twilight is.
Mm-hmm.
But offer the 6 chosen by the key, so walk to 6 o'clock. And then, when you've done that, you go to 2 o'clock. And then, presumably, you just walk through 1
Actually-
o'clock in a straight line.
I do think it might be Beatrice's hometown, not Kinzo's. Because the twilights are, it says, shall praise my noble name, which is referring to Beatrice.
That's true. So, yeah,
So like the entire thing is probably narrated from her point of view.
Yeah, so it might either be her literal hometown or her family tree.
Mm-hmm.
But if nothing else, that means digging into who Beatrice was as a human being.
Mm-hmm. And it also might have something to do with the hidden manor.
Yeah, might have to do with the hidden manor. Because that couldn't have been brought up for absolutely no reason. Granted, like, we get a payoff with the second or third Beatrice fucking biting it.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like that's probably going to come back at some point.
But what a disturbing key it is. A key that can choose 6 human sacrifices.
鍵がどうやって選ぶんや
How would a key select anything?
ルーレットみたいにくるくる回すんかいな
Do you spin it like a roulette? Well,
They literally just said that doesn't have to be a physical key.
yeah, though granted, he has been calling it like the devil's roulette and shit, so, like, not entirely far off from the language he uses, at least.
I think the devil's roulette might be a reference to Russian roulette, though.
I could also see that.
Because whoever gets picked gets shot.
This key indicates a certain group of 6 people. No, we should say it indicates a certain group of 6 things. If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices. So if we're assuming a split reality, then the literal interpretation is the Beatrice summoning ritual, but the more coded phrase is how you find the gold. For example, it could be an anagram.
アナグラム文字遊びのことかね
An anagram? Do you mean playing with letters?
ええ。さっきローザさんが家系図の話でマリアちゃんの名前に里が含まれて
Yes, I've been thinking about it ever since Rosa started talking about the family
とい
tree.
う話をしていた時からずっと考えてるの。
And about how village was a part of Maria's name.
例えばルドルフさんは懐かしき故郷という単語からずっと
It seems that ever since the words beloved hometown came up,
地形的、座標的なものを想定しているようだけど、そうじゃないかもしれない。
Rudolph, for
Aren't you using
example.
honorifics with your fucking husband?
Yeah.
Huh?
Rudolph, for example, has assumed that this epitaph points to some coordinates or some other geographical feature. That might not be the
これ
case.
はある種の謎々、あるいは文字遊びかもしれないって。
This could be some kind of puzzle, or maybe playing with letters.
ごめんなさい。持ち遊びとは何ですか？
Forgive me, but how does one play with letters? You never solved a fucking anagram before?
カモメカモメカチンカチンみたいなやつさ
Oh, well, it's like sucker, marry, barrel.
Well, I suppose they wouldn't really have, like, anagrams in most cases in Japan because of, like, the symbolic language, right?
What?
The symbolic writing.
Yeah. Also, it's they're going to bring it up, but at least according to this, it was considered immature in Japan, whereas it's actually considered, like, something you can do good riddles with in the West.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's like sucker, marry, barrels. What do you get when you take out the E's and R's?
It's a pretty good localization because obviously that just does not work in Japanese.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a decent one.
みたいな
Like that.
夏日さんは育ちがいいから知らねえだろ
Well, you were raised well, Nazi, so you probably don't know.
カを抜くと
Oh, that's you?
Oh no. Mary, take out the E's and R's. Huh?
よしなさい 君にはふさわしくない品のない遊びだ。
Stop it. It is an undignified game, inappropriate for you. Only Natsuhi didn't get it and had a blank look on her face. Seems she'd only guessed that the answer had to be something undignified, going by Rudolph and Ava sniggers.
あ、夏日姉さん、こういうことです。
Ah, Natsuhi, it's something like this.
マリアの謎々ブックにあったんですけどね。
This is just something from Maria's book of riddles,
タヌキ
okay?
の手紙っていうのがあるんです。
There's this thing called a Tanuki notebook.
他の文字がいっぱい混じった暗号みたいな手紙があるんだけど、
It's a notebook written like a code with lots of taws mixed
他の
in.
文字を抜くと、そこに正しい文章が浮かび上がる。
And if you remove all of the taws, then the true paragraph pops
そ
up.
んな遊びがあるんですよ。
It's a game like that.
That's not what an anagram is, though, Losa.
Yeah, but at least it explains what wordplay is, at least.
Wordplay is like it's still common in Japan as well. It's,
なるほど。
Or
it's just like
not
anagram specifically.
yeah, not wordplay, but playing with letters specifically. Or in this case, playing with kanji. Ah,
Oh, I see. Huh?
Nazi finally realized the answer to the undignified riddle Rudolph had posed, and her face grew red as she hung her head in embarrassment.
その抜くというのが案外殺すというのに転じるかもね。
So maybe kill actually means remove in that sense, right?
ええ。私もそれを思ったところなの。
Yes, I also thought that.
黄金鏡の鍵とはひょっとすると6文字の単語かもしれない。
It's possible that the key to the Golden Land is a word with 6
つま
characters.
りタヌキの手紙の「タ」が6文字あるっちゅうわけか。
In other words, the ta from the Tanuki notebook is actually 6 characters here?
これはややこしこっちゃな。
This
I
is
don't know
getting
why you expected it
complicated.
would be simple when you're like trying to inherit
10
10 tons of
tons.
gold.
10 tons. You could literally fucking Montamunza this.
Like genuinely possible to crash half the world's economy, like gold economy, with that amount of gold.
文字遊びか。日本では子供の遊びという印象が強いが、特に英語圏では知識人のこじゃれたユーモアでもあるらしい。
Playing with letters, is it? In Japan, it really feels like a child's game, but it's apparently a stylish form of humor among intellectuals in the English world.
親父殿が関心を示すことは十分に考えられるね。
It is easy to imagine that father was interested in it.
ただここで急にわからなくなるの。
But by this point, I quickly lose my ability to understand
ここ
it.
までの流れは謎に満ちていながらも非常に順番的だった。
Up until this part, it may have been filled with mysteries, but it was extremely
鮎の
sequential.
川、それを下れ、そして鍵を見つけろと非常に順番的。
Sweetfish River, go down it, then find the key. All of that is extremely sequential.
そしてその結果、6文字の鍵を手に入れたと仮定するんだけど、
And as a result, we can guess that we gain a 6-character key.
そうすると何から6文字を殺すのかわからなくなるの。
But in that case, we now don't know what we kill the 6 characters from. That's a good question.
そういやそうだな。6文字を何から引くんだ？
That's right, where do we pull the 6 characters
そ
from?
の提示がないな。
It doesn't tell us.
第2の番に残されし者はとある。
On the second Twilight, there are those who
というこ
remain,
とは少なくともその何かは有限の文字数なのよ。
which means that, at the very least, that something has a limited number of
そこ
characters.
から6文字を抜いて残った文字で話を進めろと読み解けるわ。
You could read it like it's telling you to continue with the remaining characters after the first 6 characters are removed.
なのに 最初に提示があるべき何かがわからないの。
Yeah, then I assume that stuff like gouge the head and kill and stuff like that is removing specific parts of bits of a kanji or a katakana, hiragana.
Yeah, because traditionally in Japanese, like, you would write vertically, right? Not horizontally.
Yeah. But even, like,
And there's
just...
5, like, gouges and kills, so you can remove all but one.
Yeah. So you could do something like that, or you could consider it, like... Trying to think of a good example, but... You know, how kanji has much more complex, lines to it? You could consider, like, if a kanji had 2 lines on either side of it, you could consider that its legs.
Yeah.
So gouge the leg and kill, remove 1 line from it, and maybe you get a separate kanji that means something slightly different.
It is actually possible, yeah. Some kanji are, like, very, very close to one another and are only differentiated by, like, a small mark.
Yeah. That's what I thought, so yeah, that might be what it is, which, if it's that case, we're never fucking solving it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even if it was the one that I put forward about, like, 6 characters and then, like, fucking, they have the 1 remaining, like, we wouldn't be able to read the 1 remaining anyway, so,
Yep.
Whatever.
And yet, we don't know what the something is, even though it should have been shown to us at the beginning.
やっぱり文字遊びという過程が間違っているのかしら。
Are we wrong even in our assumption that this is playing with letters? Everyone crossed their arms and fell silent. Felt like they were about to reach a novel understanding they hadn't managed before, but they stumbled just 1 step short. This is a lot of information to chew on, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Then Hideyoshi's stomach rumbled heartily. That silence was broken by laughter.
You know, I have never heard someone else's stomach rumble.
Yeah,
Like, I've never run into it in, like, real life where, like, someone's stomach rumbles so loudly so you could hear it.
Yeah, let me think. No, I don't think so. I've heard a stomach gurgle enough because someone's, like, got indigestion or something.
Yeah, I've heard that, but that's like, that is like something entirely different. Like, that person needs to get to a bathroom right now.
Yeah. Sorry. Strangely enough, by spinning the gears in my head for a change, my stomach's gone completely empty. Looks like I can't stand missing breakfast.
Natsuki, ここには何かないのかね?
Natsuki, isn't there anything to eat here?
軽食の備え程度があったはずです。用意しますね。
There should at least be enough set aside for breakfast. I will prepare it. Why?
I'm also starving, and I'll bet those brats above us are the same. Still, I doubt there's enough for the 18 people here, much less a full 3 meals, right?
Yeah, genuinely what you should have done immediately was go with, like, a pack of 5 to go, like, grab a bunch of fucking, like, like, fucking canned foods and shit.
Yeah, like they did on the last loop, but they stayed in the mansion. This time they decided to go into the guest house, which is honestly the better play, I think.
Yeah, they do need to kind of go get food, though.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. That's right, it'll be a long journey till tomorrow. Maybe we'd better take a trip back to the mansion and fish around for some canned food or something in the kitchen.
クラッカーとおつまみくらいしかありませんが、それでよければ準備できます。
What do you mean get them ready for you? Like, just like pass out the sleeves of crackers. Fuck. God damn it. There's nothing more than crackers and snacks here, but if that will be sufficient, I can get them ready for you all.
でもこの人数ではお昼の分も残らないかも。
But with this many people, there might not be any left for lunch.
今はそれでいい。すまんが準備してくれんかね。
That will do for now. Would you mind getting those ready?
Just fucking Natsuki behind the bar over there, just like yeeting fucking sleeves of crackers at people.
It looked like the men had...
Because, like, even fancy crackers come in sleeves, alright? Fuck you guys.
It looked like the men had been taken over with an appetite that stopped all thought. The atmosphere grew more peaceful, and the Epitaph investigation team split up for the time being. But Ava kept staring at the paper the epitaph was written on like she was going to burn a hole through it.
文字遊びはあくまでも私の仮説。
Playing around with the letters was nothing more than a theory of mine.
それが間違ってる可能性もあるわ。
There's a chance it's
エ
mistaken.
ヴァさん、あまり根詰めないで。
Ava, don't take it too seriously, okay?
ありがとう。私の勝手でやってるの。
Thank you. I'll just keep doing this on my own.
放っといてくれないかしら。
Would you mind leaving me alone? Ava spoke coldly. Kiri didn't bother her anymore and instead went to help Natsuki prepare breakfast.
姉さん、私たちも朝食の準備手伝った方がよくない？
Ava, shouldn't we also help prepare breakfast?
じゃああんたが手伝いなさい。私はこれを解くので忙しいの。
Then you go help. I'm busy solving this.
Yeah, that's a fucking mood. Just like, stop interrupting me, you shitheads.
じゃあ私、
Sorry.
手伝ってくるわね。
Sorry, then I'll help.
まったく、なんであなたはそんななの？
Good grief, how can you be like that?
この碑文を解いた人間が後ろ宮家の家督を譲られるのよ。
Ushiromiya family headship will be given to the person who solves this epitaph.
あなたは関係ないと初めから諦めているようだけど。
It looks like you've given up from the beginning, as if it has nothing to do with you.
もしも解ければ、ローザにだって家督を引き継げるチャンスがある。
But if you can solve it, there's a chance even you'll be able to receive the headship.
あの兄さんから全てを奪うチャンスなのよ。
This is a chance to steal everything from
ど
Kraus.
うしてその千載一遇のチャンスをあなたは真剣になって挑めないの？
Why aren't you taking such a once-in-a-lifetime chance more seriously?
それは。
Hey, Ava, not everyone wants to be in control of that much money.
Yeah?
Like, I feel like Rosa only started her fashion company specifically because, like, Kinzo was being an asshole to her constantly.
Yeah, probably.
She really does not seem like the type of person that would even, like, care about running her own business or whatever.
Rosa hung her head, unsure as to how she should answer. Too late, she regretted carelessly speaking to her sister when she was in a bad mood.
あんたも何か気づいたことがあるんだ。私やキリエさんは真剣に推理してたのに、あんたは相槌ばかりだったじゃない。
If you've noticed anything, say so. Even though Kiri and I were thinking hard, you just kept nodding your head, didn't you?
ほら、
Come on.
何か気づいた点はないの？
Isn't there anything you've noticed?
ほら。
Come on.
これ不思議よね。
Don't you think this part's strange? Strange?
何が？
What is?
黄金鏡っていう単語よ。
It's just that this whole section's written like a journey to the Golden Land, right?
何度も出てくるわよね。黄金鏡って単語。
You reach the Golden Land and then you receive its
それ
treasures.
が何よ？
What's your
黄
point?
金鏡を文字分解すると何かキーワードにでもなるの？
You think there's some sort of keyword tied to those treasures?
そうじゃなくて、
No, not the treasures themselves.
この第10の番だけおかしいでしょ。
Look, in the 10th Twilight, isn't it how you receive the treasures strange? On the 10th Twilight, at Journey's End, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures.
Attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. I don't know if this is properly translated, so this could be an issue. But like in English, if you phrase it "attain to the power" once and for the last time, that is a very like that's not how you normally say things.
Yeah,
It's a very specific way of speaking.
Yep. And it's also kind of suggesting, like, it's almost like a treasure map in that you journey to the location rather than opening something up. But yeah, attain to the power is definitely also there.
There's also that bit once and for the last time. Yeah.
Why does it say we'll receive the treasures once and for the last time? If we only get them once, then there's no point in telling us it's the last time. And the same thing in reverse.
No, it's a riddle. Like every word in the riddle is supposed to be important.
Oh yeah,
You're
exactly.
fine, Rosa. Keep going.
Oh, but probably splitting hairs over nothing if you think about it. This is father we're talking about after all.
Like if all of your dialogue is written in that sort of like very formal, semi-archaic language, then like yeah, sure, whatever, you're splitting hairs. But like when you're talking about like a riddle or whatever, that like every word becomes very important.
Probably just said it that way to make it sound more dramatic. No, I think you were correct the first time, Rosa. There's something about that line. Howdy.
How fucking howdy she sounded there when she said that.
Yeah, exactly. So pouty.
Boring. I couldn't sound pouty if like my life depended on it, so don't ask me. What is boring? Boring. Boring. My, what on earth is this child grumbling about?
おそらくマダムがバトラ様にいろいろと入れ知恵をしたのが不満なのでしょう。
She's probably annoyed by all the tips you gave Lord Battler, Madam. She's so quiet and pouty. Oh my god. Not really. That doesn't annoy me. On the contrary, I'm happy to see that useless battler finally reach a level where he can match me. Did Battler and I get a little too close? Perhaps those old fogies had best leave you youngins alone.
Virgilia and Renove giggled and cackled. Beatrice's irritation meter finally reached its limit.
Enough with everyone laughing at me. Renove, vanish for a while. Disappear.
かしこまりました。それではしばしのお暇をいただきます。
Certainly. Then I shall rest for the time being. Just cackling as it disappears.
Renove bowed his head, still laughing, and vanished. After that, all that remained was the grumpy and irritated figure of Beatrice, and Virgilia, who was coolly enjoying her tea.
When
you said there are no more than 18 people on this island, you actually cornered yourself.
ちょっと早い
I
か
knew it.
なと思ったんだが。
I did have this feeling it might be a bit too early.
やっぱ早かったかな。
I suppose that was right after all, wasn't it?
彼をもっと迷走させてからならともかく。全く
If you had let him further astray
無駄な
first,
切り
things might
札
have
で
been
したよ。
different. But as it was, that trump card was a real waste.
むしろ彼を奮起させてしまいました。
You ended up rousing him instead.
In addition to denying the witch, Battler had possessed a second victory condition, one of explaining everything without suspecting one of the 18. It was at that point, when he'd been tossed about by two opposing goals, that his heart should have been at its weakest. However, Beatrice had used the bread carelessly, proclaiming that there were no more than 18 people. Because of that, Battler had been forced to suspect one of the 18. And he had finally begun to build up the resolve he needed to accept that. Yeah, that's fair, honestly. Like, it would have been better for Beatrice if she had kept that one away. At least for longer. Battler was stubborn, but that was exactly why fissures would run all through him like breaking china when he was struck in a fragile spot. That itself should have been his greatest weak point, but...
前回圧勝だったんで、ちょいと油断が過ぎたかな。
little bit.
Yeah, did I get a little too careless after my victory last time?
ええ、油断が過ぎましたね。前回はバトラ君にとって難易度の高いゲームでしたが、どうやら。今
Yes,
回
you
は
were too
あな
careless.
たにとって難易度の高いゲームになりそうですよ。
The last game was a difficult one, Battler, but it seems this game will become a difficult one for you.
割れた壺は決して元に戻ることはない。未練がましくかけらを拾うより、他の手を考えた方が建設的というもの。
Broken vase will never return to its original form. So it would be more constructive to think of a next move rather than regretfully picking up the pieces.
しかし、すっかり知恵をつけたバトラにどう仕掛ければよいというのか。
She's so pouty.
She is. It's incredible.
However, now that Battler has figured out as much as he has, how should I plot against him?
炉の上のクッキーよりあなたが困っている顔の方がお茶菓子にぴったりですよ。
Your troubled face is an even better snack than Nornove's cookies.
バトラもお師匠様も炉の上まで
She did the U!
茶化扱い。
She did, in fact, do an ooh.
Should I read into this or not? I don't know.
I don't know. It might just be her, like, pouting childishly. Either that or, you talk to somebody enough, they start to rub off on you a little.
Or she was also like that as a child.
Could also be that, yeah.
And, like, speaking to her teacher, who she mostly was around as a child. And also being frustrated at the same time has, like, brought something back a little bit.
Yeah, could be something like that.
You and Battler and even Renove are treating me like sweets now.
わらわは決して甘くはないというのに。
Beatrice, please.
I'm trying to light my cigarette, girl. Fuck. Oh, God. I know it's hard for you guys to hear on the stream because, like, Beatrice is being very quiet, but she is so fucking pouty right now.
Exceedingly so, yes.
Even though I'm not sweet at all.
With a shameful, childlike face that she would never have shown in front of Battler Beatrice, she rolled her head around on top of the table.
お嬢様、せめてヒントを。
Teacher, at least give me a hint.
She can't do that. She's the one you're supposed to be trying to deceive.
おや、何のヒントですか？
No, what kind of hint?
バトラーをキャフンと言わせて、わらわを認めたくなるようなうまいさしてよ。
Oh my god. I'm having a lot of thoughts about psychology and Beatrice right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that is very fair, because she's very clearly kind of digging into her inner child talking to her teacher like this again.
Yeah, and like this is making me curious as to the exact conditions of when she was young. We already know that she was neglected by her grandfather, or sort of like her grandfather was very strict with her at least.
Yeah.
Which can very easily lead into the idea of like you have to do something to be accepted. And she has already like gone on record to state that she likes people like Battler.
Yep.
Not like Hitler! Caption her, no! No! Battler! No, Butler's close enough, just not like Hitler.
Yeah, please. Please caption her.
Anyway, she's already gone on record as saying she likes people like Battler, but like, before the context would lead you to believe that she likes fucking with people like Battler, and that may also be true.
Yeah.
But she might actually just genuinely like people like Battler.
Yeah, she clearly has an interest in people with a little bit of backbone. She's not too keen on people who fold too easily.
Yeah. And like she may genuinely be like wanting his actual like acceptance, but she's like
also a fucked up 1,000-year
and like yeah, she's fucked up a 1,000-year-old witch. So like a lot of baggage here, and she's not properly separating the desire for acceptance as one thing from the desire for acceptance for another thing.
Yeah. It's like you said before. She has only 2 outfits because her baggage is packed with everything else already.
Yeah. Fuck. If you know some really good move that'll leave Battler speechless and make him want to accept me.
ズバリ教えろとは言わないから、
It's like a teenager, like a 15-year-old child, like pouting.
She really does.
I won't ask you to say it outright, so
せめてヒントだけでも。
even if it's just a hint.
ダメですよ。私は今、バトラ君の味方をしていますから、あなたに利することは教えられません。
I can't. I'm on Battler's side right now, so I couldn't teach you something that would give you an advantage.
そんな固いこと言わずにさ。
Come on, don't be so stingy.
弟子が困ってるというのに。
Your disciple's in trouble, right? I wonder how many takes it took for like the voice actors to do this bit. I seem to remember you brazenly boasting that you had surpassed your teacher.
Sorry, just replying to somebody real quick, but yeah, might have boasted a little too much there, Beatrice.
A little bit.
Again, with the woos.
年 俺らし
Yeah.
く豪快な知恵を一発授けてくれよ。
Please act like an old person and give me just a bit of your crafty ideas.
頼むよ。
Please.
バトラーにばっかりずるいってよ。
Oh my god. It's mean if you only help Battler.
もう相変わらずのだだっこですね。
My, you're still a spoiled child.
でも確かにちょっとバトラ君にヒントを与えすぎたかもしれませんね。
But it's true that I may have given Battler a few too many hints. Yeah, because like with what Virgilia did, like that, it's almost a fight between Virgilia and
Beatrice.
at this point.
Yeah.
Gotta like rebalance it a little.
あなたのお灸にはなったけど。
But like, if you do that too much and have to rebalance too much, it's more like you're fucking like fighting yourself.
Yeah.
It did serve as a scolding to you.
フェアなゲームとしては少し肩入れをしすぎたかもしれない。
But perhaps it was a little too much support for a fair game.
そうであろう、そうであろう。頼
Isn't
む
that-
よ、お師匠様。せめて今後のヒントだけでも。
God damn it. I can't even like really put into words the kind of emotions that I'm hearing from this fucking voice actor right now. Like aside from the pout, like there's just like some
Yeah, there's a sort of
very specific but like undefinable quality to it.
yeah, there's something very specific here. It's definitely like she's talking to an older family member. Like, you know, her mom or her sis or her older sister or something.
Yeah, I would have to like hear the lines and like just on repeat for a while to be able to like tease out the
Yeah.
word for the thing that I'm
There's
sensing here, but
yeah, like there's definitely a certain sense of pleading. Like, I mean, she's literally pleading, but you know what I mean, like in the tone.
Please, teacher, just a hint now, or at least just a hint now.
ヒントだけですよ。
This is only a hint.
意味は自分で考えるのです。
Think about what it means by yourself, okay?
自分で考えるからさ、頼むよ。
I'll think about it myself, so please.
バトラーをケチョンケチョンにできるやつを頼むよ、お師匠様。
Please give me one that'll leave Battler down in the dumps, teacher.
Considering how she acted like a great and mighty witch in front of Battler, the way she acted when he wasn't around was truly pathetic. Julia cited how childish Beto still was, despite all the time that had passed.
ではヒントだ
I don't know what to call it pathetic.
イソップ寓話の北風と太陽というお話をして
This is like the third or fourth time it's been brought up.
Yeah. Then just a hint. Do you know of Aesop's fable, North Wind and the Sun?
もちろん、旅人のマントを奪うために北風と太陽が勝負する話であろう。
Of course, it's a story about how the North Wind and the Sun challenge each other to see who can steal the cloak off a traveler, right?
そうです。乱暴かつ請求な方法が常に最善の選択肢とは限らないということです。
That's right. Violent and impatient methods aren't necessarily the best decisions in all cases.
言われなくても分かっておるわ。
You don't have to tell me
わらわが
that.
勝ちを焦りすぎたことはすでに反省しておる。
I've already reflected on mistakes I made when I was too anxious to achieve.
意味はよく考えることですよ。 それからバトラ君も少々誤解があったようですが、あなたにも誤解があるようです。
Think well about what this means. And furthermore, there's one point that Battler seems to be misunderstanding a bit, but he isn't the only one.
あなたはこのゲームの勝利条件を理解してい
We've
ます。
been talking about
Fuck's
this a
sake,
bit.
finally, thank you. Oh my gods. Ah!
Yeah.
You understand the victory conditions of this game.
Yeah, because we've been talking about this a bit. Battler has not been very clear on what the victory conditions are,
Even though he's the one that set them.
Yep. Like, he knows that Beto has a victory condition, which is getting him to submit and continue to submit long enough for her to get revived. But his victory conditions are more vague. Because Beto can just have them keep playing games over and over. So to end them, well, Battler hasn't thought that far ahead.
バトラを屈服させることの他に何があるというのか。
What else is there other than making Battler surrender? You're not misunderstanding your own
その
victory
時点で
condition.
もう間違っていますよ。
Yeah. See, you're already wrong there.
わらわが何を間違えたというのか。
How am I wrong?
あなたの勝利はバトラ君を屈服させることではありませんよ。
Your victory isn't making Battler surrender.
バトラ君にあなたという存在を認めてもらうことではありませんか。
Isn't it making Battler accept your existence?
なんとバトラにゴマを吸って、わらわを魔女と認めてください、お願いしますと
That's not what she
頼
said.
み込むというのか。
Not what she said.
That is not what she's saying.
What's this? You want me to butter him up, begging him to accept me as a witch?
Interesting, psychology that your brain immediately goes there, though.
Yeah.
Is that what you do to get other people to accept you?
愚かな。そこまでわらわは落ちぶれてはおらぬ。
How foolish. I haven't sunk that low. Are you sure about that?
Beto growled like a dog in a bad mood. Virgilia shrugged her shoulders, snickering at her disciple, who was as short-tempered as ever.
ヒントは出しました。あとはあなたがよく考えることですよ。
That is my hint. For the rest, you'll have to consider deeply on your own.
いずれにせよ、バトラ君にこれまでの手は通用しません。
In any event, your moves up until now will not work on Battler.
相当の戦略転換が必要になるでしょう。
A significant tactical adjustment will probably be required.
言われる
That's one way to put
わか
it.
っておる。
Significant
北風
tactical
と太
adjustment.
陽の話は
Sure.
何が言いたいのかさっぱりだが。
I don't need you to tell me that. I don't have a clue what you mean by the north wind and the sun.
とにかく方針を変えねばならぬことは分かった。
But at any rate, I realize I'll have to alter my
お
course.
師匠様もあっと驚くような奇策を披露してみせるぞ。
There's her desire to be accepted again and praised.
Yep.
I'll introduce a scheme clever enough to surprise even you, teacher.
それは楽しみですね。バトラ君はそれにどう挑むのかしら。
I look forward to it. I wonder how Battler will tackle that.
あなたの健闘も祈っていますよ。
I wish you good luck as well.
バトラのついでに。
After Battler.
More もう投げ出してこうさん。
Alright, so I
Are you gonna
think
give up and... Huh?
I think this might be a good opportunity for a bio break.
Oh, yeah, that's good. All right. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Yep, we'll be back.
Hold on.
And we're back.
Hi. Yes, we have returned.
そんなに眠いならお布団かぶって眠っちゃえば
Are you gonna give up and resign already? I guess you are that tired. If only you just grab a futon and sleep. You probably fucking should, though. You should absolutely, go the fuck to sleep.
Yeah. As my mind grew vague and I pretended to fight my drowsiness, I was sinking deeper and deeper into the sofa. I scolded myself.
あんなにもクラウスから当主の座を奪ってやりたいって夢見てきたんでしょ
You also dreamed about stealing the position of family head from Kraus, right?
そのチャンスを私の魔法が与えたのにあなたはもう放り投げちゃうの
Even though my magic's giving you a chance, are you already throwing it away?
そうは言うけれど、この謎は本当に難解よ。
You could say that, but this riddle is really hard.
知恵の輪の方がまだマシだわ。
Even a wire puzzle would be better.
解けるってことが絶対に約束されているもの。
At least in that case, you know for sure that it's solvable.
でもこの碑文の謎は、それすらも約束されているかわからない。
But in the case of this epitaph riddle, we've been given no reason to be sure of that.
私は挑むだけ無駄な勝負を挑んでるのかもしれない。
I might just be fighting a useless battle. Still hazy, I looked at the notebook I'd been holding the whole time. It was open to a page with the epitaph, which I must have stared at hard enough to burn holes in it on so many hundreds of nights I'd lost count. That page is truly a door. On the other side lies the Golden Land, the place I've wanted to drag myself to no matter what the effort ever since I was a child. The place I was never able to reach. Am I touching the door with both hands? With the book? No, the door right there in front of me? Ready to be opened and yet still unable to reach the other side?
そうよあなたは扉に手をかけているさあそれを力いっぱい開くの
That's right, your hand is already on the door. Come on, open it with all your strength.
そしてその扉に書かれた文字を読むのよ
And read the characters written on the door.
力いっぱい開く扉に書かれた文字を読む
Open it with all my strength. Read the characters written on the door. Strain your eyes. See through to the thing beyond the epitaph written in the notebook.
懐かしき故郷は私たちの想像をきっと裏切らないわ
The beloved hometown definitely won't betray our
お
expectations.
父様が唯一懐かしむ過去は少年時代だけだもの
The only past father held dear happened during his childhood years.
そうねなら鮎の川は
That's right. Then what about the Sweetfish River?
それが泳ぐ川は複数あるしお父様が住んでいた場所のすぐ近くにあったかは怪しい
There are several rivers where they swim, and there's reason to doubt that this just refers to one close to the place father lived.
鮎の生息するどの川が地図上距離的に近いかなんて話になると急に曖昧になって特定ができなくなる
We take out a map and start calculating which rivers with Sweetfish were closest. Things will quickly get vague and we won't be able to narrow it down.
自分で言ったじゃない水の流れる川かどうかわからないって
Didn't you say it yourself? You said it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down.
鮎という言葉がそんなにもややこしいなら忘れてしまえば
If the word sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it?
川で考えるの川で
I wonder if Lambda Delta actually, genuinely knows where the gold is. Like, she probably does, right?
悪くないわ
Or could find out easily enough if she really wanted to. Think of a river. A river. Linking it with a family tree wasn't a bad idea.
その要領で川から連想するものを他にも考えてみて
Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines.
川じゃなくて 川じゃなかったら鮎は泳げないのに。
It isn't a river? But where else could sweet fish swim?
ああ。でも、鮎が泳げるってことは、海まで繋がってるのかしら。
The sweet fish aren't fish.
Oh, but if we're talking about places sweet fish can swim, maybe the ocean has something to do with
川
this.
魚だけど、海に出るってうちの人も言ってたし。
Didn't my husband even say they go out into the ocean even though they're river fish?
海まで。
To the ocean.
いえ、でも。
No, but... Huh?
I love that the music like started getting a little bit more like
Energetic. Yeah.
and like strong as she started to have that realization. Like that's perfect timing.
でもう
Did
ろ
you
覚えな
notice?
の。
But that's just a faint memory.
ここには書庫があったはず。
There's supposed to be a room for storing books in this building, right?
調べれば確認できるわ。
If you investigate, you can make sure.
それが鮎の川なら。
If that's the Sweet Fish River,
そして、鍵は6文字の単語かもしれないなら。
and if the key might be a 6-character word,
鍵が本当にその川に眠ってるというの。
then could the key actually be resting in that river? I don't know. Anyway, I have to search in an atlas. But even if I know that, I don't know from what I should take the 6 characters.
本当にわからないの？よく考えて。私
You
たちは
really don't
下
know.
手に頭がいいから発想が硬いのよ。
Think deeply. We're pretty smart, so our ideas are seldom.
気分の謎なんて大層に考えないで。子供の謎だと思って。
Don't think of it like it's as massive as the riddle of the epitaph, but like it's a child's riddle.
男なんていくつになったって子供なの。
Alright, stop with the sexism. Anyway. Men are always children, no matter how old they get.
Ava can have a little sexism as a treat.
お父様が老境に差し掛かったとしても、心の中の本質的な部分は子供と何も変わらない。
I was actually fucking like reading something on social media, like literally about that, like that concept right there. It's like, if you don't acknowledge like your like the actual thing was just like, so like I don't trust anyone that doesn't acknowledge their capacity for evil. Like if you always just say, "Ooh, I'm just a small being," no, because that means like if you constantly consider yourself to be a victim, and you always consider yourself to be a victim, then
You never interrogate what you do.
Yeah, you can absolutely inflict a monstrous cruelty and never once feel bad about it.
Yep.
It's that sort of thing right here. It's just like, yeah, you were horribly hurt as a child, but that doesn't mean you get to be casually sexist towards things that aren't you. Like that's just doing the same thing that happened to you without interrogating.
True enough. But I can also get a little, vicious internal thoughts.
Oh yeah, vicious internal thoughts. Fine, whatever, don't care. But also, even if father has advanced into old age, it doesn't change the fact that he's essentially a child at heart.
お父様への畏怖を捨てるの。マリアが船の中で突然出してくるようなくだらなくて低俗な謎遊びだと思って。
Throw away your awe of father. Think of this like it's a worthless infantile game. Riddles, just like the ones Maria suddenly brought out on the boat.
謎くだらない低俗な。
Riddles, worthless, infantile. I'm sure that was, what was it? I'm sure if my memory isn't wrong, that it's probably the case. No, I don't have to rely on my vague memory. Should be able to figure that out immediately by searching the library.
私たちは多分もう答えに気づいてるわ。あとはそれ
You
に
should
正しい
take
と
Rosa and
調べるだけ。
Hideyoshi with you. Those two don't have any ambition here. Or one of them has ambition, but like is explicitly on your side. The other one doesn't have any ambition at all. So it was like, take those two so you know you're not going to get murdered while you're like searching for this. And like, that way you're safe in numbers, supposedly. We've probably already noticed the answer. All that's left is to investigate whether it's correct or not.
さあエヴァ、誰にも気づかれないように書庫へ。
Come on, Ava. Let's go to the library, making sure no one sees us.
あそこにはお父様の書斎から溢れ出した硬い本が山積みよ。
There we should find a mountain of thick books that didn't fit in Father's study.
私たちの疑問に答えてくれる本が見つかるわ。
I'm sure we'll find a book that answers our question. Yeah, but like, do you have a guarantee that you'll find that book quickly?
これが生涯で最初で最後の私たちの夢の叶うチャンス。
This is the first and last chance we'll ever get to make our dreams come true.
When Natsuki tried to lay a blanket over her, Ava suddenly jumped up.
ごめんなさい、起こしてしまいましたね。
I'm sorry, it looks like I woke you.
エヴァ、眠いなら無理をしなくていいぞ。お前から休みなさい。
Ava, if you're sleepy, don't overdo it. You rest first.
ありがとう。ちょっとお化粧室に行って顔を洗ってくるわね。
Thank you. I'm just going to the bathroom for a bit to wash my face.
無理をせんと休んだ方がまた体に触るで。
You should take it easy and rest. You're just gonna make yourself feel worse, you know?
本当に大丈夫だってば。すぐ戻るわね。
I told you I'm fine. I'll be right back. After leaving only those words behind, I rapidly left the lobby. The lobby was partitioned off by a door, so as soon as I went into the corridor, they could no longer see me. The library was next to the servant room. Father always owned a vast book collection, but ever since he started to become engrossed with his occult hobby, that collection grew even larger. So that the normal books suitable for normal study had been forced out as his study overflowed. The so-called library was mostly used as a storage room for those normal books. They were all thick, like complete encyclopedias for intellectuals, but that was very convenient for me, now that I was investigating something. I entered softly, and just in case, I checked the room with my gun readied, making sure that there were no suspicious people there. Let's check. Get your finger out of that finger well.
Get your finger out of that trigger well. Trigger discipline.
Then I locked it from the inside. I actually wasn't thinking that the murderer might be hiding somewhere. What scared me was the thought that one of my siblings might hear what I was investigating. My heart had started racing before I realized it. I was half asleep just a moment ago, but I didn't realize how significant this thing I noticed was. But as I gradually became aware, my heart started to feel like it was about to explode.
これ他の兄弟たちは誰も気づいてないのかしら。
I wonder if any of the other siblings have noticed this.
クラウスとルドルフは気づかないと思うわ。でもキリエはわからない。
I don't think Kraus and Rudolph will notice, but I don't know about Curie.
あいつおかしな勘が鋭いわ。あとはローザもわからない。
She is extraordinarily good. I don't know about Rosa either.
ローザもグドンよ。昔っから呆れるくらいにね。
Rosa's stupid too. She always has been, incredibly so.
Ava.
そう。
She literally just helped us a
あ
little
な
bit.
たにグドンと思い込ませて不必要な恨みを買わない程度には賢いと思ってる。
Really? I'd say she was wise enough to make you think she was stupid, so that she didn't earn herself unnecessary malice. Like a slight break in the kayfabe there, Lambda
Yeah.
Delta.
これになら乗ってるかしら。
Here it is. I wonder if we'll find it in this one. I pulled the book out and flipped through the pages.
これ。
So this
ア
is
ユの川。
Sweetfish
な
River?
るほど。アユの川とはそういう意味なのね。
You see, this is what the Sweetfish River means.
もたもたしないでさらに調べて。
Don't dawdle around. Research further.
わかってる。川を下ればやがて里あり。
Yes, I understand. If you follow the river downstream, you will find a village.
里って町や村って意味。
By using the character, does he mean a town or
人口
something?
密集地だもの。そんなのいくらでもあるわよ。
It's just an area of dense population, so there could be any
I
number
think
of
that's
those.
the Ri or Sato one.
Yeah, Ri or Sato.
Depending on how you
どうし
read
て
it.
思考を停止するの
Also,
嫌ならやめちゃえば
if you haven't noticed, Ava isn't questioning this version of her at all at this point either. Just like straight up taking orders and responding to the other of her. Like in a more like, this is another person way, not this is myself. Why have you stopped thinking? Oh, is this too much work for you? I think it's just because like she's super tired and like excited right now. So, if only you just give up. If only you just hand the Ushiromiya headship over to Kiri.
嫌よ、私が当主になるの。これがその最初で最後のチャンスなのよ。
I don't want to. I'll become the head. This is my first and last chance.
里って何？
There's this village.
里ってどういう意味？
Does it mean
川を下ると里なんてあるの？
you find one if you go down the river? Ah. Let's see.
その里にて二人が口にし岸を探れ
In the village, look for the shore the two will tell you of.
岸を
Kishi means shore.
分かってる
Get it?
分かってる。
I understand.
By the way, Kishi also means night, but that's something entirely different. Yeah.
Right before my eyes, the pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all began to
This
snap
just in, other languages
Snap.
have homophones too.
into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. Throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really?
How open is your mouth
Really?
that your throat gets dry, lady? Fuck. At least I know what you're doing with Hideyoshi.
全然僕じゃないわ。
But this isn't 6 characters at all.
これが答えに間違いないって断言できるけど。
I'm absolutely sure this is the answer, but this doesn't reach 6 characters at all.
私
Maybe you write it in hiragana.
ならそれを6文字で読める方法を考えなさ
Yeah, write it in hiragana instead of like kanji. Did you stop thinking again? In that case, think of a way you could read it with 6 characters.
い思いつかないなら調べなさ
If you can't think of one, then research it.
いきっと答えはある
There has to be an answer.
それを疑って
She's not even in quotes anymore, is the thing. There has to be an answer. You must not doubt them.
それが信じられないならとっとと泣き寝入りでもしてへそでもかいて死んじゃえば
Is believing in that too much for you? If only you just cry yourself to sleep, and then you could just give up and die.
6 characters. I found it. This is
黄金鏡への鍵。
the key to the Golden Land.
It's just Beatrice's zipper.
それが黄金鏡への私たちの子供の頃からの夢への鍵
Hilariously, Beatrice's zipper is also 6 syllables. Yes, this is the key to the Golden Land, the key to our childhood dreams.
その鍵を刺す鍵穴はあそこしかない
The only keyhole this key can be stuck in is that place.
生贄に刺されるのはきっとあれ
That has to be what offering the sacrifices means.
もうわかるよね
I'm sure you get it by now, right? Honestly, I want more scenes of young Ava slash Lambda Delta and Ava. I think that's been the most interesting part of this like third episode for me.
I can tell you there's more.
That's good, because I want more.
This way? Go this way? They're inviting me to go this way. My heart leapt, because there, gaping wide, was an open mouth in the eerie darkness. What's this? What is this? When I strained my eyes, peering into the darkness, I saw something that looked like a light switch. In addition, there was a switch with open and close written on it. When I resolutely pushed the switch, rough lights like you'd find in a coal mine turned on sporadically, making a staircase that stretched underground come hazily into view. Eerily enough, it looked even more gloomy with the lights turned on. Your light switch was that open and close switch. Really open or close this, but if the open part happened to be broken, I might be shut away in this creepy underground area for all eternity. But for the time being, I didn't touch that switch. And as I readied my gun again, I slowly went down the stairs. The ceiling was very high, so it didn't feel cramped. On the contrary, it felt as though a cool breeze was blowing upwards, and that creepiness seemed to form a sort of aura. As I readied my gun and carefully stared forwards, I descended the stairs. The walls, the stairs, the lights, all of them were very old-fashioned. It's easy to suspect that this had been built back when the mansion had been constructed on this island. There were cracks in the ceiling and water clung to the walls, constantly dripping down. That water fell into a gutter that had been set up alongside the stairs, then quickly and silently flowed into the underground darkness, as though it was telling me to go faster. The staircase kept turning back on itself. I don't know how far down I've gone, but I think it's much deeper than one floor. Eventually, a rough metal door showed itself. And there, characters had been written in a dark red paint. They had probably been written a long time ago. I'll let you read this one since it's red text.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, why is this in red?
Yeah.
Huh? On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time.
My heart, which was already about to explode, jumped about even more as soon as I recognized
sat the fuck up in my chair.
Those deep red characters. Yeah. There's no mistake. This is the last stop. Father's Golden Land. On my throbbing heart, somehow regained my composure and readied my gun again. But since in the end I couldn't open the door with my gun held in both hands, I lowered the gun carefully, hid my breathing, and opened the door. This place is...
Is this a fucking stage?
My first impression when I saw the room was that it might be linked
Like
to one of the
stage?
rooms in the mansion. That's right, it had exactly the same atmosphere about it as the sealed VIP room on the second floor. But this was underground, so there were no windows. There was only the solemn light of the grand chandelier. But even though it was dimly lit by the faint light, the quality of the interior was more than enough to take your breath away. A bed with a canopy.
Oh, yeah, that was the canopy curtain.
And a rocking chair that looked like it would be
The goal is right there.
Yeah, it is just fucking right there. An extravagant sofa and carpet. The room was like a dream every girl yearns for at least once. And yet, since it was an underground hidden room with no windows, it felt more like the hidden house of a witch. I never swallowed the legend of Beatrice, Witch of the Forest. However, after being shown this room, it certainly became hard to doubt that she actually had existed, and had lived in this room. Is someone there? Even though I was completely shocked by this room, I carefully, timidly searched the interior with my gun raised. And at the back of the room, I found it. My gasp came out strangely, like a bunny being choked.
What a fucking descriptor.
Yeah, that's a fucking descriptor right there.
Is that what Rail sounds like?
Maybe. After all, after finding something like this, no one would be able to stop that kind of stupid voice from leaking out. It's here. It's really here. Father's gold. On the opposite side of the canopy bed, it was piled up in a massive heap. It was a mountain of gold ingots. Of course, they weren't piled up carelessly in a way that would damage the dignity of this room. Beautiful scarlet satin weave had laid on the mountain of gold, creating a beautiful three-colored mix between the red, the gold, and the black of the deep darkness. It was as though when the witch slept on this bed, the gold would be a respectful chamberlain waiting on her. Nobly, refinedly, gracefully, beautifully.
Although that reminds me, I want to design a character with kintsugi cracks.
Ooh, yes, definitely. It was attentively piled there with an imposing air. When I tried to grab a single gold ingot, I was surprised at its weight.
Yeah, bitch!
It was probably about 10 kilos.
Yeah, bitch!
Just this ingot would probably be worth more than 10 million. The Ushiramiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was lightly imprinted on it. It's hard to tell whether it had worn away or whether the impression had been made carelessly in the first place. But it was certainly the crest of the one-winged eagle. Just how many ingots were piled up there? By doing a quick count there and here and there, and judging by the height, there had to be a few hundred at least. My mind's already gone blank, so I can't do the math well. Even a moderate guess would put it above several billion yen. That's right. Of course. After all, there's 10 tons of gold, right? She is sounding both ecstatic and manic.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect as much.
Yeah, absolutely.
The state she's in right now.
Yeah,
she's been up like fucking 28, 30 hours at this point, and
she has more.
She has a fucking witch possessing her brain and just muttering to her as her subconscious.
Yeah, and she
fuck.
And she's got more money than God in front of her.
Enough money to give God a sex change right here.
Yep. At the current value, that's more than 20 billion yen of gold. I found it. Before anyone else, I found it.
Close the fucking door behind you.
In front of the mountain of gold, I spread my arms and looked up at the ceiling. A laugh without a trace of dignity flowed out of my entire body. I had no intention of laughing in a weird way, but I couldn't hold back the happy feeling that was flowing through me. My older brother probably wouldn't accept his loss just because I found this gold. From now on, there would be no changing the fact that I had been the one to find it. To steal away the headship of the family, some more subtle bargaining would probably still be required. But after everything I've gone through until now, that's a completely trivial problem. Even if I lose out on the Ushiramiya family headship, I already have 20 billion yen worth of gold. At times, I've thought that money is such a worthless thing. I thought there were so many
No,
things
with
in
this
this
much
world
money,
you can't buy with
you know,
money.
With this much, you can buy quite a fucking bit.
そんなのは嘘っぱちだって今理解したわ。
But now I see that's just a lie.
そんなのは持たざる者の自分への言い訳だったのよ。
Just an excuse that the have-not make for themselves.
この黄金の山を前にして、私はやっとそんな当たり前を理解したわ。
In front of this mountain of gold, I finally realized something so obvious.
この世のすべての幸せは、この黄金を溶かすことで生み出すことができる。
By using this money, I can give birth to all the happiness in this world.
このお金があれば、
What a fucking
夫の会
phrasing.
社はもう大丈夫。
With this money, my husband's company is already saved.
私たち家族はずっと幸せ。
We'll always be happy as a family.
そしてジョージにも莫大なお金を残してあげることができる。
Although honestly, she's got like she may not be like saying good things about like the worth of money, but she's got her fucking priorities straight here. She's like, yeah, I can save my husband's company. I can leave a whole bunch of money to my kid.
Yeah, like, we will be happy as, you know,
I can make sure our lives are pretty stress free. Like,
Yeah.
holy shit, dude.
and I can even leave a vast amount of money to George.
他の親戚たちなどやがては没落して消えるわ。
The rest of the relatives will eventually be ruined and
その
disappear.
時ジョージはこの黄金を使って
At that time, George will use this gold.
まるでお父様がそうしたように復興させてみせるのよ。
And just like father did.
その時誰も異論を挟めないわ。
Does he want to though?
Yeah. Well, we've always known Ava projects her desires on her son.
Yeah, but like I'm just in here like at this point like you this whole fucking episode is about you like wanting to be the head, not just like make George the head, but you be the head. So like maybe stop projecting, girl. I know it's like been your habit for like 20 some odd years now, but still.
He will revive the Ushiromiya family's lost
ジ
honor.
ョージこそが後ろ宮家の本当の後継ぎなのよ。
George is the true successor to the
Hey,
Ushiromiya
Lambda
family.
Delta, remind her that it's her dream to be the head, not George's. Lambda Delta, come on.
It happened, my wish was granted. That dream I had wished for ever since I was born into this world as Ushiromiya Aba has been granted completely at this very moment. My husband and I will be happy for all eternity. And I can also give my only son, George, eternal happiness. There's no way I'll waste it on foolish pleasures. My older brother has chewed the Ushiromiya family to bits, but George and I will revive it. And that means I truly have succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship.
成し遂げたわ。やったわ。あなた、ジョージ。
I'm successful. I did it. Honey and George.
I love how like the pronunciation of George in Japanese is Georgie, which is like the diminutive like child version in the West.
Yeah, absolutely, because what it is it's not, because we've been through this, they've just stuck a bunch of fucking kanji together to make something that sounds like George.
Yeah. Which I think the way that it's written in Japanese is Jouji.
J-O...
There's no R, and there's
there,
actually no R.
there is the blended RL sound. It's like Jorjii.
Nope, I was right. Fuck you. I win.
Oh,
Is J-O with the elongated O, which usually means in when you Romanize it, put a U after the O, and then J-I.
no, alright, never mind.
I'm so smart. Look at me.
Your mother, finally succeeded.
もうこれで誰にも脅かされない。
No one will be able to threaten us now. Can't entirely tell if she's laughing or crying at this point.
Well, as they say where I come from. Okay, no dos.
That's right, after this, never again will we be smothered by sad nights.
おめでとう、私。
Congratulations, me.
おめでとう、後ろ宮エヴァ。
Congratulations, Uchiromiya Eva.
私たちの悲しい半生は、今ここに、すべての念願が叶って消化されたわ。
Right here, right now, the sad half of our life will have its heart's desire granted.
あなたのおかげよ。
It's all thanks to you.
あなたの魔法があったからこのチャンスに恵まれた。
I was given this chance because of your magic.
このチャンスがあったから私はここにたどり着くことができた。
Because of that chance, I was able to make it here.
ありがとう。でも私の魔法は、私たちが互いに信じ合わなくちゃ叶えることができなかった。
Thank you, but my magic wouldn't have been granted if we both didn't believe in each other. This is...
だから、
She's Lambda Delta. It just...
力だけじゃない。
So it isn't just the power of my magic.
Hey, me.
Yep.
Me. Mine. So it isn't just the power of my magic. Mine!
Yeah.
私たちの勝利よ。
Sorry.
This is our victory.
だからこそ、おめでとう。
Because of that, congratulations.
私たち。
Us, in quotes. Yeah. Ugh.
ありがとう。私。
If she isn't Lambda Delta, like, I don't know what I'll do, but, like, there should be, like, normally when you say something like that, it's followed up with, like, I'll eat my food or something like that, but, like, I'm trying to think of something that I could actually do. I don't got anything.
Yeah.
But it's gotta be. Because she said she was gonna get involved in the game, and she hasn't showed up at all, except for, like, this.
Thank you, me. Thank you, Uchiromiya Eva.
今日までくじけなくてよかった。
I'm glad I didn't give in before now.
悲しみに溺れ、あがくことを忘れなくてよかった。
I'm glad that I didn't drown in sorrow and forget to keep struggling.
いいえ、これは私の魔法。
No, this is my magic.
私たちの魔法。
Our magic.
あなたの魔法は本物だったわ。
Your magic was the real thing.
森の魔女ベアトリーチェなんてすでに幻想。
Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest, is nothing more than an illusion.
あなたこそが本当の魔法が使える本当の魔女。
You are the real witch, a wielder of real magic.
そうよ。あなたこそが今よ。
Oh, fuck.
黄金の魔女ベア
I
ト
was
リーチェ
wondering
だよ。
how this was gonna end without, like,
Mhm.
the ceremony getting interrupted, but that was it. That's right there.
That's right. Now, you are the Golden Witch, Beatrice. I know too much to say shit.
That's fair.
So I'm just letting the scene do its thing. And the following scenes. Ava decided to leave for the time being. When she climbed the stairs again trying to leave this secret place, she saw a creepy, swaying human shadow blocking her path, and her dreamlike state was blown away. Who is it? For an instant, she believed that the true master of this room, the real Beatrice, had appeared. It seemed that the other person was also holding a gun. The two of them were pointing guns at each other. And eventually, they each realized who the other was.
Rosa?
Rosa?
姉さん、こんなところで何をしているの？
Ava, what are you doing in a place like this?
お互い様よ。あなたこそ、こんなところへ何のご用？
That's my line. What business do you have in such a place?
姉さんにヒントをあげるんじゃなかったわ。
I shouldn't have given you that hint, Ava.
そうだったなら、ここにたどり着いたのは、きっと私が一番だった。
If I hadn't, I definitely would have been the first to reach this place.
残念よ。
Too bad. Seemed that Rosa knew where the staircase went, and what was waiting ahead of her.
言うわね。 私より遅くたどり着いたくせに。
You should talk, even though I reached this place before you.
鮎の川に悩みすぎたわ。
I worried too much about the Sweet Fish River.
鮎なんて大した意味ないじゃない。
The Sweet Fish part didn't really matter that much at all, did it?
そんなことないわよ。立派なヒントだったじゃない。
That isn't true. It was an excellent hint, wasn't it?
まあ確かに、鮎である必要はなかったかも。
Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be sweet
で
fish.
も、鮎が海に出る魚だと聞いて、私はそれで気づいたの。
But when I heard that sweet fish are fish that go out into the sea, I was able to figure it out.
この奥には
What's inside?
自分の目で確かめたら、あなたの想像をきっと裏切らないわ。
Why not see with your own eyes? Definitely won't betray your expectations.
怯えないで姉さん。私はもともと当主が誰になるかなんて興味ない。
Don't be afraid, Ava. I never had any interest in who becomes the head.
後宮の席だって興味ないしね。
I don't even care about the Ushuramiya family name.
本音を言うと、自分が当主になるんだってずっと威張り散らしてたクラウス兄さんから。
Yeah, I mean, fuck Kraus
Yeah,
is a
Rose is
general
just sitting here
mood.
like, just give me like two gold bars and I'll be good. I'm fine. I don't care about anything else. Just
Yeah.
give me a little bit of money.
Yeah, literally just give me 2 gold bars. I'll leave. You never have to see me again. I'll even get my name changed.
Yeah. And like, good on you for like stealing the headship from Kraus, because fuck that guy. He's an asshole.
Yeah. Honestly, I actually feel good about you stealing the headship from Kraus,
姉さんがその座を奪うなら、
who was always swaggering around because of it.
本気で言ってるの？
Are you serious?
もちろんよ。私は後宮兄弟のはぐれ者。
Of course, I'm the outsider of the Ushiromiya
仮
siblings.
に私が当主後継ぎだとお父様に指名されたとしても、
Even if father had named me as the next
それを
head,
兄さんたちが認めてくれるわけもない。
there's no way Kraus would accept it.
そこまで甘い夢は見てないつもりよ。
I try not to have such naive dreams.
私にも見せてよ。
Let me see too, Ava.
姉さんの勝利の証を。
This proof of your victory.
私は兄弟で取り決めした正当な取り分さえもらえれば、
As long as I receive the proper portion that the siblings agreed
む
upon,
しろ姉さんがこのゲームの正当な勝利者だと積極的に認めるつもりよ。
I plan to proactively acknowledge you as the true victor in this game.
私を撃っちゃえば、この黄金はローザの独り占めになっちゃうわね。
If you shoot me, then you'll have this gold all to yourself, won't you?
それは同じよ。
The same goes for you.
姉さんが私を撃てば、この黄金は姉さんの独り占め。
If you shoot me, this gold will be all yours.
One of them has to take the risk of like unloading or like lower weapon or something.
For a
I'm
tense
not entirely sure, but like I figure like one of them will probably lower the weapon. What happens after that, I don't know. Edwards.
I am aware, so I am not saying shit.
Yep. You're not quite caught up to where you dropped off.
Not quite.
Not yet.
Not quite, because we will actually get through the second Twilight into the third Twilight. Ah, I missed a phone call. Give me just a moment.
Yep, no problem. The Delta.
Yeah, I could see that. Alright, we're back live now. For a tense
I
moment.
was just talking about Edwards and all that.
Yep. For a tense moment, the sisters pointed their guns at each other. Eventually, after they sized up the glint in the other's eyes, they lowered their guns.
Okay, cool. That's what I thought was going to happen.
Ava removed her finger from the trigger and held the gun upside down. It was a position that she couldn't quickly shoot from. When she saw that, Rosa held hers the same way.
Yeah, just hold it by the barrel. Or the grip or whatever.
そうね。
Yeah, but obviously we're a budget company, we're not gonna do another art asset.
I fucking would, but that's me. And,
Yeah.
like, on a good day, I could finish a custom sprite like that in a day, so.
Fair enough.
On a bad day, it would take me like like 3 weeks, but on a
Yeah.
good day, I could do it in 1.
相手を撃って黄金を独り占めにしようという提案は
That's right. That plan of shooting the other and having all the gold to ourselves is attractive for both of us.
でも台風で隔絶したこの島から突然失踪すれば絶対に大騒ぎになる。
But if one of us suddenly disappeared on this island while it's isolated by the typhoon, there would be a huge uproar. Granted, you could just blame it on the murderer.
Yeah. Although ballistics from the weapon that was used for it.
If we hid the corpse here, it probably wouldn't be found easily, but we couldn't be sure.
Although, when was ballistic gel invented for ballistic tests? Ballistic gelatin was developed and improved by Martin Fackler. When, though? When?
Let's see. History. December 1988.
Yeah.
At least it's testing protocol. In response to the night
Phoenix.
Miami shootout. Granted, the formula did exist, it's just the FBI finally kind of codified it.
Okay. Ballistic test report from 1971 and found that by then ballistic soap and ballistic gel were already in use. Okay, so yeah, it could be done in Japan.
Yep.
It's just not... I'm guessing by what it said there for the FBI's testing protocol is like the modern testing protocol came out in 1988.
Yeah. Probably like, the US was slow to adopt the technology or something. At least on a federal level.
Testing protocol or something.
We hid the corpse here, probably wouldn't be found easily, but we couldn't be sure.
Phoenix!
No matter how many
for the purposes of like figuring out what gun fired a round, you don't need to model how deeply the gel will like stop a bullet from a given gun. What you just need is something to stop the bullet so you can look at the barrel patterns.
Right.
That's all you need for that.
No matter how many billion yen worth of gold is on the line, it isn't worth the risk of committing murder. On the contrary, that would give Kraus and the others ammunition to ring us for all we're worth.
Yeah, because that money would probably get confiscated by the government in that case, wouldn't it?
Yeah, probably.
If the owner of the money has committed a murder in the pursuit of keeping that money.
Yeah, at the very least, it would be tied up for quite some time.
Yeah, it would probably just, I don't know Japan's law specifically, but in the U.S. it would definitely be confiscated by the government.
Yeah. And also bear in mind, the conviction rate in Japan is enormously high.
Yeah, but that's also because they don't actually go to court with it unless the conviction is almost guaranteed. So,
I mean, also true, but it's also that there is a reputation for prosecutors getting believed more than lawyers.
That's fair. Yeah.
Prosecution gets treated better than a defense, and it's treated as, oh, the police picked you up, that means you did something wrong. Basically, they haven't had their ACAB moment yet.
I'm sure plenty of people over there are ACAB, but
But yeah, but the national kind of ACAB. Where a jury isn't likely to just believe a cop out of hand.
Sadly, that's still the case in the U.S. too.
Yeah, depending on where you are in the U.S., at least.
Yeah, they can also hold you for 28 days without charges. So many people confess to get out quicker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because your bills are racking up that entire time, and you're not working, so you're not getting paid.
Yep. I agree. It might have been a blessing in disguise that you're the one who showed up. instead of Kraus or Rudolph.
私は兄弟であんたを一番信用してるもの。
You're the sibling I trust most.
ありがとう。私も姉さんのこと兄弟で一番信用してるわよ。
Thank you. And you're the sibling I trust most, Ava. Yeah, no.
Well, I mean, like, neither of you trust any of your siblings, so, like, I don't know.
Yeah, no. These two are talking shit, and they know they're talking shit.
Yeah, but, like, at the same time, like, when you have a trust of one when it needs to be 10 before it really matters, then it's still effectively none, but still literally more than the others.
Yeah, I mean, fair. But also, yeah, I don't believe that for a fucking second, especially on Rosa's end. Because Ava has been, like, the most conniving out of all of them. And admittedly, it's a defense mechanism, but...
Well, Rudolph is the one that, like, switches all the time, right?
Yeah, but that hasn't been true until she had a home life outside of the Ushiromiya family.
No, I mean, like, it was literally described as, Rudolph constantly changing between being overbearing and, like, scheming.
Yeah, Rudolph is the
They're
one...
gonna have a shootout to see who's the worst mom.
Yeah. Rudolph is the one who kind of was able to learn from both Kraus and Ava and kind of act like them in many ways.
Mm-hmm. Which is what I was referring to.
Yeah. I just completely zoned out for a second and thought you were talking about something else.
No. Apply for TikTok streaming access. No, I don't think I will. OBS.
私も黄金が見たいわ。
I want to see the gold too.
見る？
Want to have a peek?
私ももう一度見たくなったわ。
Now I feel like seeing it again too.
この目で見たにもかかわらず、まだ現実感が湧かないの。
Even though I saw it with my own eyes, it still doesn't feel real.
あなたと一緒に見て、確かに存在することをもう一度確かめないと。
Unless I see it together with you and confirm more that it once more that it actually
気に
exists.
なって黄金が消えてしまいそうな気がするわ。
Feels like the
Watch
gold
them
will
go down
turn to
there and
fog
literally
and
they
disappear.
just turn into fog.
Like Beatrice, like, hey, I heard you were talking shit.
Yeah, I heard you were talking shit, bitch. But look at this.
Poof. Ava started descending the staircase once more. However, she didn't carelessly expose her back to Rosa. Even though at a glance it looked like Rosa had lowered her guard, she definitely didn't show any signs of carelessness. And there it be.
Alright, cool, it's still there.
Then they reached room of the witch once more. Rosa also gasped, stunned speechless by the vast amount of gold. Rosa and Ava walked absent-mindedly through the rose garden. They had left the guest house secretly, so they had to be careful when they returned. It's time to snap to it and keep their guards up.
おめでとう、姉さん。
Congratulations, Ava.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
姉さんが決めたのよね。
You decided it, didn't you, Ava?
後宮家当主跡継ぎの肩書きに5割って。
50% goes to the one bearing the title of successor to the headship.
ここで聞いてくるとはね。
Certainly worked out well for you.
今やそれはクラウス兄さんのことではない。
Now that portion isn't Krause's.
That's true, she is the one that said that, didn't she?
Yup.
Fuck.
だから姉さんの取り分が5割とその4分の1で125億。
So your share is now 50% along with a quarter of the rest, for a total of 12.5 billion yen.
すごい取り分じゃない。
Isn't that incredible?
私は25億で満足よ。
2.5 billion is enough for
ル
me.
ドルフ兄さんだって文句は言わないわ。
Rudolph won't complain either.
文句を言うのはクラウス兄さんだけでしょうね。
Kraus will probably be the only one to complain.
そうね。何しろ六軒島の実質的管理者は兄さんだもの。
Yeah, you're right. After all, Kraus is the de facto manager of
そして
Rokkenjima.
その敷地内に黄金があった以上。
And since the gold was on these premises,
第一発見者が私でもうまくことを運ばないとややこしいことになりそうよ。
even though I was the first to discover it, things might get complicated if I don't handle it cleverly.
ならないわよ。そこまで
Yeah, in
妄想
modern money,
と
that's
して
16 million
私たちは
USD.
夕べ散々議論を
Of
尽
course,
くし
like
たんじゃない。
I'm not going to go through all the math to like convert it from like 1980s to modern, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But that's enough money for me to like for a person to live on indefinitely,
Yep.
literally indefinitely, just by like the 0.01 or whatever percent fucking like interest that you just have of having that money in a bank account would be enough to live off indefinitely at like a relatively comfortable amount.
Won't get complicated. Didn't we give it our all in that discussion last night with that in mind?
果たしてそううまくいくかしらね。
I wonder if it would really go that smoothly.
私はもうすっかり興奮は冷めてるわよ。
Already completely gotten over my
ここ
excitement.
からの調整の方がむしろ問題ね。
How we manage everything from here on is the real problem.
それは
When suddenly Gumir just like comes flying in and blows them both up.
姉さんが楽しむべき問題よ。
That's a problem for the new head of the Ushiromiya family. A problem for you to enjoy, Aba.
私には関係ないわ。
Has nothing to do with me.
言うわね。
That's some big talk coming from you.
第二発見者として姉さんに協力するから、
I'll support you as the second discoverer.
どうか例の前払い分、
If you'll at least give me the early payment we decided
私
on.
の1億5000万だけは3月までにお願い。
I'd like 150 million yen by March.
ええ、いいわ。私に協力するなら、それくらい気前よく払うわ。
Yes, that will be fine. If you support me, I'll graciously pay you that much.
私は兄さんじゃないもの。
I'm not Kraus.
とりあえずは兄さんたちを驚かせましょう。
Anyway, why don't we go and shock Kraus and the others?
実際の場所は伏せるにしても、早くクラウス兄さんの驚く顔が見たいわ。
Even if we cover up the actual location, I want to see Kraus's face, shocked face, as soon as I can.
ちょっと待ってよ、ローザ。それをみんなに伝えるのはまだ待って。
Wait a second, Rosa. Wait a while before telling everyone about it.
Yeah, you need to at least be in contact with the police first.
Yeah, I would say wait until after the typhoon.
That way they can't just like kill you and bury you in the fucking rose garden.
Huh? Why?
バカね。決まってるでしょ。
You idiot, isn't it
相
obvious?
手はあの尊大なクラウス兄さんに、ずる賢いルドルフなのよ。
This is that haughty Kraus and that sly Rudolph we're talking
やが
about.
ては発表するにしても、今はまだ早いわ。
Even if we do announce it eventually, it's certainly too early now.
どうやって話を進めるか、慎重に検討してからじゃないと、せっかく見つけた黄金を、すべて兄さんにかすめ取られることもあり得るわよ。
Unless we carefully investigate how to make our next move, it's possible that all of the gold we finally found will be snatched away by Kraus. Ava thought she was saying something extremely natural. So when she saw Rose's expression suddenly cloud over, she was a little surprised. Yeah, I think Ava has the right of it.
Mm-hmm.
何か不満なの？
What are you unsatisfied
ク
about?
ラウス兄さんたちの性分はあんただってよく知っているでしょうが。
You know what kind of a person Kraus is.
姉さん、それはルール違反よ。
Ava, that's against the rules.
何の話よ。
What do you mean?
私たちは誰が黄金を見つけてもすぐに報告するというルールになっていたはずよ。
Didn't we make a rule that whoever found the gold would announce it
それ
immediately?
を渋れ
Oh
ば
fuck, that's
ル
right.
ールの根底が
They
崩
had
れ
a
る。
verbal agreement, which doesn't hold like a lot of weight in court, but like it does have some,
Yeah.
a little bit of weight. So like if they don't,
If you hesitate, the foundation of the rules will be
後
destroyed.
で何かの火種になるかもしれないわ。
And that could lead to something worse in the
クラウ
future.
ス兄さんが狡猾であるならばあるほどに、
With Kraus as crafty as he
そ
is,
のルール違反は後でこじれるわ。
that violation of the rules will come back to bite you.
バカ言わないで。ここは兄さんの島なのよ。そしてさっきの黄金はキャッシュじゃない。10トンもの莫大な換金物の山なのよ。
Don't be stupid. This is Krause's island, and that gold just now wasn't cash. We're talking about liquidation of vast 10-ton mountain, right?
運び出して現金化するには相当の手間をかけるわ。そしてそれはこの島を実効支配している兄さんにあらゆる面で有利に働くわ。
Take a significant amount of time to carry it off and turn it into cash. And that will only work in Krause's favor since he has practical control over the island.
No, I'm pretty sure the island is yours now because you're the head, and it belongs to the head, not Krause specifically.
Yeah, but that's not legally binding in a world after the typhoon. At least not, you'd have to argue it in court.
That's true, Yeah, you'd have to be like, the father put his will in a riddle, and I'm the one that solved it, so blah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you could argue it in court, but it would take some time. And you're definitely not getting the money by March then, Rosa. Don't you even realize that?
そういう腹の探り合い、私は好きじゃないの。
I don't like it when you search out each other's weaknesses like that. But you definitely have to do it in this fucking family.
Yeah.
私は自分の取り分の25億をはっきり確定させたいだけ。
All I want is to reach a clear decision regarding my 2.5 billion portion.
もちろん、姉さんが私に現金25億を今すぐ渡してくれるなら、
Of course, if you were to give me 2.5 billion in cash right now,
姉さんがどう交渉しようと勝手よ。
you'd be free to continue negotiating however you like.
私の取り分が手元に入るまでは、私は兄弟のルールを遵守するわ。
But until I have my share in my own pocket, I will follow the siblings' rules.
何を甘いことを。あんた、兄さんのずる賢さを何も分かってない。
How can you be so naive? You don't understand Krause's craftiness at all. It wasn't that Rosa didn't understand the craftiness of her older siblings. In that sense, Rosa more or less understood why Ava was being so cautious. But in her heart, she couldn't clear away her suspicions that Ava wanted to keep all of the gold to herself. Because she knew that Ava was at least as crafty as her other siblings. In other words, Rosa wanted to put a stop to any chance Ava had to keep the gold all to herself, by quickly informing the siblings of the gold's discovery.
Rosa, 悪いけど、今だけは私の言うことを聞きなさい。
Rosa, sorry, but at least listen to me this once.
言うことを聞かないと、1億5000万は用意できないってこと？
Are you saying that if I don't listen to what you say, you won't be able to get me that 150 million?
そういう言い方をしているつもりはないわ。
That isn't the way I wanted to say
で
it.
も、あなたが本当にそのお金を必要としているなら、私に協力した方が現実的よ。
But if you really need that money, supporting me is a more realistic
兄さ
option.
んたちに話せば、その当然の取り分すらもなくなってしまうかもしれない。
If you talk to Krause and Rudolph, even the portion that's your natural right might
そ
disappear.
れは嫌でしょ。
You don't want that, do you? For a while, a severe expression that she'd never shown to her sister before rose to Rosa's face. There wasn't even a trace of her restraint as a younger sister. There was just the ruthlessness, the seriousness of a single human arguing about a vast sum of wealth. Ava made light of it, chuckling.
やれやれ、物騒な殺人事件が起こったばかりで、その犯人がまだ島の中にいるかもしれないって。
My, how careless we must be to stand around here talking like
こ
this.
んなところで立ち話なんて、私たちもつくづく不用心ね。
Even though a frightful murder case has just taken place and the culprit might still be on this island.
どうせ使用人たちの茶番でしょ。
I'm sure it was just the servants' play
この
acting.
島で殺人事件なんてもともと起こってないのよ。
There were no murders on this island in the first place. Again, the John Cena meme. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, so Rosa, you okay?
あら、やっぱりそう思う？
Oh, so you do think that after all.
6人の死亡状況ではっきり説明がつくわ。あの6人の密室は
外部犯行では絶対に作れない。
The circumstances surrounding those 6 deaths shows us that clearly. A crime from the outside couldn't possibly have created those 6 closed rooms.
南條先生は
No.
全員死んでるって言ったけど、
No. We talked about this a lot last time, but it could definitely happen.
Yeah. Dr. Nanjo said they were all dead, but that was a lie too.
これはすべてお父様が仕組んだ手の込んだお芝居よ。
This is all a complicated act that father cooked up.
使用人たちはみんな死んだふりをしているだけよ。
All of the servants are just playing
もとも
dead.
と殺人なんか起こってない。
Murder never occurred in the first
殺
place.
人犯なんかうろついてるわけがないのよ。
There's no way that there's a murderer prowling around.
へえ、あんたがそれに気づくとは意外ね。
I'm surprised you
割
noticed.
と怯えてるように見えたから、そこまでは気づいてないと思ったのに。
You looked pretty scared, so I didn't think you'd figured out so much.
私、そういう場の空気は読む方なの。
I'm good at reading the mood of a situation. Big fucking doubt.
おかげさまで鍛えられたから。
I've got you to thank me for training me so well. Ah, yeah,
Yeah, but
hyper.
like Rosa is also an Ushiromiya, so like it's sort of like
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. At the very least, yeah, trauma will cause hypervigilance.
Mm-hmm.
Or can cause hypervigilance, should say. That's right, come to think of it, now that the servants are dead, almost everyone on this island is a member of the Ushiromiya family. Fernando, he proclaimed the deaths of the servants, but when the relatives began to discuss the riddle of the epitaph, he disappeared off to the second floor as if he didn't want to get in the way. Because he fucking didn't.
I wouldn't want to deal with that shit either.
私たちの
Especially not if I'm
芝居に
not
挑戦
getting
しても
anything
ら
out
お
of
う
it.
とい
Like
う
fuck's
お
sake.
芝居よ。
All of it was an act to get us to try and solve that
だから
epitaph.
こそ、
And that's
姉
why
さんが勝利者であるという宣言が必要なのよ。
you need to announce that you're the victor, Ava.
あの焼死体が本当のお父様なわけがない。
There's no way that burnt corpse was really father.
足の指の数が同じ死体をどこかで調達して、わざわざ悪趣味に焼いてみせたのよ。
You got a corpse with the right number of toes from somewhere. I went to all the trouble of burning it in that creepy way of his so we would see it.
きっとどこかに隠れて、私たちがどう振る舞うかを監視してるわ。
Sure, he's hiding somewhere watching to see how we'll
姉
behave.
さんが黄金鏡に至ったことも、きっとすでに知るところよ。
I'll bet he already knows you reached the Golden
That's not
Land,
what the Golden
Ava.
Land was.
Yeah.
だからこそ、早く姉さんが勝利者であると宣言すべき。
That's why you should announce that you're the winner
お
soon.
父様がどこからともなく現れて、手を叩きながら、姉さんこそが跡継ぎだと宣言してくれるわ。
I'm sure father will appear out of nowhere to applaud you and proclaim you're his successor.
まあでも、私は姉さんから1億5000万を無心しなくてはならない以上、
Then again, I've still got to pester you for that 150
何
million,
も逆らうことなんかできないわね。
so I can't stand against you in any way.
私の言うことを聞いて、兄さんたちには黙っている。
So you'll listen to what I say and keep quiet about this to Kraus and the rest?
そこをはっきりさせなさい、ローザ。
Make your position clear, Rosa.
私は、ルールを定めたのはつい昨夜よ。
I want to tell them. We made that rule just last
そ
night.
れを保護にすべきではないわ。
We shouldn't just throw it away.
もちろん、必ず兄弟の前で発表はするわ。
Of course, I will announce it in front of the
でも
siblings.
その前によく状況を確認したいのよ。
However, I want to closely analyze the situation
10
first.
トンの黄金の運び出し、そして換金、
We've got to carry out 10 tons of gold, convert it into money,
公平な分配。
and distribute it fairly.
それを兄さんに出し抜かれずに行える裏付けが取れるまで、しばらく考える時間が欲しい。
Till I have proof that I can do all that without Kraus getting in the way, I want some time to think.
それまで発表を待ちたいというだけの話よ。
I only want to postpone my announcement until then.
決して独り占めしたくて内緒にするわけじゃないわ。
Certainly not keeping it secret because I want it all to myself.
やがては
The money mostly isn't even the
みん
thing
なに
that
発表するのね。
that Ava even wants out of it. She wants the headship.
Yep.
Control of all the fucking businesses and shit. Because that's honestly worth way more than the gold.
True. You'll definitely announce it to everyone sooner or later, right?
もちろんよ。私だって早く兄さんの鼻を明かしてやりたいもの。
Oh, yes, of course. Even I want to rub it in Krause's face as soon as I can.
姉さんの言う考える時間というのはどの程度のものなの？
About how much time will you need to think?
そんなの考えてみなくちゃわからないわ。
I won't know that until I've thought about it.
一晩あれば
But
それは
like,
十分。
at least a day or so.
Will one night be enough?
一晩ってそんなの約束できないわよ。
Can't promise you that it'll take only one night.
次期当主の姉さんに敬意を表して一晩は姉さんに協力するわ。
Out of respect for you, the successor, I'll support you for one
私
night.
の親族会議は台風が通り過ぎて船が迎えに来る明日の朝まで。
This year's family conference will end tomorrow morning when the typhoon passes and a boat comes to get us.
海猫の鳴く頃には
That's right. When the seagulls cry,
そこまでは
Title drop.
私も黙ってること
I
です。
will remain silent until then. Yeah, title drop, roll credits.
それ以上の考える時間が必要だというのならその時に改めて相談しましょう。
If you still feel that you need more time to think after that, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there, okay?
私は姉さんの立場を
I'll support your position
最大限汲み取って
to the
協力
best
す
of
る
my ability.
あんた食えないわね。
You really are cunning, aren't
び
you?
っくりよ。
I'm
それ
surprised.
だけのたくましさがあったなんて。
Were you always this resilient?
女は子を持つと強くなるって本当ね。
I guess it's true that women become stronger when they have a child. Get that bioessentialist bullshit out of here.
マリアを産んで
Fucking bum.
私はそれを強く自覚したわ。
I realized that in myself when I had Maria.
わかったわ。とりあえずはあんたの協力に感謝するわ。
Understood? For the time being, thanks for your
明日の
cooperation.
話は明日すればいいことよ。
We can talk about tomorrow when it comes.
ええ、そうね。姉さんが黄金を独り占めにするなんて考えない。公平な当主後継ぎだと信じてるわ。
Yes, that's right. I'm convinced that you'll become a fair-minded successor to the headship. One who'd never even consider taking all of the gold for herself.
もちろんでしょ。
Isn't that
ちゃん
obvious?
と黄金は兄弟で山分けするわよ。
I will split the gold evenly among the siblings.
嫌よ。これは私が見つけた。私た
Selfish.
ちが碑文の謎を解いたんだから。
No way, I found it. Because we solved the riddle of the epitaph.
だからこの黄金は全て私のものだってば。
So this gold is all mine. Yeah, it's all yours to decide what you want to do with it. And she just decided that she wanted to split it. So
私が後ろ宮家の当主なのよ。
I won't give it up to anyone. I am the head of the Ushiramiya family.
私が
I am.
The witch inside Ava claimed exclusive possession in a loud voice. Of course, that didn't reach even close to Rose's ears. It probably didn't reach Ava's either.
わらわがそれを認めようぞ。そなたこそ
Indeed, I shall
魔女の
acknowledge
碑
it.
文に選ばれし正当なる後宮家の当主。
You are the true head of the Ushiramiya family, chosen by the witch's epitaph.
今こそそれを我が名において認めようぞ。
Now, I acknowledge it upon my name.
あんたはその格好まさか
You are that outfit. You couldn't.
本当に
What is with the sprite for the child version?
Yeah, she's very terrified.
Yeah. You couldn't actually
ベ
be
アトリーチェ
Beatrice.
Maybe Beatrice was happy that Ava had called her by her own name. She cackled cheerfully. In concert with that laugh, gold butterflies crept up as though a storm of gold dust was spinning around the room. The room shone the color of gold.
いかにもわらわが黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェである。
Indeed, I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Welcome, KRB 2148. Hi. There's no need to be so frightened. I am praising your exploits. Truly excellent. Imagine that you would spectacularly solve that riddle of the epitaph. It is worthy of my admiration. You're the one that sent that. Who sent that letter? So I'll inherit all of the gold at the Ushiromiya family headship, right? You wrote that in your letter. And I overcame that challenge. Indeed, I shall acknowledge it. Right now, all of the gold piled up here, and everything of the Ushiromiya family, is for you to do with as you please. After all, from this moment on, you are already the Ushiromiya family head. Really? It's true, right? Right? You mean in a fight, right? Don't be agitated. I am openly praising. As proof, I shall grant you this. Is the ring gonna appear on fucking like adult Ava's hand or something?
Beatrice took a ring off of her own finger and held it out to Ava. She fearfully accepted it and realized that it was a ring.
Huh? She took a ring off her finger and then, like, Ava realized it was a ring. Pardon? Could this be? Yes, it could be. In fact, it is. Indeed, this golden ring is proof of the Ushiromiya family headship returned to me from Kinzo. From now on, it is yours. You may place it on your finger and hold it high before your siblings. I can see some like really not good things happening because of that. No one should doubt that you have now succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship.
Ava stared closely at the ring. Certainly wasn't a fake. Without a doubt, it was the real thing. She dreamed of receiving this ring someday. Focused on this day over and over again, it's now finally a certainty. This ring now designated her as the head. It had been handed over to her. And timidly, she put it on the middle finger of her left hand.
You might have to get that resized.
In that instant, she felt a deep emotion welling up inside her that she'd never felt before. Her mind grew blank. Both eyes were opened. The ring was on her own finger. Not in a dream, but in reality.
That ring is also pleased. Sugimura got me thinking. Anyway, after all, it managed to reach you, one who dreamed of putting it on their finger for so long.
The ring! Father's ring!
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
How many nights have you dreamed of putting that on your finger, as you have done now? The strength of those feelings became your magic and materialized itself. Really? Are you sure? What's going on here?
Well, I can tell you in the Let's Play, this chapter is labeled Coronation.
I can't tell if this is real or not. Anyway, now you are worthy of calling yourself a great witch.
あなたは何者なの？本当にベアトリーチェなの？
Who are you? Are you really Beatrice? Yeah. Yeah, she is.
我こそは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチ
I am the Golden Witch Beatrice,
後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師
the Ushiromiya family alchemist.
金蔵との契約に従いそなたに今こそ全てを受け継ごうぞ
Like, this feels like this is a fucking dream. Like, with the music and how Beatrice is acting. Like, this feels like this is like she's just having a dream. Like, Ava's been sleeping on the couch the entire time and is having this dream.
That would be awful.
That would be hilarious and awful at the same time. Oh, gods. In accordance with my contract with Kinzo, I will now pass everything on to you.
金蔵に託した全ての黄金そしてそれに
All
よ
of
り
the
築き
gold
上
I
げた
entrusted Kinzo
全て
with,
の財産
and all of the wealth he built up through that.
そして後ろ宮家の家督と名誉
And the honor and headship of the Ushiromiya family.
そして我が力と無限の魔女の称号をそなたに引き継ぐ
Hold on a second. My dad's calling me in the middle of the stream again.
Alright. Alright, we're back. And yeah, Beatrice passing on the power and title of the Endless Witch.
I will pass on my power and the title of the Endless Witch. What the fuck is going on here? I don't know.
魔女の称号
The title of the witch.
わらわのすべての魔力と無限の魔女にして黄金の魔女の称号をそなたに引き継
I will pass on all of my magical power and the titles of the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch.
ぐ前代に従い称号とともにわらわの名ベアトリーチェもそなたに譲る
Following my predecessor's example, I will hand over my name, Beatrice, along with that title.
今こそそなたが名乗るがよかろう
You may now call yourself by that name. Give me a
Abigail,
bubble of tea in my throat.
the chandelier light, which had seemed dim, now felt too
我
bright.
が名においてこれより黄金の魔女の継承を執り行おうぞ
By my name, I shall now commence the succession of the Golden Witch. Like, I assume that it's only the Beatrice on the game board that's doing this and not the whole, like, real meta layer Beatrice.
Well, I don't know, actually, because I was not all the way through this when I did it. So, I actually
Alright,
don't
well,
know.
let's see.
The instant Beatrice made that proclamation, everything was buried by a golden sparkle, and changed into a majestic palace that looked like an audience hall. In the audience hall, there was a crowd of Beatrice's minions and brethren, as well as countless golden butterflies celebrating this first succession ceremony in 1,000 years. When she looked, she saw Beatrice in the throne that only the Endless Witch was permitted to sit in, holding a golden staff, reigning with a dazzling dignity. Without being ordered by anyone, Ava automatically kneeled, hanging her head. A goat attendant respectfully handed Beatrice a golden staff in the shape of the one-winged eagle. After Beatrice stood up and received that staff, she laid the tip of it on Ava's shoulder and spoke. It was a proclamation 1,000 years in coming.
後ろ宮エヴァそなたは魔女の碑文の謎を見事とこの黄金鏡へたどり着
Uchiromiya Eva, you have spectacularly solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and reached the Golden Lamb.
その偉業をたた
I praise that accomplishment.
そなたに無限の魔法のすべて 無限と黄金の両魔女の称号を引き継ぐ。
And hand over all of the endless magic as well as the titles of the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch.
そなたはこれよ。我が名。
From this point forth, you may call yourself by my name,
ベアトリーチェを名乗るがよか。
Beatrice.
さあ、表を上げ。
Come, raise your face.
そして立ち
Raise your head in English,
受け
damn
取
it.
れ。
Then stand and accept this staff.
ありがたき幸せ。
Ava Beatrice, I am most grateful.
Ava stood up dizzily and took the magic staff from Beatrice's hand. Her hand was trembling slightly. As soon as she grasped that staff, she was wrapped up in the brilliant sparkle of gold, as though gold butterflies were flowing out from inside of her. In the instant she succeeded the Golden Witch, Ava felt something in the depths of her soul be reborn. To describe it in a word, it was energy. Energy with a gold color. It felt like she was waking up, as though she had been half asleep ever since she had been born, was opening her eyes for the first time.
And that's why we always call it awakening in fiction.
It felt as though her true
Something like
eyes
that.
inside her eyes were open for the first time in her life.
That's a pretty good outfit.
Yeah, not bad at all.
All the goat people fucking... Indeed.
黄金の魔女にふさわしき美しき装いね。
Fitting and beautiful outfit for the golden.
さあ、一同の者たちにそなたの姿を見せて
Oh,
やる。
yeah, KRB.
Lambda. Yeah, Lambda Delta over there. Yeah. And I was thinking about that. I was like, I don't know what's going on then. How did Lambda Delta get involved in the game then? Unless all she really did was like reawaken the child version of her. I don't know. We'll see. Come, you may show yourself to all of these people. Let them know that the new witch is indeed you. Burn Castell over there just like, what? Just staring on.
Yeah, Ava. No, the new Beatrice turned around timidly. When she did, the witch's minions, which filled the vast audience hall, honored her with an applause that sounded like the roaring of the sea.
さあ、皆の者ベアトリーチェの肖像画をすべて新しきベアトリーチェに差し替えよ。
Come, everyone. Replace all of the portraits of Beatrice with a new Beatrice.
新しきベアトリーチェに祝いの言葉を捧げよ。
Lift up words of celebration for the new Beatrice. Okay, that's a pretty good fucking image.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Like a good pose.
新しきベアトリーチェよ、黄金の魔女の継承、おめでとう。
New Beatrice, congratulations on the succession of the Golden Witch.
あなたが一日も早く誇り高き黄金の魔女として、そして無限の魔女として一人前になることを願っていますよ。
Although it would be really funny if this was completely real and Beatrice, like our Beatrice, is just like gonna totally use this as an opportunity to go absolutely wild in the game. I hope that you will become able to stand on your own as a proud Golden Witch and as the Endless Witch.
頑張ります。
Yes, I will do my best.
やんちゃな先代と違い、あなたには無限の魔女にふさわしい落ち着きを期待していますよ。
I expected composure befitting the Endless Witch from you, unlike your naughty predecessor.
お師匠様、今は
The pouting again, yes. Brilliant.
Yes, excellent.
Teacher, we're in the middle of a serious ceremony, so please, enough with that.
黄金の魔女の継承おめでとうございます。新しき
Congratulations on the
王子様
succession of the Golden Witch, new Lady Beatrice.
私はロノウエと申します。
I am called Renove.
黄金の魔女様にお使いを許されている
See, that implies that all 72 of the demons serve the Golden Witch.
Which, I mean, would make sense.
Yeah, it would make sense, but it has, like, big implications for, like, exactly how powerful the Golden Witch is. I am one of the 72 demons permitted to serve the Golden Witch. Of course, it can also be interpreted as, like, I am one of 72 demons who are, like, of the 72 demons, I am one that is permitted to serve, blah, blah, blah. If you are ever inconvenienced in the slightest, please let me know at once. Thank you.
ロノウェは口は悪いが頼れる男。魔女としての新しき日々への戸惑いはその男に相談すれば晴れるであろう。
Renovia is rude but reliable. If anything confuses you in your new days as a witch, speak to this man and he should be able to help you. Bruno Mars is rude. Okay, sure.
ようやくこうしてお会いできたのに、これ以上のお使いを許されず、とても残念。
Predecessor Lady Beatrice. Or the Lady Predecessor Beatrice? I don't know how you would.
Yeah,
Lady Predecessor.
Yeah.
Would probably be the title. Lady Predecessor. Okay. Lady Predecessor Beatrice, it is a shame that I was not permitted to serve you further, even we have finally been reunited like this. Fuck! Come on, son! These last 1,000 years have been very entertaining. You have my deepest gratitude. Indeed, 1,000 years with you wasn't boring. Please take care of the new witch.
はい。先代ベアトリーチェ様の最後のご命令、このロノウへ、しかと聞き届けました。
Yes, I, Renove, will obey the final order of the former Beatrice.
感謝しなさいよ。あんたの魔女継承の推薦人にサインしてあげたんだからね。
Okay, interesting. What does that signature mean, though? You'd better thank me, okay? I gave my signature to recommend you for the succession of the witch, got it?
つまり、私がサインしなかったら、あんたは魔女になれなかったってわけ。
In other words, if I hadn't signed, you wouldn't have been able to become a witch.
だから少しは感謝なさいよね。
So thank me a little, okay?
こちらは絶対の魔女、ラムダデルタ卿。そなたの無限の魔女継承には、元老院の魔女の推薦が必要なのだ。
That would suck, though, like, to, like, go through the challenge, beat the challenge, you know, like, do a trial or whatever, succeed, and you're told that you will become this thing if you succeed in the challenge, but then you get there, and everyone, like, the Senate is like, nah.
I mean,
it sucks so much.
I mean, it's what Anakin Skywalker reacted to, and see what he did.
Yeah, but, like, in this case, like, Anakin had his power already, so he could go wild with that.
I mean,
Ava didn't have a damn thing.
I mean, true enough. True enough.
I mean, Ava, like, had a little bit there, I guess, if we were taking her magic, literally. This is the Witch of Certainty, Lady Lambda Delta. The recommendation of a witch from the Senate was required for your succession as an endless witch. Lady Lambda Delta recommended you and became your guard. I suppose, like, the teacher. Thank you.
ちょっと、ベアと、この子感謝が足りないわ。やっぱ推薦やめる。
Hey Beato, this kid isn't grateful enough. I think I'll take back that recommendation.
推薦人は子供の使いじゃないでしょう。
Person making these recommendations shouldn't have a child, right?
サインしたならきっちり責任取りなさいよ。
If you've signed, make sure you take responsibility.
ラムダデルタ卿は絶対の魔女でもあらぬ。
Lady Lambda Delta is also the Witch of Certainty. You already said that.
運命を強固にする絶対の運命を好まれる。
The Witch of Certainty prefers to make fate firm, create a fate of certainty.
そなたの今日までの努力をとても気に入り、高く評価して
She really liked and highly valued your efforts until today.
まあ不遇の少女時代と報われない努力にね、ちょっとだけ同情しただけなんだから。
Well, you had that unfortunate childhood and all that unrewarded effort. I can sympathize just a bit with that.
別にかわいそうだからとか思ったわけじゃないわよ。うぬぼれないでよね。
This is like Bern Castell's words about like her being popular in the future ringing in my brain.
Yep.
It's not like I felt sorry for you or anything, so don't be so full of yourself.
Don't make the sound. Oh. Fucking hell.
私から見ればあなたの継承はまあ奇跡というよりは偶然ね。
From my point of view, your succession, well, it was more of a coincidence than a miracle.
私が推薦するには値しない。
It isn't worthy of my recommendation. Yeah, that's because you make things that are like almost impossible possible. It's like, of course, it doesn't like match up high enough for you.
こちらはベルンカステル卿。とても気難しい御人でね。
This is Lady Bern Castell. She's quite hard to please.
だが、こうして参列し、祝福してくれただけでも行幸というものよ。
Still, you could say that just having her participate in the celebration makes you exceedingly lucky.
1000年ぶりの珍しいイベントだから来ただけ。美味しいお酒も出るそうだし。
I only came because this is a rare once-in-a-millennium event, and I heard there'd be some good sake.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a witch that got murdered multiple times throughout, like, a bunch of your own time loops, yeah, get some fucking booze on ya.
Yeah, booze it up, girl. Go for it. I don't give a shit.
新しきベアトリーチェ様、ぜひ私たちにもご挨拶させてください。
New Lady Beatrice, please come greet us as well.
どうもはじめまして。
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
The 7 sisters of Purgatory were gathered in a line. The eldest sister, Lucifer, took a step forward and kneeled.
こやつらはわらわに使いし家具たち。継承祝いにそなたに使わせ。
This is furniture that serves me. As a gift to celebrate your inheritance, I will send them to you.
そなたには黄金の魔女を継承した後、自らの復活の儀式を執り行ってもらわねばならない。
Once you succeed the position of Golden Witch, you will need to carry out the resurrection ceremony for yourself.
その儀式において、
Ooh.
煉獄の七姉妹たちは欠かせぬ役割を果たす。
I'm starting to think that this is legit, and this is just like one of the more subtle ways that Beatrice is gonna fuck with Battler. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory perform an essential role in that ceremony.
くせ者揃いだが、役には立つぞ。
They're a villainous bunch, but they serve their purpose.
手足とするがよい。
Have them do whatever you wish.
常にベアトリーチェ様のおそばに何事もお命じください。
We will always be by Lady Beatrice's side. Please order us to do anything you
必
desire.
ずや遂行してご覧に入れます。
We'll accomplish our task without fail.
Even after that, many nobles and minions visited and offered words of congratulation for the new witch. She responded to them confusedly. She felt as though she was growing lightheaded due to lack of oxygen.
That's called panic.
She couldn't tell if that was something real or unreal. But there was just one thing she could understand. A feeling of achievement at being permitted to call herself the Golden Witch. That alone was the truth she could definitely understand.
Very Final Fantasy-like village music here.
True. What is all
も
this?
ちろん鵜呑みにするつもりはねえが、一体どういう意味なんだ。
Of course I'm not gonna swallow the story, but what in the world does it mean?
エヴァおばさんが新しいベアトリーチェに
Aunt Ava is the new Beatrice?
魔女になっちまったっていうのか。
Are Are you saying she's turned into a witch?
Yes.
What the
That's
hell?
exactly what she's saying. Fuck.
まさか
I was also surprised
気分を解く者が現れるとは
to think that someone would be able to solve that riddle.
しかしそういうルールだ
However, that is the rule.
わらわはそれにのっとり黄金の魔女の座と我が名を引き継がねばならぬ
I must follow it and pass on the position of Golden Witch and my name.
Yeah, she's got no choice in this matter.
Yeah, it was part of the contract.
Yep. And she's
But I'm
actually...
just like wondering if like how she's doing it. If is this gonna be like something that she's using to fuck with Battler?
Fair enough.
驚かれるには値しますまい。お嬢様はも
It
と
is
より
okay.
そういうルールを手紙に記されて公示されております。
It is hardly something to be surprised about. At the very beginning, you wrote that rule in a letter and announced it.
エヴァ様がそれを最初に成し遂げた。
Lady Ava was simply the first to be successful.
それだけのことでございます。
That is all there is to say.
ワルギリア、いるか
Virgilia, are you there? Make sense of this bullshit.
はいおりますとも
Yes, here I am.
こ
The fuck is going on?
なんだ
What does this farce mean?
おかしな魔女たちが次々と現れる描写はあいつのざれ言だとしても
Even if this depiction of strange witches showing up one after another is some of her bullshit,
まるでエヴァおばさんが魔女になっちまったみたいじゃないか
isn't this
Not
almost
Did.
like Aunt Ava turned into a witch?
落ち着いて黄金
Not
の
would,
魔
not
女
will.
という称号
Already
が
did.
継承されあるいは以後自称するだけに過ぎません
Calm yourself. She has simply received the title of Endless Witch and might call herself that in future.
この継承式はそれをあの子の解釈で演出したものに過ぎないに違いない
This succession ceremony is certainly nothing more than an act to promote that child's explanation.
同じ手に何度もかからないで
Don't fall for the same move over and over.
そうだこの盛大な式典は全てまやかしだ
That's right, that whole grand ceremony was all phony.
エヴァおばさんが非分の謎を解いたことまでは事実
But it's at least a fact that Aunt Ava solved the riddle of the
そ
epitaph,
してそれは同時に後ろ宮家の家督を受け継いだことも指す
and at the same time, that means she succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship.
そして10トンの黄金を得たということエヴァおばさんが黄金の魔女を自称した方がいい
And after getting 10 tons of gold, Aunt Ava might as well call herself the Golden Witch. Is that it? I
Yeah,
mean,
might as fucking well, I guess. dude.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot of fucking gold.
相変わらずややこしいことをしやがって
damn, it's as complicated as ever.
やれやれ
Honestly, I could sort of like
式典の総合さを
see
返せ
a
る
like
こと
a
も
fantasy character being called as a reputation thing, the Golden Witch, because they're like vindictive or petty or clever personality,
Yeah.
and the fact that they just wear a lot of fucking gold jewelry, like all their jewelry is gold or whatever. I can see that. So
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
yeah, having 10 tons of gold, sure, yeah, you might as well fucking call yourself a Golden Witch. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I fucking wouldn't argue.
My, is a boorish human unable to comprehend the grandeur of the ceremony.
まあよい
Oh well,
空気を読めぬのが人間というも
being unable to read between the lines is what makes you human. Fuck
の
off.
そなたは哀れには思うが責めはせぬぞ
I pity you, but I do not blame you.
くそかわいそうな人を見るような目で見やがって
Damn it, don't look at me like you feel sorry for me.
She literally just admitted that she did.
だがとりあえず確認をする必要はある
Still, for the time being, there's something I need to check.
それは若返ったエヴァおばさんみたいな
And that's regarding this younger version of Aunt Ava.
新しいベアトリーチェとかいうやつの定義についてだ
In other words, the definition of this new
あれ
Beatrice.
は何なんだ
What is that?
わらわがそれを語ろうともどうせそなたは魔法は信じぬ魔女は信じぬの一点張りである
Even if I tell of it, you will just persist in your disbelief in magic and witches, correct?
だからわらわから説明することは特にない
So there's nothing in particular for me to explain.
そなたが思う通りに信じればよい
Feel free to believe in whatever it seems to be to me. Yeah, that's a good question for battlers. Is like when I say Beatrice in this game, am I gonna be forced to like mean you or her? What's going on? If you say Beatrice in red, does that mean like this girl or you?
Yeah, absolutely. What it seems to be to me. How should I interpret this?
後ろ宮エヴァの内面的別存在の視覚化と今は捉えていただき差し支えないかと思いますよ。
For now, it might not hurt to view it as a visualization of a separate entity inside Ushiromia Eva. See, this is the kind of metaphysical bullshit that I can get on with, right? Like part of the soul becoming a thing, but not the whole soul. You know, like that's metaphysical bullshit that I can get on with.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm into that. Of course, you cannot blindly accept that answer, but it is probably a reasonable theory to hold for the time being.
つまりエヴァおばさんも彼女も同じ人物だと理解すべきなんだな。
In other words, I should think of Aunt Ava and her as the same person, right?
なんだか気持ち悪い展開になったぜ。
I don't like where this is going.
そういうわけで、これよりベアトリーチェはわらわの名ではないぞ。
In any case, from now on, my name is no longer Beatrice. I have passed it on to Ushiromia Eva.
というわけで、わらわは名なしだ。
I wish that, like, when she said that line, which means that I am nameless, that the nameplate went away. Because I did refresh there for a second to change the sprite, right? So, you know, it would have been like the perfect opportunity for that. But I know that's not like on the maker of the game. That's on the maker of the game.
Yeah.
Anyway, which means that I am nameless. Battler, don't you have some name that'd be fitting for me? Yeah, full diaper. I shall accept your recommendation. That's a dangerous... That is a dangerous line to say. How about a name that's refined, full of elegance, and a little cute too, if you can?
Probably she meant, I'll hear out your recommendation.
Yeah, but like, just like the way that's phrased, it's like, that is dangerous. That is a real dangerous line.
Also, like, you know, get fucking named like, you know, your fucking rival in Pokemon.
Yeah.
Just Beato's good enough for you. There's probably a big enough difference between Beato and Beatrice to keep people from getting confused.
She's like, fuck, why? I finally got an opportunity to get a new name and you just do this to me? What the hell? So the same old Beato, is it? It doesn't feel wrong, but it's boring for some reason.
紅茶の温度と女心はいつの時代も難しゅうございます。
You stop that bullshit.
I'm gonna go full like perfect sell on you. They say the temperature of black tea in a woman's heart are difficult to gauge in any era.
バトラ君、とにかく以後は冷静に。現在の彼女は
Battler, at any rate, stay calm from this point onwards.
私たちに状況は有利です。
The fact that we can now tell her and Uchiromiya Eva apart works to our advantage.
この子がベアトリーチェだった時に比べれば
compared to the time when that child was still Beatrice.
だからこそかえって気に入らねえんだがな。
That's exactly why I like it even less.
何を考えてるんだ?
What's she thinking? That Beato.
She's right beside you. You could ask her.
Over there, the witches
She's
formed
literally like 2 feet from you.
Over there, the witches formed a long line to bless Aunt Ava, who had the figure of her younger days and who now possessed the name Beatrice. It was like a witch's coronation.
I feel like Ryukishi is kind of obsessing over the idea that like witches can be like children. It's like, you notice there's only 2 adult witches in the entire fucking thing so far, right?
Yeah, it is true.
Like all of them, all of them are actually adults, but they do not look adult.
Yeah.
I don't know how to interpret this.
Yeah, because it's not lolly bullshit, because it's not getting sexual.
Yeah, it's not sexualized at all. But like the other idea I've got is that like childishness, like equating the belief in magic and fairy tales to like being a child or immature or childish in some way.
Yeah.
Which is very common and sort of irritating, honestly.
Yeah, and it might not even be like childishness in a negative sense, but in the open-mindedness of a child to accept all possibilities.
Yeah, it's still like slightly annoying because like there are plenty of adults who can accept all possibilities as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. It was like a witch's coronation. The countless gold butterflies flapped their wings, directing this fantastical gold sparkling space. They were all praising her. As I stared from the distance, I looked at the newly born Beatrice, who had a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. Her expression, which had been lost and confused at first, seemed to be full of the happiness that she was finally starting to recognize. That expression didn't look at all like someone laughing insanely while standing before the gold. There was just the innocence of a person basking in their own joy. As a person who denied the existence of witches, I couldn't view this witch succession ceremony with a joyful expression and accept her. However, when I looked at that innocent smile, I felt like I wanted to offer my blessings just for that moment.
There it is. That's what she was doing, and doing it that way.
It's always beautiful when strong efforts bear fruits and are rewarded. Aunt Ava, who had always yearned to succeed the headship, and who had worked hard since her youth without reward, had spectacularly taken hold of the chance given to her by the riddle of the epitaph, and had finally gained that position. How divine is the smile of a person whose childhood dreams have been granted. Definitely won't accept witches, but... Battler put his hands together, making a small sound. Clap, clap. It didn't reach her ears, but it did bless her.
It'd be kind of cool if, like, he could, like, incarnate into this, like, little scene and just be like, and then I walk up and say, congratulations, you know, sort of deal.
Of course. Congratulations, Aunt Ava.
It's like, look, I can't, like, believe it, like, say, like, hey, cool, you're a witch now, congratulations. But I can say, congratulations, you got your childhood
dreams.
Like, you're not going to understand the reasons I can't say congratulations for being a witch, but just take it as it is, alright?
You spectacularly solved the riddle of the epitaph before anyone else. It's your victory without any complaints.
Although that would also leave Ava with a lot of questions as to be like, why is Battler here at a gathering of witches and demons?
Yeah.
What the fuck? And now I wish it happened. Because that would just make things so weird.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But don't worry, shit's about to get weird in different ways.
That's good, but man, that'd be really funny.
I won't accept all that about the Golden Witch and so on, but I will accept you as the new head of the Ushiromiya family, and I'll celebrate that sincerely. As though urged on by Battler's applause, Beto also clapped. It's a slightly odd scene. Battler and Beto, who opposed each other, were standing side by side and applauding the same person. Yeah, I don't know if they're actually going to change the nameplate. We'll have to see.
Like, with this importance on names, like, they fucking should.
They should, but I also kind of get it in that the original didn't have nameplates, and they already had a huge amount of work ahead of them for the whole thing. So, I can see them overlooking this. Especially because I don't know how long this state of affairs is going to last, beyond this loop. If at all.
It probably, like, if nothing else, like, I don't know if Ava Beatrice is going to continue to be a player in the story, but if nothing else, like, she should still be a witch in this specific split timeline.
Yeah, absolutely, and then just be able to travel between the shards, as they say.
Yeah, eventually. I'm sure she doesn't know how to fucking do that yet, right? It's not like she is Beato, who was taught how to use magic before she became the Nameless Witch. This is just, like, some person who just, like, got, like... This is, like, the classic, like, hero shit where, like, unfathomable cosmic power, very little ability
you know, suddenly you're fucking Shazam or Green Lantern.
Yeah, like you have a reality bending powers and you just don't know how to use them yet. So like I can very well see Ava Beatrice not showing up in literally any of the other loops except for maybe like loop 8, you know, or whatever.
Yeah, so we'll have to see.
You just like have a long time between then and now sort of deal.
Yep.
So like she could just be like this one. I don't think they would do a completely new sprite like this for something that's only going to show up in one.
That's true.
In a couple of scenes, but that's applying like Doyleist reasonings to something that's what's so new. So
yeah, that's true. I have a feeling that knows maybe in another loop we're gonna get Rosa doing the same shit.
Yeah, it could be because they both figured it out. So we know that they both already have the information they need.
Yeah, they both have the information together. They both know where they need to go. I'm not applauding.
So we might be able to get multiple golden witches, which is kind of cool.
That would also be cool. Yes, I'm not applauding for a witch. I'm clapping for all of Aunt Ava's efforts up until now.
Maybe Loop 4 won't even have Beato like sending a letter with this, like, hey, you'll become the new witch if you do this.
That might be something, yeah.
As am I. I offer my sincere applause as a blessing to Ava, who spectacularly solved that epitaph.
お前と一緒に拍手してるってのが気に入らねえが、ま、今は気にしねえことにするぜ。
I don't like applauding with you, but, well, I've decided that I won't worry about it now.
たまにゃ、お前と一緒に拍手しても罰は当たらねえか。
Divine punishment won't fall on me just because I clap with you every once in a while.
You say to the closest person to a god that you know.
しかし、拍手って楽しいな。
It's not so bad every once in a while. Still, it is fun to applaud.
成し遂げたのはわらわではなくエヴァであるというのに。なぜか
She's still like on this like happy voice voice line stuff that she's been doing in this entire fucking episode so far. And like I can't figure out why she's so happy about this. Maybe it's just like that a bunch of like cool things have been happening for her, but like for the most part,
it is a lack of boredom, possibly, yeah.
Yeah. Like she's getting more and more animated as she's enjoying her time more. I guess. Still, it is fun to applaud. Even though it was Ava who was successful and not me, for some reason I'm starting to feel happy too.
祝福するってことは、その喜びを共感する、共有するって意味だからな。
That's because blessing someone means the same thing as sympathizing and sharing with them.
It's almost like you're human too, even if you don't admit it, Beato. I see. Then I have shared even this irrational happy feeling with you. Since we are a pair of enemies trying to make each other surrender, it's an odd experience. I'll repeat this now since I haven't said this in like fucking 10 streams. But Beato and Battler getting together at the very end of the story is the only time I'll accept a Battler win.
Fair enough, yeah.
Just repeating that for everyone who hasn't heard that in a while or hasn't joined or hasn't been around long enough for me to hear it the first time.
Yep. And
to hear me say it the first time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, especially because it's now Ava who's, Ava Beatrice, who's going to be taking part in the ritual. So we get to see how she's going to handle all this. Well, just for now, let's have a truce and clap, okay? Beato laughed impishly, playing around and applauding even louder, as though eagerly trying not to lose to Battler as she clapped. Battler went along with her and clapped even louder. When he did, as though some ceremony had ended, everyone applauded and highly praised the reborn Beatrice. was just as though Battler's and Beto's applause had been the final thing needed for her succession.
And see.
Yep, scene. Rosa returned to the lobby. It was still her turn to rest, but her expression made it look as though she couldn't sleep deeply with all this tension. Take it easy and lie down. Keep this up and you'll have it pretty rough later on. Thanks for the concern. Just couldn't fall asleep. Already taken a shower, so I'm good for now. The next person can rest.
Sorry, the Packard posted a clip of not a clip, but a snip of a tweet that says, my husband has been playing the same strategy game called Stellaris most evenings since 2016. Today he looks up at me and he says, I finally won. Like he has been losing continuously without running out of patience for 5 years. What the fuck? I'm sitting here like, I won my first game of Stellaris in like the first month. It's like, how is this? What is this man? What is he? I mean, granted, I already had like a lot of experience with strategy, especially like Red strategy from Paradox Interactive specific. Like EU4 was my bread and butter for like 6 years.
Oh yeah,
and EU4 I think is like way harder than Stellaris. Like I've never. I have won, but only insofar as like I got so powerful that no one could stop me, so I just sort of got bored with that run. And that was the one where I, as like a one province miner in Ireland, took over like 90% of Europe and colonized both of the Americas.
Nice. So
I was sort of like, eh. It was very funny looking over at the other side of the map and seeing Irish Canada, Irish America, Irish Mexico. It was very, very funny. Like the thing that I had the most trouble with on that one was getting the HRB to like calm the fuck down long enough for me to eat all of their provinces.
Yeah.
Because like they kept forming coalitions against me, and I'm just like, yeah, I get it that like I'm really big and powerful and you're not, so you got to have allies, but also shut the fuck up and get in my belly. Stop it, go away. So I had to like, one of the things that you have to do with it is you got to make sure that you have like, enough of a power base in like the new continent, right? Before you could like
chomp it up.
start like fucking eating things. So like before I started eating France, I had to take some of like the Netherlands and the HRE and Denmark and places like that, so I had like enough provinces there to support my army spread out across the entire thing. Because one of the things is like army weight means that you can't have too much of your army in one place, otherwise the province that you've got them in can't support them, and you'll take attrition damage just from having them like sitting there.
Right.
And also it'll take your province will start like losing development and all that stuff. So it's just really not good for you to like station your whole ass army on one province.
Which I mean,
and, like,
is fair.
When most of the bulk of your territory is on the British Isles, you kind of have to do that. Like you got to take the one province on like the mainland of Europe so you can start fighting over there. But then like your transport ships could get blown the fuck up by someone else's navy and you could lose your entire army that way. So it's sort of like you got to like start taking things piecemeal, like bits and pieces. So I was trying to like chomp into the HRE so I could get enough of a power base on mainland Europe to start beating France. But like the motherfuckers wouldn't stop. They wouldn't get out of the damn coalition for me to. Oh gods. It was like in 2014 or something like that. So I can't believe I remember that campaign so well. Fuck. Anyway, what about you two, Kiri, Rudolph? This just in. I'm a huge fucking nerd.
Yeah, I mean, we're reading this. If someone is against huge fucking nerds, they wouldn't be here. What will we do?
So
Rudolph?
one of the lesbians has sent
Shall we
me a bunch
rest?
of like Final Fantasy 14 stuff, including the Hroth gals.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Fair enough.
俺は起きてる。それくらいしか男らしいことができね
Fucking hell, Rudolph. You can rest. I'll stay awake. That's the only manly thing I can do right now.
Careful, Rudolph. Your fragile masculinity is showing.
夫と一緒に起きてるくらいしか女らしいことができないから。
Then I'll stay awake. Staying awake with my husband is the only womanly thing I can do right now. I'm imagining some sass on that.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Granted, she does have some, you know, internalized misogyny, but...
Oh, these two are going to be the ones that die. All right. You two are truly close. Unless it's a red herring, but I don't think so.
You should talk.
エヴァと秀吉さんはぐっすりみたいじゃないか。やはりローザと違い、年には勝てんね。
Seems Ava and Hideyoshi are out cold. It appears that unlike Rosa, they can't fight against their age. As though in response to those words, the door to the hall clunked open. Ava and Hideyoshi returned from the guest room.
余計なお世話よ。あら、ローザ。もう休んでなくていいの？
That's none of your business. Oh, Rosa, are you sure you don't need to rest yet?
姉さんこそ無理しないで休んでたら？
You should talk, Ava. Why not take it easy and sleep?
なんだか寝つけなくてね。シャワーを浴びたら眠気が覚めちゃったわ。
I just can't get to sleep. Taking a shower shook my drowsiness off.
ルドルフたち。
I usually have like the exact opposite problem. Like, even if I've been awake for like 2 hours, as soon as I shower, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna sleep.
Yeah, I definitely get that vibe. Rudolph, Kiri, you can rest if you want.
Oh, thank you. 今は気持ちだけでいいぜ。
Sure, thanks. Well, for now, let's say I appreciate the sentiment.
兄貴たち、先に休んだらどうだ？
Why don't you go first, Kraus?
ありがたいね。だが先に休むわけにはいかん。
How kind of you.
As the eldest, I cannot rest first.
But I cannot rest first.
それくらいしか長男らしいことができないの。
That is the most I can do as the oldest brother right now.
This is what I fucking hate about like these kinds of relations, is because like everyone has a reason to not sleep, right?
Yeah.
Or not do a thing to, you know, be the ones that do the hard thing. Like literally everyone.
Yeah, this is essentially a dick measuring contest.
It's just like fucking just assign shifts and go to fuck to sleep, you fucking jackasses.
Do not worry, the two of us will stay awake until the very end.
それよりエヴァ姉さん、大丈夫？
More importantly, Ava, are you okay?
少し顔色が悪いわ。
You look a little pale.
そういや、そうやな。ん？
Come to think of it, you're right.
ちょいと熱っぽいで。
Could it be a bit of a fever? Hideyoshi put his hand up against Ava's forehead. It seemed that Ava wasn't feeling her best.
言わんこっちゃね。年のくせに。生活リズムを崩すからだぜ。
That goes without saying. That's what happens when you break your sleep cycle at your age.
You're not that much younger than her. It's like, come on.
Yeah, seriously.
風邪か？
Is it a cold?
夏日。
Don't set in
上
that
の南條
fast.
先生を呼ん
Just
でき
saying.
てくれんかね。
Natsuhi, could you call Dr. Nanjo down?
はい。いいわ、そこまで大げさじゃない。
I'm fine.
That's what they all say.
You don't have to make such a fuss over it.
常備薬は持ってるから大丈夫よ。
I have some medicine, so I'll be okay.
疲れるとすぐ熱に出るの。
I tend to get fevers when I'm tired. You should see a doctor about that.
Yeah, if you're getting fevers when your body is stressed, then like you need to see a doctor about that. Definitely,
心配
100%.
しないで。
Don't worry.
I wonder if like this has anything to do with like that chunk of her soul getting torn out, more or less, and turned into a witch.
Could be. Could also be the strains of that other part of her soul doing fucking magic.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like the disconnect between the two halves of the soul, more or less.
Yeah. Because it might be that she's using life, like Ava, like real Ava's life energy to do that fucking magic.
Yeah, or there's just like the
or just the fact that, yeah, she lost a piece of her fucking soul.
No, I was thinking like a sympathetic link between the two halves, because of course there would be. It's two halves of the same soul.
Yeah.
And it seems like non-practitioners cannot use magic safely in this setting. Because like Kinzo always has to do something like fucked up and weird, right? Like sacrifices or like gambling or what have you. Like whatever method he uses to generate the power, like you can't use it safely just like by yourself.
Yeah, you have
like a full-on mage of some kind.
Yeah, you basically have to do ritual magic.
Yeah, so like, is this Ava still a witch, or is it only that other half of the soul that is? And if it's only the other half of the soul, then that contrasting, like, I don't know, contrasting nature could be, like, hurting her.
Yeah, or hell, it could be the fact that Ava Beatrice needs a resurrection ceremony, and that ceremony isn't done.
Yeah, so like current Ava is dying, more or less.
Yeah. Ava, take it easy, okay?
ありがとう。私抜きで兄弟が集まってると、私の陰口でも言われてるような気がしちゃってね。
Thank you. If the siblings gathered without me around, I get the feeling everyone would start talking behind my back.
昔からの被害妄想なの。
It's a persecution complex from long
ご
ago.
めんね。
Sorry, okay?
私は何も言わないわよ。姉さんのいないところで姉さんの嫌な話なんて。
Well, I won't say anything, as if I'd say bad things about you behind your back, Ava.
どうしたの？
What is it?
姉さん、さっきから変よ。
Ava, you've been acting strange for a
も
while.
う少し休んだら？
Shouldn't you get a little rest now?
そうね。3月までの金策を考えたら、頭痛がひどくなってきちゃったわ。
You're right, just thinking about
quick little jab.
raising money by March makes my headache hurt even worse.
それは良くないわね。休んでて。姉さんの頭痛がひどくならないよう、私も実調してるわ。
That isn't good. Rest, and I'll hold back too so that your headache doesn't get worse.
私だって頭痛、さっきから辛いし。
Had a bad headache myself for a while now.
ありがとう。じゃあ私、お言葉に甘えて、もう少し休ませてもらうわね。
Thank you.
Just suddenly getting her to agree to also rest at the same time.
Yeah, well then, I'll take those words to heart and rest for a while.
どうしたんや、エヴァ。急にへそ曲げて。
What is it, Ava? Why so angry all of a sudden?
すまんな。わしら、もうちょい休ませてもらうわ。
Sorry, please let us rest a bit longer.
すまんな。すまんな。
Sorry. After apologizing several times as though praying, Hideyoshi followed Ava out of the lobby. I don't like this atmosphere. It's all so strained.
無理もない。
And whose fault is that,
早
Kraus?
々に殺人事件。
That's no surprise. There was a murder early this morning.
それからずっとここで銃を抱きながら缶詰ですもの。
Since then, we've been eating canned food and carrying guns around.
ストレスが溜まって当然ね。
It's natural we'd start to build up stress.
上の子たちもだいぶストレスが溜まってるんじゃないかしら。
Wonder if the kids up there
Yeah,
are
we have
building up
not
stress
seen much of
too.
the kids in this episode.
It is true. It has been very centralized around Ava and then around the witch side of things, the meta side of things.
マリアが心配だわ。
I'm worried about Maria.
こういう時は感触を起こしやすいの。
She tends to throw tantrums at times like this. At that moment, they heard the sound of wild footsteps coming from the second floor. The guest house wasn't a cheap building, so they wouldn't normally have heard the sound of footsteps. It's like the sound of someone stamping their feet in frustration. An instant later, accompanied by what seemed to be the sound of her running out into the second floor hallway, they could hear Maria calling ooh, 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 over and over again, sounding displeased. Rosa grabbed her.
Say smash cut to Maria just like staring at the TV.
Shh. Rosa grabbed her head, her hair flying. She voicelessly moaned in anguish. The adults conscientiously turned their backs to her, pretending not to notice. Noisy clamor came down from the second floor and flew into the lobby. It was Maria who was sobbing along with the other children and Nanjo. In other words, they had all come downstairs because of Maria's tantrum. Rosa couldn't hide her dizziness at this new annoyance her daughter was bringing to everyone. Sorry, Aunt Rosa. We tried to calm her, but she just wouldn't listen. You okay there, Maria?
Apparently the fuck not.
どうしたのマリア少し静かにしなさい
What is it, Maria? Could you be a little more quiet?
見てるわよ
Everyone's watching.
例のバラ庭園のマリアのバラあれが急に心配だと言い出して
But Beatrice already dealt with the robes. What? Oh well.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything to Maria.
I guess.
She's fucking 9.
It's that rose of hers from the rose garden. She suddenly started saying that she was worried about it.
寝ぼけたみたいなんです。
I think she's half asleep.
急にガバッと起き出して、バラが心配だ、バラが心配だって言い出して。
She suddenly woke up and started going on about how worried she was about that rose.
マリアちゃん、落ち着いて。
Maria, calm down.
それは夢なんだよ。
That was just a dream. That rose belonged to Beatrice and me. So if I don't take care of it, Beatrice is gonna get mad.
You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough, I suppose. I might get snapped off again. Telling you to quiet down a bit, okay? No, I'm not gonna scream into the microphone. I feel that Kat would not appreciate that.
Yeah, my ears are sensitive, thank you very much.
Sudden rise in the tone of Rosa's voice surprised the children, but Maria's crying just grew louder and her tantrum just grew fiercer. Rosa, you mustn't scold the child so unsparingly.
Listen to the doctor!
At times like this, it's best to give them some more milk or something.
Although, do you see any warm milk around here? Nanjo.
Yeah.
You want us to go into the fucking main building where, you know, all the murders happened?
Yeah, thank you, Kraus. I mean, fuck you, Kraus, but also, you're speaking for the audience here.
You know, it's just like, is there even any out here?
Yeah, is there any here?
さっき朝食代わりに出した牛乳で空っぽです。
The milk we just had for breakfast is empty now.
Yeah.
誰か子供用の鎮静剤とか持ってるか?
Fucking hell.
Like, also mood, but also dude.
Yeah, dude, a bit much. Granted, if you think a murder is going on, maybe sedating the kid is the right move.
Yeah, but like, damn, dude.
Yeah, that's... yeah, granted, this shows how bad, like, all of the Ushirimiya folks are with children.
Well, like, weirdly enough, like, Rudolph and Natsuki are, like, the most not bad with kids.
Yeah, really.
I think it was a very, very good call to have Natsuhime the surviving adults in the first episode.
Yeah.
Because that like how she behaved during that definitely gave like a good impression of the character, right? Whereas everyone else like will fuck that up so hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't anyone have a sedative to use on kids? You know, those silver pill things?
I can't like even track the amount of times I've had like similar thoughts as Rudolph, and that's not a good thing for Rudolph, by the way. That does not reflect well on him. He has the same thoughts as me sometimes. It's like I'm not I'm not a good person. Don't emulate me. Are you looking up what kind of sedative he's talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just
I
wondering.
assumed as much when you went quiet. Good fucking point. Let's see. Silver pill sedative child. Apparently it's a dental sedation.
Fuck, Kinzo, what were you giving your children when they got feisty?
You might be just like thinking about that because like that's what you're given at a dentist, right?
I guess.
As a kid.
I have some. Yes, I'll search for some now and give them to her. Without hiding her displeasure, Rosa grabbed the handbag that had been set on the sofa and fished around for some medicine. It seemed she had brought some child-use sedatives for Maria's tantrums. That's not how you handle tantrums. She found it and opened the bottle, but it must have been empty. Irritated, Rosa shook the bottle several times, but that didn't change the fact that nothing was in there. Though that is a fucking mood in and of itself.
Yeah, like when you get annoyed at something, you just sort of like grab it and just fucking, you know, do a frustrated little.
Yeah, or you just.
That's a full bottle of medicine that I just felt close enough, right?
Yeah. But also, like, just. You know, you're out of something you want, so you keep searching in the hopes that it will suddenly miraculously have more.
Yeah. Ah, God.
As she did that, Maria's crying grew even more intense.
Like, grab an umbrella and go look at the rose real quick.
Hmm?
I just to Rose, just grab an umbrella, take Maria out to fucking go look at the rose. Look, see, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Go back inside.
At that time, Ava was lying on her bed covered by the bedding. Hideyoshi returned from the washroom, holding a handkerchief soaked in water. Ooh, this is one nasty fever. Bet it's the poisonous air at this family conference that got you.
Might be literal poison.
Yeah. For now, you can forget it all about the other relatives, okay? As Hideyoshi spoke to her kindly, he set the soaked handkerchief on Ava's burning forehead. Ava rested her own hand on top of his. Your hand feels nice and cool. My hand feels nice. Your fever must be pretty bad.
Yeah, man's just like looking at his hands like, these feel nice, huh?
Yeah, because he's a bit more of a working man, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry.
But like, plenty of people also like rough hands. So,
yeah, that's true. Don't worry.
My hands aren't quite as rough as they used to be because, like, I can't actually practice like martial arts anymore. But they still got like a little bit of the fucking sandpaper quality to them.
Yeah. Don't worry. The medicine will start working soon. Plus, my hand is a magic
don't phrase
hand.
It like that because.
エヴァの額に手を当てとるとな。
Granted.
Actually, I don't know if that phrasing was like common double entendre back in the day when it was first translated. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, I didn't even think about that. I thought you were referencing magic.
No,
but
no,
but
not
now,
at all.
Yeah, brain finally snapped into configuration. Though
Yeah, I don't think that was a common phrase for that sort of thing back when this was first translated. So maybe it's fine.
Maybe
it just like didn't age right.
Yeah. See, here's me thinking, oh yeah, which Hideyoshi would be kind of interesting.
That would be kind of cool though. You know, he'd focus on fucking like magic food.
Oh, absolutely.
And like, I'd be down for that.
Plus, my hand is a magic
Actually,
hand. I just put it against your forehead like this, and any fever will melt right away.
I've actually read like a few like Japanese fantasy manga, like about the character like doing magic with food or tea or what have you. Like,
oh yeah,
pairing normal consumable stuff, and I think this is from like the idea that like you get stats from food from eating food in like video games. So
yeah,
this is a very easy leap for people to make. Like personally, I feel like I slow the fuck down after I eat, but that's only for like the first hour or so. So
you're right. Your hand always makes my fevers fade. But still, get a doctor.
Yeah, still get a doctor.
Yep, no need for a doctor when you've got my hand.
Treating the symptoms is not treating the illness.
Don't worry and close your eyes. My magic will make that fever fade away. Yes, I know. I can feel your magic. Hideyoshi was about to say it was just a placebo effect, but he stopped. Ava said she could feel the magic coming from his hand, then that was fine for now.
I don't know about like Goda being a witch.
He hasn't earned that right yet.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right for him. Like a lot of these characters, yeah, cool. They would make it for interesting witches, mages, whatever. But Goda is just like, that's just a guy. A dickhead, but just a guy.
Granted, he at least fucking held that door.
It's true, yeah. It's in like the second loop, right?
Yeah, second loop. Wonder if magic really exists.
I feel like there was a couple other things. I feel like there was a couple other things that he did to like sort of redeem himself a little bit. In the third loop, but I just don't remember what they are. Maybe he treated someone a little bit better than I would have expected or something. Maybe that's it.
Something like that. And, like, I don't know. But he definitely held that door basically up until one of the stakes killed him.
Yeah, it was like fucking... I don't remember who it was, but one of the girls like reached... Asmodeus, maybe?
Maybe, but I'm not sure.
It was the blonde one, I think.
There's a couple blondes.
Yeah, it was one of the blonde ones. I just don't remember which one. Oh, hey, look at that.
Yeah, Beelzebub. It might have been her.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, because she's gluttony.
She's gluttony and Mammon is greed. Yeah, see, like, just like a side note, just a side discussion. Greed, gluttony, and lust are all very difficult to define and differentiate between one another.
Yeah, you have to make it about its specific thing, or you can easily just make it about anything. It begs out unless it is specifically sex, money, and food.
Yeah, which in the theological sense, they aren't about just those things. It's just really hard to understand exactly what they are about theologically, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, the sin of lust is not the sin for sex, for excessive sex in Christian mythology. People may interpret it like that now, but when the seven sins, for a very long time as the seven sins, those things did not specifically mean food, money, or lust, or, like, sex.
Yeah. But, you know, trying to differentiate them any other way just really doesn't work out because you could easily interchange them so well if it is not those specific things.
I vaguely recall like seeing an explanation that did make it sort of click with me, but I couldn't actually quote it, and I would just like have to judge on a case-by-case basis because like I have a feel for it, but I can't like explain it, you know?
Yeah, well,
I can't explain what the difference. By the way, go back because you saw something there that we should look at. Ava Beatrice.
Solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph, but it was welcome news endless witch. Will she be able to overcome the trials that forced her predecessor to surrender?
Some of this feels like it was written for context of after this loop.
Yeah. I guess we shouldn't think too hard about it until we really see what she does with that power.
Just a quick side note. They keep saying that she spectacularly solved the riddle. And this is a problem with a writing, just not a translation issue or whatever. But we didn't actually see what the solution actually was.
Yeah, we just got some hints of some of the connections she made.
Yeah, which is fine if you're going to reveal the solution as she solves it, but it didn't. It just like showed us a rainy screen and then talked about it like a gaping hole of darkness. And it's like, what does that mean?
Yeah, either...
What is the Sweetfish River? What is the village? What is this?
Yeah, I have to assume that we'll get more bits in later loops, and it's like trying to give it to us piecemeal.
I would have to assume so. It's just like...
Yeah, I get you.
This isn't one of those where like the pacing in retrospect may seem good. This is one of those where like it definitely should have either had a twist at the end or shown us the full solution. Or just not even shown us the ending of like when she got there. She should have been like, oh, I've got it, and then it cut to a different scene, and then after that scene, Ava shows back up. And then we're left wondering, well, did she find it? Did she not? I don't know. If you're not going to show us the solution, that's what you got to do. And or have a twist at the end, which is what I thought was going to happen.
Yeah.
Where she gets to the end, she finds the gold, but it turns out the gold wasn't the full solution. There was something like one more step after that. And she just got too hard focused on the gold to figure it out. That's why I had that like sneaking suspicion there, but that's not what happened. She actually did get the gold in the headship and like the power of the witch and everything. So it's like, what the fuck was the solution? How do we know she actually earned this? This feels like Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah.
Like the narrator just came on and's been like, and then she solved the fucking riddle, and we're like, what was the solution then, nerd?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Only those who believe can tell, though. There's actually a lot of magic like that out there in the world.
Yoshi, you are closer to the truth of the setting than you think you are. I know you're just like rambling to your sick wife, but also...
Yeah, you're like...
you were like right on the money there.
If magic actually exists, then I wonder if witches actually exist too. Oh, you mean that witch of the forest, Beatrice? She probably does exist for those who believe. Just like the gods. I mean, she is the closest thing to a god we've encountered.
Yeah. The great witches are like the closest thing to gods that we've found in the setting so far.
Yeah. And, you know, anybody who's watched Higurashi has basically seen what Lambda Delta is capable of.
Which is like pretty much god bullshit.
Yeah.
Like we had this discussion a few streams ago, but like at some point, even if you're not like a literal defined entity, at some point you might as fucking well be.
Yeah, your capability of doing things, even if it's only in, you know, a particular reality, is beyond, you know, just an entity.
Yeah, like it just... In a lot of fantasy and supernatural stuff, like priests and sorcerers all have like cool, interesting abilities and powers that they do, but they're still like fundamentally mortal beings, right? You shoot them in the brain and they die, more or less. Whether or not you can actually shoot them in the brain depends on their actual abilities and whether you've caught them off guard or not. But generally speaking, if you shoot a sorcerer or a priest or whatever in the brain, they die, right? Because they're mortal. But you can't do that with Beatrice.
Well,
you can't just shoot her and kill her.
We actually haven't seen anyone leave a scratch on her yet.
Yeah, but she's also like bodiless right now. And she's surviving as just a soul, as a spiritual entity. So like even if you tried to shoot her and she didn't stop you, you're still not getting very far. She's already dead.
That is a good point. But yeah, like, you know, if she can do for herself what she does for others, then, you know, you could turn her into chunky salsa, and she would just turn right
do
back.
A damn thing to her, yeah. She would just like sort of slurp back together.
Yeah, and even if she
a gross mental image, but
you know, and even if she can't do that for herself, good luck doing it, and by extension, she can do that for, you know, anybody she pleases.
Mm-hmm. It's like, not only that, but the other commonly attributed, like, part of a definition of God in a lot of fantasy is whether or not they require belief. That's just some common thing that it happens in fantasy all the time, like gods require belief in worship, whatever.
Yeah.
The great witches do too. They require that belief to work their biggest miracles. They can still do stuff without it, but like to like really do some really heavy shit, like self-resurrection from a state of actual total death, they need belief.
Yep.
And like that just goes to, even in the case like you might be able to argue is like, okay, well, if she needs total self-resurrection like this and belief for it, then that means she can be killed, and that means she is mortal. Like, yeah, but at the same time, like, things with more power generally do require more to bring back in the first place, right?
Yeah,
like, resurrecting a god in most fantasy is not as simple as praying to that god. You gotta, like, do some fucked up shit for it.
Yeah, and there's plenty of fantasy where, you know, a god exists in a divine realm, but to incarnate onto your world, they have to go through a ritual.
Yeah, which is basically what's going on here, because Beatrice can just do shit like whenever she wants otherwise.
Yeah,
she just needs to do this ritual to properly incarnate again.
Yeah, she can go and be in, like, that in-between space, and that's fine, because that's other witches, so that's where they thrive.
It's also the case of, like, the dead bodies of gods, like, still having power, even if the god itself is gone, like the divine spark has fled. The body still has a great deal of power.
Yep. They don't show themselves except in front of those with strong faith. I did it too, you know. Long ago, I was able to use magic.
Maybe that's why her witch self is younger. It's because she stopped using magic if it was real magic.
Yeah.
After a while.
I could see that.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, like maybe it's one of those things where any witch that looks younger, it either became a witch when they were younger, or they abandoned magic in their youth. And
yeah, that could be it. And like Beatrice, or Beato rather, didn't become the golden, like the Great Witch, until she was already an adult, which is why she has that current form. And we haven't seen her as a child.
Yeah, exactly. You know, same thing.
Also, like, I think it would be weird to have a romance between Battler and Beato if she was in her child form.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'd be real weird.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, whereas Bern Castell, you know, she incarnated essentially into a witch after Lambda Delta's game. We don't know the circumstances behind Lambda Delta's ascension to witchhood.
Yeah, or at least not yet anyway. We might hear it later in Umineko, but...
Yeah.
That is another thing I'm curious about, though. What would Ava Beatrice's title be as a witch?
You know,
if she were not an endless witch.
yeah, if she were not the endless witch.
Because remember that endless witch is a title that people get when they get to that power level.
Yeah.
It's not like Witch of Certainty or whatever.
Yeah, and same thing with the Golden Witch, you know.
That's just a reference to the color of their mana.
Then I would say Witch of Persistence.
Yeah, that could be it.
Yeah, but we're talking about, you know, what she would call herself if not.
Yeah, again, like Golden Witch is a title based on the color of her mana. It's a title passed down from witch to witch. Like Virgilia was also a Golden Witch, and Beato is a Golden Witch, and Ava Beatrice is a Golden Witch because they all have golden magic.
Yeah, they've got the gold butterflies, gold mana, all that.
Yeah. And then Endless Witch is a title that any Great Witch gets whenever they have the amount of power and mastery over magic that they need to be able to endlessly, like, fix stuff.
Yeah, to fix things permanently, including bring somebody back from the dead.
Yeah, and like this was explained in the bit with younger Beato and Virgilia when she was still Beatrice.
Yeah, exactly.
It's about like how an endless witch is a witch that can put off the fate of something for an indefinite amount of time. They can endlessly keep things in the state that they want. Hence, endless witch.
But yeah, I would say Witch of Persistence.
Yeah, could be. That would fit for sure.
Yeah.
And like that's another thing that like likens these great witches to gods is that they all have a portfolio.
Yeah, they have epithets.
Certainty, you know, fucking persistence, whatever others that are there. I don't remember Burn Castell's. So, because I don't even know if Burn Castell, her title was ever shown.
It was? Let me pull it up, because I think it should still... Do we still have you, folks? We do not.
Oh, she's not there. Fuck.
Let me see.
But yeah, like you can very easily
Witch
replace witch in this context with God. Maybe it's like, okay, the god of certainty, the god of resurrection, the god of the persistence, blah blah blah, whatever.
Witch of Miracles.
Miracles, okay.
Yeah, because she can make something that is almost zero actually come true.
Yeah. Yeah, Witch of Miracles, yeah. It's like this sounds like a lot like saints or gods to me, right? Like
yeah, exactly. Like
the saint of certainty, the saint of miracles, the saint of blah, or god of. So like it seems like I don't know if this was on purpose by Ryukishi or not, or if like he just thought, hey, it would be really cool if I gave these witches this amount of power in these titles. But it really does seem a lot like fantasy gods.
It does, absolutely.
Because it's not how polytheism worked in real life, by the way. Absolutely not. Well, God, like when I talk about a god's portfolio in like real life, which is a portfolio being like things that they have an influence over. It's not just fire or healing or knowledge or whatever. Like there are also gods of like huge swaths of things. And
well,
like
that's kind of my feeling.
Gods can also like.
That's kind of my feeling though. Is they're racking up epithets. At least if we take Beatrice for example, she's the Golden Witch.
True,
she's
yeah.
the Endless Witch. You know, so I think you can rack up a portfolio to match a existent god. But yeah, basically, like...
Yeah, that's true.
You know, basically to, you know, say what Kat's saying, though, yeah, you know, when it's just, you are the god of fire, no, you are not just the god of fire.
Yeah. Or at least not in, like, real polytheism. Like, you can have your fantasy world do that if you want. I'm gonna bitch about it, but I'm not gonna tell you not to.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's your work, you get to do with it what you want.
Yeah, you do you. If you want to explore that kind of fantasy, go for it. You might, you know, delve into something interesting if you really think about it.
Yeah, but like for example, Odin and Thor both have thunder or lightning. Guess what element Gungnir is? what it does. Like it's lightning. It's a lightning, more or less. It always hits unerringly at whatever it aims at. It's a lightning, and like Gungnir is often like portrayed as having lightning coming off of it, or sparks, or what have you. And then Thor is also the god of thunder. You can have overlapping portfolios in actual like polytheism. You don't have to have just one god of fire or just one god of the forge or whatever. Like, there's always going to be multiple, generally speaking.
That's why you have even divisions of labor. Like, Hades is the god of the dead, but the farrier of souls is Thanatos.
The Therian is Charon.
Oh, Charon, that's right.
Thanatos is the god of death.
Thanatos is the god of death, and then Hermes is the usual psychopomp, but I've seen others, I think.
Yeah. Most of the gods can act as psychopomps in Greek mythology if they want to. It's just something they usually don't.
Yeah, exactly. So most people, assume they're going to get transported by Hermes.
Mm-hmm. And then, of course, like, Charon will ferry your soul from one side to the other, blah, blah, blah. Make sure you get through Hades, the location to where you need to go, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, exactly. And,
of course, like, there's, Prometheus, who is considered a god of fire, but there's also Hephaestus, which is a god of fire, and Hestia, who was a god of fire.
Yeah. And, different ones for childbirth and, for, women and things like that.
Various gods of war, right? Like,
yeah, and then you get into shit like the divine bureaucracies in places like China.
Mm-hmm. Like, Ares is considered the god of war, but so is Athena.
Yeah,
because Nemesis is not no slouch in that great realm either, nor is Nike.
Yeah, and that's what the whole thing about Athena going up against him has to do. Had to do with it is they are both seen as gods of war.
Yeah. And of course, like Nike and Nemesis are very minor gods of war, but they still exist.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's some amount of that. Hell, even Aphrodite fucking, will throw her hat into the ring.
Up.
Yeah.
she absolutely will, yeah. That's
a
lesser known aspect of Aphrodite, is that she absolutely is a war goddess as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Either in the cause of war, or there are depictions of her with a spear.
Yeah, she is not just the cause, but also the prosecutor of war.
Yeah, because, the fucking Spartans got a hold of her.
Yeah, it's fucking whatever.
Well, that, and she's also potentially an offshoot of deities like, trying to think here. Fucking Babylonian god.
Isis?
Yeah.
Was it Isis?
I think so. Because there's some evidence that they traveled to the area before any Aphrodite worship showed up. And she has a lot of...
That's not Babylonian, that's fucking Egyptian. But, I mean, that's also definitely close enough. Because there was a lot of, like, overlap in Egyptian and Greek stuff. For obvious reasons, they're literally across the fucking pond from each other. And I don't mean that sarcastically, I mean, like, actually just, like, very close to one another. Whereas Babylon, Greece were separated by, like, 3,000 years.
Ishtar, that's it.
Ishtar, okay, yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, she's potentially came from Ishtar, who also has, a love portfolio, but also will absolutely throw down.
Yeah, okay, it's just for a quick little excerpt for Ishtar. A multifaceted goddess, Ishtar takes 3 paramount forms. She is the goddess of love and sexuality, and thus fertility. She is responsible for all life, but is never shown to be a mother goddess. She is instead a goddess of war, often shown with wings and bearing arms.
Yep, so that facet of Ishtar made its way into the Spartan interpretation of Aphrodite.
Another name for Ishtar is Inanna, by the way, just for anyone curious. Those two gods are the same. It's like fucking Greek gods and Roman gods all being the same. Ares and Mars, Pluto and Hades and Neptune and Poseidon, Jupiter and Zeus.
Yeah, so for sake of bringing this up, I just looked, and there are 17 epithets for Aphrodite.
Fuck, dude, that's a lot. That's a lot even by polytheistic standards. Fuck.
Yep. Yeah, the one of that is, like, where she might have started as a water nymph.
Yeah, let's see. She's like fucking 5 generations removed from Ishtar, but Aphrodite absolutely like is very likely to be an offshoot. It's from Ishtar to Ashur, and then to Ashtart, and then to Astarte, who in turn possibly influenced the development of the Greek goddess Aphrodite.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, yeah, that. Because I remember seeing, I think it was a, oh gosh, Red and Blue.
Overly Sarcastic Productions.
Thank you. Yeah, I think they did an episode on that.
Yeah, so if anyone wants like a quick jump off point into this sort of thing, Overly Sarcastic Productions, just don't take it as like full gospel and like a full course of mythology and history.
Yeah,
because it's not. They're like 15-minute videos. They're not going to get that in depth.
Yeah, but if you want something to spark the old brain juices, go ahead.
Yep. And Red also does a lot of videos on tropes and story cliches and
and Red
storytelling methods and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
so.
And Red is an artist, so her stuff tends to have more cute pictures.
Yeah, although Blue still has a couple that he gets to have from Red.
Yeah,
so
yeah, because they share the channel, they do their shit.
I love those two; they're great.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
they're very funny.
And actually, I will take this as a moment to take a bio break.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, we are back.
Hello, we've returned. So all of that we were talking about before, the thing to say that like your gods will be known by different names and as different aspects depending on the region.
Yep. Or even on what it's for, what the situation calls for.
Mm-hmm.
Because, even in more cosmopolitan areas where they know by different titles and things like that, they're going to use the one that is most useful for the time.
Of course.
Are you talking to them as, it's a bit like nobility. Are you talking to them as a soldier, or are you talking about them as a person, or a noble, or a merchant?
Yep. Which, like, for example, and like this is important for people's like depictions of polytheism in the first place. Like, don't choose just one god and serve that specific god unless you are a priest or a paladin who is specifically serving that god.
Yeah.
Like, even most paladins don't do that shit. But like priests, it depends on what temple they're at.
Yeah.
But it's like, if you're praying for good harvest, you're not going to pray to the god of war for that. You're going to pray to the god of fucking farming. Or maybe rain if you're in drought or whatever. Like if you are praying that you're going to come out ahead in a competition, you're going to pray to the god of the victory or the god of whatever the competition is about. Like maybe it's a hunting competition or fucking whatever.
Or running or what have you.
Yeah, you'll pray to the god that you are currently doing the activity that the god has access to, right? And you may personally prefer one god over the other, but that's going to be dependent on like who you are and what your job is and where you grew up, right? Like if you grew up in the sticks, out in the middle of nowhere on a farm, obviously you're gonna like pray to the god of farming more often, right? Or family maybe, or small communities or what have you. than, say, someone who grew up in the middle of a city in the shadow of a mage's tower. That person's probably going to pray to the god of magic, or the god of commerce, or the god of knowledge, something like that. You know? But they're still going to, like, go and pray to the god of hunting if they need this hunt to go well, you know? Unless they're hunting magical beasts, in which case they might still pray to the god of magic and be like, hey,
Yeah.
you want to send one of your buddies out to help, like one of your minions out to, like, do me a solid here? Like, I'll still, like, fight the damn thing, but, like, can you get one down here for me, please?
Yeah,
it really depends on, like, the personality of the person. But
yeah, can you give me the
overall,
hookup?
what I mean here is, like, these gods are not, like, one per person. That's a very, like, monotheistic way to look at it, which is, you know, obviously that's common because we live in a monotheistic society for the most part. There's only a few societies still around that are polytheistic or animistic. They do exist, but a lot of modern society is monotheistic because of the influence of the Western world and, like, the effect Christianity had on everyone. But you gotta break out of that.
Yeah, at
Your
least
gods, your polytheistic gods are not like that.
Yeah, and at least if you want to present polytheistic gods in a realistic fashion.
Yeah, which, like, you generally don't have to. Like, for the most part, it doesn't really fucking matter. You know? Like, it's only when you're doing a story based on those gods or a heavily religious society that this actually really matters at all. Otherwise, like, you might just have, like, a side character that occasionally mentions the god that he grew up worshiping or whatever. You know?
Yeah. Oh, really? Then you were a witch too.
私がね、絶対に叶えたい夢があって。
I had dreams that I wanted to come true no matter what.
それを強く願って努力すると、それは必ず叶ったの。
After wishing strongly and trying hard, they always came true without fail.
私はその魔法で、いつも成績
What's a
を
gussied
一
up
番
way
だ
to
ったし
say effort,
生
actually?
徒会
Hold on a
長にだっ
second.
てなったし、入りたい大学にも実力で入れたし。
With my magic, my grades were always the best. I even became the student council president. Worked hard to get into the university I wanted.
いつだって、どんな願いだって叶えてきたわ。
Everything I wished for was granted.
Oh, the witch of aspiration. That could be
that's a potential good one.
Because that's a little bit more in line with the certainty of miracles and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's right. Your magic was always a thing to be reckoned with. You're definitely a witch. And you work harder than anyone.
I am so glad that Hideyoshi is actually humoring this instead of being a dickhead about it, just because she's an older woman.
Yeah.
Like,
you know.
when you're 50-something years old and you're sick as fuck, like, you still gotta have some comfort, right? Like, it doesn't matter if you've been through this a lot or not. Like, you still want someone to be like, yeah, you'll be okay. I'm here.
Yeah, exactly. He's actually a good husband. Like,
he said some things that, like, you know, of course
yeah,
it's perfect. He said some things that make me go, too. But, like, for the most part, Hideyoshi is decent.
Yeah. I know all about it.
私ね、子供の頃からずっと心の中にもう一人の自分がいて、いつも私を励ましてくれたの。
When I was a kid, the whole time there was another me inside myself who always supported me.
その自分は魔女だったわ。
And that other self was a witch.
森の魔女ベアトリーチェなんて信じなかった。
I didn't believe in Beatrice, the Witch of the
も
Forest.
し六軒島に魔女がいるとしたら、それは私の心の中の魔女のことだってずっと信じてきた。
I always believed that if a witch of Rokenjima did exist, it was the witch inside my heart.
その魔女の自分に、私はすごい感謝してる。
I was so grateful to the witch inside
あな
myself.
たに出会わせてくれてよかったなって。
I was always grateful that she brought me to
感
you.
謝してる。
病気の時のお前はいつも気弱すぎや。
You get too timid when you're sick.
今は何も言わんで、
Don't say anything for now.
熱が下がるまでずーっとこうしてるからな。
I'll stay like this the whole time until your fever's gone down.
Is he wearing a fucking vest underneath that jacket?
No, I think it's just
like, there's no way for us to tell, but like, you know, because like the jacket is like buttoned up and it's too high to be able to tell if he's got like a low cut vest on or not.
Yeah.
Or even a medium cut vest, I think, wouldn't show underneath that jacket either. It would only be a high cut vest that you'd be able to see.
Yeah. Yes, don't take your hand away. No matter what. Somehow. I feel like I'm becoming something that isn't myself. And I've been scared for a while now. Get the feeling that the witch inside me was provoked by Beatrice and is growing stronger and stronger. Somehow it feels like she's going to swallow me whole. It's okay, as long as I'm with you, there's nothing to be afraid of. Remember the time we went to that dangerous country and the whole bus got rubbed? I drove him off. Didn't you just hand over your gold watch and beg them to go away? It was pretty lame, but it was cool. I mean, at the very least, he didn't just, like, hide behind his seat and just wait for them to take his shit. He proactively asked, here, have this expensive thing.
Take this, now get out of here.
Please, go. We don't want any trouble.
Fuck off, you're scaring my wife.
Don't move your hand away. No matter what. Not even if I fall asleep. And if something creepy sneaks in here, protect me.
Oh,
Yep, leave it to me. That's why I'm telling you to stop worrying and get to sleep. Because the medicine and my magic will start working real soon. Ava finally calmed her heart and closed her eyes. At that time, there was the sound of a door being opened violently from the direction of the lobby. It seemed that Maria was having a tantrum, and screams of ooh ooh could be heard along with Rose's rebuking yells. That probably hurt Ava's ears, or maybe it was giving her a headache. Ava moaned as though in pain and buried herself in the covers. It was easy to guess what was happening. Maria had probably had a tantrum for some reason, gone down to the lobby, and started arguing with Rosa, who then scolded her daughter. And then, maybe that got too embarrassing to be shown in front of the other relatives, so Rosa had taken Maria out into the corridor. Hideyoshi had no desire to butt in on Rosa and Maria's problem, but just for now, since Ava's condition was so bad, he wanted them to take their ruckus somewhere else. Wait just a sec. I'll ask them to keep it down. Come back quickly. Don't worry, I won't leave this room.
Stick his head out through the door. Hey, shut the fuck up!
Hideyoshi removed the chain, opened the door, and stuck his face out into the corridor. He immediately met Rosa's gaze. Everything okay, Rosa? I'm sorry, did all this noise wake you? Yeah, that would wake the dead.
Maria-chan,
Maria, sorry, Aunt Ava isn't feeling well, and she's trying to sleep. Could you quiet down a bit? Maria's tone didn't change after Hideyoshi's request. She kept crying ooh ooh and repeating my rose, my rose. Rosa slapped Maria's cheek, lifted her up while covering her mouth, and dragged her towards the entrance, trying to at least put some distance between her and Hideyoshi's room. She would still probably be noisy for a while, but he had warned Rosa for the time being. Relying on Rosa's actions as a mother, Hideyoshi closed the door. Is Maria having a tantrum again? Looks like it. It's tough for Rosa too.
It would be kind of funny if, like, Ava, like, crawled out of bed and just, like, staggered out into the fucking thing. It was like, here, you're having a rose. Now shut the fuck up, kid.
Come to think of it.
Like, it's a weird fucking magic wall doing it and just, like, didn't even realize because she was too feverish.
Yeah, true. Though, honestly, it's going to be a son of a bitch if she can't do any magic at all. And it's just that other self that can do it. But she gets all the consequences.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, our George is almost too good to be true.
If Ava Beatrice is the one doing the ceremony now, then Battler and Maria are not free anymore.
Yeah. Especially not Maria. I think Battler might have some meta protection. Maybe. But Maria definitely does not. Because that's all just, you know, Beatrice likes Maria. That's not true for Ava.
As a disciple or whatever. Yeah, Ava Beatrice has not claimed Maria as a disciple or anything, so she doesn't have any protection.
Yeah.
I mean she's still kind of got protection from Beato, but no, that's only assuming that Ava Beatrice will listen to Beato about it, you know?
We should be grateful. You're right. Hand. Oh, sorry. Look, it's the magic hand. Put his hand on Ava's forehead again. Maybe there really was magical power in that hand. Truly, people look rose to Ava's face, and bit by bit she began to drift off into the land of sleep. As he had promised, Hideyoshi kept his hand on her forehead. By the entrance, with her hand still against Maria's mouth, Rosa was at a loss at what to do next. She hadn't been able to withstand everyone's gazes in the lobby. Had yelled at the children to go upstairs, dashing out of the lobby. Then she had gone out into the corridor, only to have Hideyoshi say that she was too noisy. Where should I go now? Where should I take this child who's having a tantrum? It felt as though tears of frustration were about to come out. Maria kept struggling in an attempt to scream. Rosa put her mouth up to Maria's ear and tried to persuade Maria in a properly calm voice.
Maria,
do you really want to see the rose that much? Maria nodded her head several times, moaning ooh ooh. Why do you want to see it so much? I'll listen as your mother, so will you tell me quietly? I'll hit you if you scream. Ugh.
Rosa?
My rose, Beatrice revived it. Might have snapped off again. I'm worried about that. Can't sleep until I'm sure. Apparently she was still upset about that marked rose from yesterday. Rosa felt her headache throbbing again, but she was at least a little relieved that Maria had now stopped her screaming.
Was it this loop or the last loop that Rosa actually met Beatrice?
It was last loop. Because this loop, she said, oh, I killed Beatrice.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Anyway, everyone is having a hard time right now. So don't bother Mama and everyone else. And worry about that rose all you want tomorrow when it stops raining. Jeez, Rosa, literally you could have just go outside now, because you're gonna have to eventually.
Yeah, just like go show her the
だ
fucking
から
rose.
今は聞き分けなさい。
So for now, listen to me.
やだやだやだやだ。
No, 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 no.
マリアのベアトリーチェのバラ。
It's my Beatrice's rose. Rosa reflexively covered Maria's mouth. She had spoken a little too harshly and gotten her agitated again. Rosa realized that it was partly her own fault and clicked her tongue in self-hatred. Maria thought that was directed at her, and her crying grew even fiercer.
お願いだから静かに。どうしたらあなたは泣き止むの？どうしたらあなたはママの言うことを聞いてくれるの？
Please just be quiet. What can I do to make you stop crying? What should I do to make you listen to what your mama says? Suddenly, Maria stopped crying so fast that it seemed unnatural.
I'm up.
Maybe, we'll see. Then she turned around and muttered,
マリアのバラを見た
Oh
ら
yeah, it's me.
ちゃんと明日まで静かにしてるよ。
Oh yeah. If I get to see my rose, I'll stay quiet until tomorrow.
本当？
Really?
うん。バラ庭園に行ってマリアのバラを見たらもうおとなしくする。
Yes, if we go to the rose garden and see my rose, I'll calm down.
Yeah,
Rose
honestly,
is just sitting here like, what the fuck is going on?
yeah, like, she's dealt with this before, but still, like, I can, like, fuck Rosa, but also I could understand being like, fuck, that was too quick.
Yeah, that was definitely too quick. Like,
Yeah, and like, you know, from our perspective, the fucking music stopped ahead.
yeah. Started with the fucking, like, the howling wind in the background. I mean it, mama. The tone on this girl. Woo!
Yeah, I love her. I hope she gets to do some, like, actual magic.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Would keep Maria quiet for the time being, Rosa thought that even going out into this wind and rain would be a small price to pay. She thought it might be a bit reckless, but in the end, no murder or anything of the sort had actually occurred. All of that clamor since this morning had been a farce set up by Kinzo. If you carefully thought about that chain of closed rooms, it clearly had to be an act. No, I mean, it's unlikely, but we've strung again, you know, some explanations that don't even have to do with magic.
Mm-hmm.
本当にバラを見たらもうおとなしくする？
Will you really listen if you get to see the rose?
うん。本当だよ、ママ。
Damn tone. Yes, I mean it, mama. She kept it in so well up until now.
Rosa didn't overlook that creepy laugh and lightly hit Maria with her fist. And she shrugged as though giving up.
わかったわ。一目見たら納得するのよ。
Understood. If it's just one look, then I'll
いいわ
agree.
ね。
Will that work?
うん、ママ。
Yes, mama.
約束する。
I promise.
Once again, Rosa tested the weight of her gun. It'll be okay. Only an act. There was never a murder on this island in the first place.
くそ、待てよローザおばさん。
Damn it, wait out,
ロー
Rosa.
ザおばさんとマリアが第二の晩の犠牲者なのか。
Are not Rosa and Maria the sacrifices for the second Twilight?
くそくそくそ。誰か気づけよ。呼び止めろ。
Damn it, damn it, someone notice. Someone notice them. Tell them to stop.
今の親父たちや俺たちは何をしてるんだ。
Oh, you don't even have any control over your piece.
Not right now, apparently.
At least not to tell him specifically, hey, go downstairs. You just get vague inklings of events.
Mm-hmm. And of course, like, if you're just sitting on the fucking bed or whatever, you get this, like, vague inkling to go downstairs for something. You're gonna be like, huh, kind of want to be downstairs right now, and then just roll over, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, you go,
There's nothing to do down there anyway, fuck it.
Yeah. Don't want to deal with any of the adults whinging at me. What are those guys in the living room and us kids doing?
ローザ親子の痛々しい関係に気を使ってわざわざ話題を変えておるぞ。
Indeed, they are being considerate of Rosa's pitiful relationship with her daughter and are forcibly changing the subject.
そなたらも2階へ上がり、テレビを見ながら話題を変えておる。
The group that includes you went up to the second floor and is talking about something else while watching TV.
Yeah, too bad you don't get, fucking furniture, steaks and things.
Mm-hmm. How about you just go become a witch real quick, Battler?
You bastards. Someone noticed them. Who's the closest? Is it Uncle Hideyoshi? Please notice that those two are leaving through the front door.
届かん届かん。
It won't reach, it won't reach.
2人のささやかな時間を邪魔してくれるな。
Don't disturb their precious time together.
Hideyoshi kept talking kindly, his hand on Ava's forehead. He didn't notice at all that Rosa and Maria were going outside through the front door. In that case, there was no way the others in the lobby, which was even further away, would notice, much less those in the cousin's room on the second floor.
そなたは何を慌てておるのか。第一の
Why are you so panicked?
犯人は事故死したとの大胆な指し手にて、わらわを打ち破ったではないか。
Didn't you defeat me with that bold move, saying that the culprit died in an accident on the first Twilight?
That's assuming one culprit.
Mm-hmm.
ならばもう、この島に犯人はおらぬことになるぞ。
Doesn't that mean there's no longer a culprit on this island?
何を心配する必要があるというのか。
What is there to be so worried about?
Shut up, I can see right through you. Someone stop them, those two will be killed. Someone stop them. There's no way that Battler's voiceless scream would reach Rosa or Maria. The two of them could be seen in the rose garden. The rain was still awful, but fortunately the wind had died down a little. No, maybe that wasn't fortunate. It's maybe if the wind had been a little fiercer, Rosa might have hesitated to go outside.
Little Maria's back.
Here it is! Maria found her rose with the gold lace and stared at it lovingly. Rosa had accepted the promise under the condition that Maria would only get one look at it. She didn't want Maria to complain that it hadn't been enough later on, so she decided to go along with Maria until she was satisfied. She believed that there wasn't a culprit, but on the off chance that she was mistaken, they were now in an extremely dangerous position. Yeah, that's kind of like the fucked up thing. If Kinzo actually did make this a farce, there's every chance that someone could walk up to, fucking Rosa and get blasted.
Yep.
Rosa realized that faintly herself. Things got bad, she would throw away her umbrella and ready her gun. Glancing at Maria's innocent happiness, Rosa gazed warily in all directions.
Oh, look at that.
Were her eyes just tired? Even though no one should have been there, she thought she saw something glitter in the dark rose garden. Gold-colored? It had to be her imagination. To Rosa, it seemed as though gold butterflies were dancing through the rose bushes.
大丈夫かエヴァ。無理せんでやっぱり南條先生を呼んでこんか。
Are you okay,
Yeah, I
Ava?
do think it's something to do with like Ava Beatrice using magic is fucking with adult Beatrice. Or
Yeah.
not adult Beatrice, Ava. There we go. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's still Beatrice, but it's also Ava, so.
Yeah. Just take it easy. Should I call Dr. Nanjo after all?
大丈夫だから。
I'm fine. No, you fucking aren't. But also, a doctor isn't gonna help.
Yeah, a doctor's not gonna help this particular affliction.
Don't take your hand away.
お願いだから。離さないで。
I'm begging you, don't take your hand away. Give me just a moment.
I think she literally just said like, don't let go. Interesting. I am gonna go to the bathroom quick. Huh? There we go. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. For some reason, my microphone wasn't picking that up. 2 minutes.
There we go. Now the stream is unpaused. For some reason, it didn't go through the whole unpausing thing on my stream. Whoops.
Well,
but that's fine.
Let's see. Sketchbook on a page open right here. Let's see. Oh yeah, I cannot write with my left hand anymore. It's been too long.
Yeah.
This is shaky as fuck.
I'm fine. Don't take your hand away. I'm begging you. Don't take your hand away.
Fuck. I cannot. Oh my god.
Yeah, I guess that is a perishable skill.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like, even with my right hand, if I don't write for a while or do anything with my right hand, it'll go away.
Yeah.
But like this is real bad. I'm gonna take a picture of this and show you.
Yeah. Then again, I've
This
never
is
had
awful.
I've never had good penmanship.
If I really try with my right hand, I can make it look almost like print.
Nice.
In fact, let me get so you can compare it to my right hand.
Ava was breathing wildly. Beads of sweat were appearing on her forehead. It certainly was true that she had stayed up all night last night, and that things had been rough since early this morning. It wasn't odd that her body wasn't keeping up, but I would call those symptoms odd for just exhaustion.
Right? Yeah. That's what I'm fucking saying.
Even though he understood that, Hideyoshi suspected that this sun fever was the sign of some serious illness. Okay. So he was just, like, going through, okay, yeah, she's had a hard time of it, but this feels like a serious illness.
Yeah, like, I absolutely cannot write with my left hand anymore. Oh my god, look at that.
Yeah, let me take a look here.
I mean, I'm out of practice with my right hand, too, but, like, I'm just out of practice with my right hand, not, like, just straight up
yeah.
not working.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, let's see. Let me do this real quick. Let's fucking put this up on the screen so everyone else can see it too. This is real bad.
Yeah.
I didn't like put a super amount of effort into my right hand either, but like at least that one's legible, sort of.
Several times, Hideyoshi decided to call for Dr. Nanjo, but Ava resisted firmly, pleading with him and saying that it was even more important that he didn't take his hand away. Let me be sure. Yeah, everything else is working fine. It just didn't unpause the first time around.
わかった。でもな、お昼になったら必ず南條先生に見てもらうんやで。
I understand, but you've got to have Dr. Nanjo look at you by lunchtime.
それを約束できるなら、ずっとここにいて、お前の手を握ってあるからな。
You can promise me that I'll stay here the whole time gripping your hand. Tightly like this. Thank you. I'm fine.
Wouldn't that fucking suck if she got her lifelong dream and then like didn't even have it acknowledged before fucking dying?
Yep. Magic over your hand will definitely take this fever away. Even as she said that, Ava's harsh breathing didn't improve in the slightest. Don't let go. Don't let go.
You'd think that the siblings would hear that.
Yeah, you would think. Sending someone a quick message.
Yep. No problem.
Who is it? She saw an umbrella moving from beyond the rose bush. Rosa threw away her umbrella and wildly lifted her gun. When she did, the shadow of
Instead of doing this shit, go back inside, you fucking nerd. I was like, pick your little girl up and run back inside.
Yeah, or run into the mansion since it's closer, I guess.
Yeah, but then you're still alone, so...
I mean, true enough, but that's at least a door between you and a theoretical assailant. And, you know, you could run out the back or some shit and make your way to the guest house or whatever.
A door that the theoretical assailant probably has a key to.
Well, sure, but, you know, it gives you enough time to fucking, you know, move through a building that hopefully they'll be slower at getting through. Go out any of the doors leading outside. Or even any of the windows, you know, giving you more opportunities. And then just fucking booking it to the guest house. But that's just, you know, one way you could do it. You could just fucking book it to the guest house. When she did, the shadow of a person beyond the bush showed itself. Aunt Ava? You scared me. It's you, Ava?
何かご用？
You have some business with
さっき
me?
の話の続きなの？
Do you want to continue our earlier discussion?
Oh.
そうよ。
Yes, that's right.
お父様の
I was gonna say, like, I wonder if,
黄
like, she's taking the adult form right now or not. Our discussion about father's gold.
お願いだからマリアの前では遠慮して。
Please restrain yourself in front of Maria.
ちゃんと約束は守ってるわよ。
We'll keep my promise,
姉
okay?
さんの悪巧みの邪魔はしないわ。
Won't get in the way of your conspiracy.
悪巧み？何それ？
Conspiracy? What's that?
姉さんが何を考えていても勝手よ。
Whatever you're thinking, that's up to you.
私は邪魔する気なんてない。
I have
Yeah,
no
like, by
desire to get in
definition,
the
a
way.
conspiracy has to have two people or more. So, if it's just her by
だから
herself, the conspiracy
マリアの
fucking
前で
murder.
は
So
許して。
please, not in front of Maria.
私は分け前さえもらえれば十分なの。
As long as I get my share, that will be enough.
分け前？
Your share. The real voice of the witch, like, bursting through there for a second.
Yeah, Ava started laughing in a creepy voice. Rosa was startled, but Maria stared blankly. Then Maria said just one thing.
おばさん、
Auntie,
誰？
who are you?
Your share?
誰がお前にやるものか。
Who would give that to you?
あれはすべて私のもの。
All of that is mine.
この黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェのものよ。
It all belongs to me, the Golden Witch Beatrice.
Ava! 大丈夫か Ava!
Ava, are you okay? Ava!
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 Hold on. Don't let go.
私じゃない誰かに連れ去られないように。
Don't let me be dragged away by someone who isn't me.
Dude, like, if I was Hideyoshi at this point, I'd be, like, carrying Ava into, like, upstairs. So, get Nanjo's like, Nanjo! Doctor! Come here!
Yeah, I'd be like...
I need some help!
Yeah, I'd be fucking hauling her ass at that point. Hold on to my hand. Don't let go. Yeah, at this point, especially given, like, Hideyoshi's working man's build, I'd be fucking booking it with Ava.
I mean, like, he is a little old, but also I would definitely, like, I'd be trying anyway.
Yeah. Like, at that point...
Like, even with the body that I got right now, I'd be trying.
Yeah, like...
So, like, Hideyoshi can manage it, I'm sure.
Yeah, like, at that point, I would consider dragging her ass to be better than just staying here. But Hideyoshi's actually fairly
お
big.
前が何を努力したの？
When did you ever work hard?
何も努力してない。
You never worked hard for anything.
いつも私たちの影に隠れてのらりくらり。
You were always hiding in our shadows.
いつも戦わずに影から影へと逃げ回っていたお前に。
You always escape from shadow to shadow without fighting.
後ろ宮家の黄金を無心する資格など本当にあると思ってるの？
And yet you really think you think yourself qualified to make demands of me over the Ushiromiya family gold.
あれはすべて私のもの。
All of that is mine.
後ろ宮家当主にして新しき黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの名を継承した私だけのもの。
It's all mine alone as the head of the Ushiromiya family and the new Golden Witch, successor to the name of Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェ。ベアトリーチェだ。ママ、ベアトリーチェ。
It's Beatrice! Mama! Beatrice! Maria jumped at her mother in ecstasy. Rosa treated Maria cold-heartedly and raised her gun high.
姉さんよね。
Hey, you're Ava, right?
姉さんなのよね。
Kinda, sorta, maybe a little bit, but not really.
You are my older sister, aren't you?
違うわ。私はもはやあなたの姉であった存在ではないの。
Wrong. I'm no longer the one who was your sister.
じゃあ、あんた誰なのよ。
Then who are you?
ベアトリーチェだとでも言うの？
Are you trying to say that you're Beatrice?
そんなはずはない。
That's impossible.
あんたは19年前に死んだのよ。
You died 19 years ago.
ええ、確かに死んでいたわ。だって私、あなたの頭が割れているところをはっきり見たもの。
Yes, you were definitely dead.
It just said that her head was split open like an egg.
Oh.
Because I heard the word tamago in there.
Welp.
A little more graphic than the English version.
Yes, you were definitely dead after I clearly saw how your head was split
そ
open.
の中身が溢れ出しているのを昨日のことのように思い出せる。
I can remember the insides flowing out like it was yesterday.
そのあんたがどうして生きてここにいるのよ。
How can you be alive in here right now?
黄金の魔女に死の概念などないの。
The concept of death does not exist to a golden witch.
黄金の魔女とベアトリーチェの名は永遠に受け継がれてるか？
The golden witch and the name of Beatrice will be handed down for all eternity.
お前が知っていたベアトリーチェは死を迎えたかもしれないが、今やそれは私の名である。
Maybe the Beatrice you knew met with death, but that name is mine now.
ゆえに無限。
And therefore, it's eternal.
ベアトリーチェに死の概念はないの。
The concept of death does not exist for Beatrice.
あの黄金に気が触れたとしか思えない。
All I can see is that the gold has driven you mad.
哀れね、姉さん。
How pitiful, Ava.
もはや私はお前の姉ではないという。
Come on, like, she's shorter, has a different haircut, like, come on, that's not... Come on, you know I'm not your sister anymore.
さて、新しくベアトリーチェとして自らの復活の儀式を引き継ぐわ。
Well then, as the new Beatrice, I've been tasked with my own resurrection ceremony.
ロノベ、私はどうすればいいの？
What should I do?
ご随意のままに、もはやベアトリーチェ様にはどのような思いも実現できる力がおありです。
That is up to you. You already have the power to make whatever you think reality.
少し扱えば慣れるでしょう。
You should grow used to it once you've tried it out a little. It's like handing like this kid a gun and be like, hey, you'll get used to it if you fire off a couple shots. Go ahead.
私が魔女として初めて捧げる最初の生贄に選ばれたことを光栄に思うがいい。
You worthless former sister. You should consider it an honor to have been selected for the first, or as the first sacrifice I offer as a witch.
第二の番に寄り添う二人を私がこの手で引き裂く。
On the second twilight, I'll tear the two who are close apart with my own hands. It would be very funny if she just walked forward and smashed them in the head with the fucking staff. It's sort of like a dull axe, isn't it? Like just
Yeah, kinda. The first thing the new Beatrice wished for, no, the first magic she tried to use, was to surpass the limitations given to humans. In particular, gravity. She wanted to become fully aware of her transformation into witch by being released from those shackles.
be without gravity, just to go flying off into space.
As the witch and Rosa stayed as they were, the ground retreated all by itself into the distance below them. And now their feet were no longer attached to the ground. Rosa finally realized that the earth wasn't retreating into the distance below them, but that she and the witch were being sucked up into the rainy sky.
Awesome.
For a human shackled to the ground by gravity, there's nothing more unnerving than having their feet stop sticking to the ground. However, to Beatrice, who, in becoming the new witch, had learned the joy of being released from gravity, It was enough to make her whole body shake with delight.
ねえローザ、昔小さい頃魔女になって空が飛べたらなって話したことあるの？覚えてる？
Hey Rosa, do you remember long ago when we were small, when we used to talk about what it'd be like to become witches and fly around the sky?
叶ったよ。
That dream has been granted, hasn't it?
私が本当の魔女になって叶えてあげたわ。
I became a real witch and granted it for you.
And yeah, that is basically a fucking dull axe.
Yeah, just like fucking crack a skull with that pretty easily.
やめてよ。夢なら覚めて。
Stop it. If this is a dream, then wake me up.
あなた言ったわ。夢の中で空を飛んだって。
You said it yourself. You said you flew through the sky in your dream.
そして覚めたくなかったとも言ったわ。
And you also said you didn't want to wake up.
どう
Wake
して
up.
私を恨んだともね。
You even got mad at me when I woke you up, right?
安心して。今度は覚めないわよ。
Don't worry, this time you won't wake up, okay?
いや。
Dance with me in the vast rainy sky. Didn't we both wish we could fly like seagulls in the sky? Okay, look, you can't rhyme sky with sky. That doesn't work. You gotta escape the cramped and boring island of Rokinjima. Now I'll make that dream a reality for you. I only want to share this joy with you and no one else.
楽しいね、ローザ。楽しいね。
It's so fun, Rosa. It's so fun.
見てごらん、眼下を。私たち
Take a look below you.
あんなにも小さいわ。
Look at how small our mansion is.
あんな小さな場所で私たちはどれほどの長い時を過ごしたのかしら。
I wonder how much time we spent in a place that small.
その狭さとちっぽけさに今こそ本当に呆れるわ。
Now I'm especially shocked at how cramped and tiny it is.
だからこそ感じて、楽しんで、喜んで。
So feel, enjoy, rejoice. Also, Eva, you're 15 years older or so than Rosa, right? How did you have conversations with her when you were small? You were already an adult by the time she could speak. That power we yearn for, the power to move through the sky at will.
さあ踊ろうよ、ローザ。
Come on, let's dance, Rosa.
雨の中を、風の中を。
Through the rain, through the wind.
私たちは踊るように飛び回ろう。
Let's fly around like we're dancing.
稲光が私たちを照らして祝福してくれるわ。
The lightning will shine on us and bless us. A lightning bolt hits Rosa square in the fucking skull.
The witch and Rosa were like leaves fluttering around in a whirlwind. As the rain pounded on every part of their bodies, as the lightning occasionally shone upon them, they shook with the joy of being released from the ground. However, it was only that way for the witch. Rosa was holding on to her head, voicelessly screaming over and over.
It's not voiceless.
Stop it, forgive me, let me down. She's going to do that, but not in the way you hoped. I don't even remember if that's true, but I have a feeling.
Yeah. Because it's like the classic. Whenever someone says, let me down, you just... Okay. Whoop. You're right. It's more fitting for humans to crawl on the ground. then why not go back there?
A slightly displeased expression rose to the witch's face when she realized that her own joy was not being shared. Then, she decided to listen to her former sister's request. Whirlwind that had been making Rosa dance around grew weaker, then stopped. In other words, Rosa was once again bound by the restrictions of gravity as a human. Following the laws that were originally correct, Rosa began to descend towards the ground upside down. No, she began to fall.
Oops, that's right. If I don't take her down the right way, this is what happens.
The witch hadn't intended to send Rosa plummeting, but she still wasn't used to using magic.
Are you sure?
After plummeting about 100 meters into a rose bush, as a very, very natural result, Rosa died instantly. The witch hadn't intended to kill her, so she wished that Rosa hadn't died.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah. We're getting into some nastiness.
Oof.
When she did, gold butterflies coiled about Rosa's body, reviving that life just as the witch had wished. And now you understand why it is titled Which Witch is Which? For my stream title.
Yeah.
Rosa's body, which should have been spread out like a carpet of fresh blood, rapidly returned to normal. Broken and crushed bones returned to normal. The torn and smashed flesh returned to normal. How easy it is to break things in this world, and how difficult it is to fix them. Anyone can take a life, but no human can revive a lost life. By surpassing the irreversible, one proves that they have surpassed humanity. It surely gave her a much, much greater realization of her position as the witch than flying through the sky had.
So I can even revive an ended life.
もちろんですとも、ベアトリーチェ様はすでに無限の魔女であらせられますよ。
Of course, Lady Beatrice is the endless witch.
生きることも死すことも、
To live and to
生
die.
かすことも殺すことも、すべては無限に繰り返され、
To bring to life and to kill, all of it repeated endlessly.
その輪廻を支配する女王こそが無限の魔女であられるベアトリーチェ様なのです。
Lady Beatrice, the endless witch, is the queen who controls the cycle of life and death.
Yeah, she is she is, for all intents and purposes, a god.
Yeah, just more or less. Just straight up. One time I knocked over a fishbowl. The fragile and beautiful bowl broke, and I couldn't put it back together. I'd never see that cute pop-eyed goldfish swim again after it landed on the floor. No matter how much I cried, the servants shook their heads, saying that broken things and dead things could never be revived. That's when I learned something. You must not break things, you must not kill people. After all, you can't fix them.
Yeah, so basically, it's undoing every lesson in life that's actually, good.
Mm-hmm. So if you can fix them, then you won't get in trouble for breaking them, right? But first off, who would scold the Golden Witch? Aside from another Golden Witch, of course. Awesome. So Virgilia is sitting there like, fuck. This is even worse than
this is like, fuck me.
Shit. This is way worse than my student. Oh no. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
And this is definitely the difference between an actual child and Burn Castell.
Yeah. Because Burn Castell, I don't think, would ever do something like this.
Hell, I don't even think Lambda Delta would do anything like this after her first game.
It's like, even if Burn Castell, like, accidentally killed someone like this, you'd probably, like, remove the memory of it, too, right? Like,
you would think.
Sorry about that.
For a while, the witch became intoxicated with how terrible and wonderful the power she had inherited was. Her laugh was pure, innocent, and cruel.
This is exactly what I was talking about earlier, though. Like, if you just, like, think of yourself as an ooh, small bean, constantly a victim, you're never going to actually, like, consider what you're doing as cruel or evil. And the same thing here, like, she doesn't see a problem with this because she can fix it. She's innocent. So, she's being very, very cruel.
Even though Rosa had been revived, she let out a cry of anguish at the pain from her fall. At that point, the witch landed and held out her hand.
Sorry about that, Rosa. I didn't think flying in the sky would be so much fun. Really, or sorry, I'm real sorry. I didn't know humans could die so easily.
I mean, you hit someone right in the noggin.
Yeah.
It's actually quite easy.
Look, humans can fall less than their full height and just, like, fucking die on the spot, alright? Humans are simultaneously some of the hardiest animals around and also the most fragile animals around.
Yep.
It's real fucking weird. Like, we're some of the only animals that can properly heal from broken bones or etc. But at the same time, like, we just fall right and we're gone. That's it. Lights out. But I brought you back to life, so we're even. So get up, okay? Play with me some more, okay?
Like, this is just pure id. Like, to use that phrasing. Like, this is just the childish impulse to do whatever you want, whenever you want.
This is what happens when you give like a fucking alter ego that never aged past like fucking 13. This kind of power.
Yeah.
I can't say that I would be much better at 13. I would be better in one sense. I would actually know what I was doing and understand what I was doing and why it was bad. And I wouldn't care. What were those dreams you told me about when you were a kid? Go ahead and tell me all of them back. As I am now, I can make anything come true, no matter how absurd. Even drowning you in a sea of jelly. Even having you get sucked into a mountain of cake. I can even make you sprout butterfly wings and flit around the garden, okay? I'll do them one after another. Let's start with the ocean of jelly, alright? Pause.
Stop it!
Immediately fucking drowns in jelly.
Rosa was once again thrown high into the rainy sky. However, the sky wasn't filled with raindrops, but with drops of orange juice. When she looked down, Rosa had to doubt her eyes. The rose garden had disappeared, and the ground spread out beneath her was like a pastel-colored jigsaw puzzle. It was an ocean of jelly, like the one she had spoken of from her dreams when she was young. The black part was coffee jelly. The red was strawberry. The yellow was pineapple. And the green was melon. And was the white part apple? Did Rosa even have time to think stuff like that? Rosa fell towards that multicolored ocean. And she sunk deep into a purple, grape-flavored sea. Really was an ocean of jelly. If anyone is uncomfortable with drowning imagery, maybe sit this
now
one
would be
out.
the time to tune out, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I think you would splatter upon impact with an ocean of jelly.
Probably. Depending on how high up
the surface
you
is even, like, more viscous than water. I think you would just, like, splatter.
Yeah. Depending on how high up you were, for sure. Because you'd splatter, with surface tension on an ocean given enough height.
Mm-hmm. The only trouble I see with that conclusion might be the fact that water gets harder upon impact. It's called a non-Newtonian reaction.
Yeah, so it could be something like, in this case, a lot of the pressure could be absorbed. A lot of the force could be absorbed by how the jelly works.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It's not like I have an ocean of jelly to test.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to test that anyway, just because, like, that would hurt a lot.
I mean, yeah, I would, do it Mythbuster style.
Yeah, drop a fucking test dummy on it.
Yeah. Really was an ocean of jelly. It had no bottom. As Rosa sank, she was shocked to see a school of transparent fish swimming through the grape jelly ocean. They were probably made of grape skin. Then she sunk on, deeper and deeper, as deep as the Marianas Trench, crushed by the water pressure of the jelly ocean. As her ribs snapped.
You would drown so much faster than getting to Marianas Trench.
Yeah, though I guess it depends on how fast she's fucking moving, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
As her ribs snapped, as her spine snapped. In the end, she became a small, frail meatball.
Gross. I don't know if you would get turned into a meatball or if you would just get, like, turned into a mist.
I don't know.
I think it would be a mist. Like, you'd get crushed, like, more or less flat.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense, yeah.
But, like, again, not like we can test that.
Yeah, but, yeah, the pressure, I think, that we've seen on an actual ocean on objects probably crushes flat, from what I recall.
Yeah, because, like, to turn into, like, a meatball, you'd have to have pressure from all sides, right? But the pressure is only on top, where the water is weighing down on you. So it just sort of, like, spread out.
Yeah.
What a wonderful, truly wonderful experience to drown in an ocean of jelly. It's a dream no one else can imitate. I'm sure the other great witches can. I made it come true for you. The instant I snapped my fingers, the meatball that had been Rosa was launched up into the sky. And after being wrapped up in a golden sparkle, she returned to her original form. It was as simple and easy as returning dried seaweed to its original form, and anyone could do it. If they were a witch. That absent-minded look on Rosa's face has to be the joy of having that dream she gave up on come true, or gave up on as a child come true. I think it's actually more like trauma. Definitely, probably. What a great end to that line. Ugh. Next is the mountain of cake. I don't know if that's you or me now.
I guess I'll go with it. In an instant, the sky was covered and became black and white in the shape of a chessboard. That almost transparent white part was her favorite rare cheesecake.
Fuck. Now I want cheesecake.
The elegant black part was a slightly bitter gâteau à chocolat. Oh, you got that. Nice, Captioner. That became the ceiling, became a mountain, and several billion cakes were thrown down towards Rosa.
I do have a slight correction in your pronunciation. In French, the CH in chocolate is chocolat.
Ah, okay.
Which is also where the German word for chocolate comes from, is chocolat.
Gotcha. If you piled those cakes up, they would surely be taller than Mount Everest. So they probably weighed... I'm not too sure, but I'll bet it was heavier than all the cakes across Japan put together.
Oh, chocolata. Sorry. Yeah, I cut off the E on accident on that one. Oh well. Minor correction to my own pronunciation of German.
It fell down like a ceiling and swallowed Rosa up. So, as a very, very natural result, Rosa was crushed to death. In less than a second, her bones broke throughout her body and her insides were all smashed and forced out. Wish, pop, slop.
Gross.
Even so, an even greater number of cakes piled on top. Rosa ended up as a layer of jam wedged between them. Ugh. In the... That's gross, but also that's excellent for the feeling they're trying to convey.
Yeah, absolutely. Side note, I'm hungry. Same thing as last time. It's like, I don't know what that says about me, but it's probably not good things.
She became as thin as a single hair, probably spread over the same area of a tennis court. That world swallowed up by cake was once again absorbed by a gold flash. Then, as though it had all been a dream, Rosa was revived once again. Of course, it definitely
I guess the sequence
wasn't
just
a dream.
goes to show that, like, Beatrice is far more restrained than you would have expected with her power.
Yeah, more than a fucking little bit. Which either speaks to her being actually restrained or a lack of imagination.
I would assume it's the former.
Of course, it definitely wasn't a dream. She had been revived after dying. At that point, death, which most humans only had to experience once after they are born, had already been experienced repeatedly by Rosa. In other words, she'd gone through that which humans cannot. The precious experience of dying more than once. I don't know if I would call that a precious experience.
I think it's precious in the sense that it happened.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it is precious in that it is rare.
It is, like, super fucking rare for someone to die and come back. It can happen, like, we can resuscitate. But, like, super fucking rare.
There is something irritating about that particular laugh, too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's something's wrong with you. What are you doing? Isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Next is the butterflies. Look.
Please have mercy.
No way. Let's play more. Let's play more.
Laughing innocently, she pointed her gold staff at Rosa as she begged for mercy. When she did, Rosa glittered gold and rapidly began to shrink. She shrank down to the size of a real butterfly. Then gold wings sprouted from her back, and she joined her fellow gold butterflies. However, while a human body could withstand that wind, it was a different matter for a butterfly's body. The gold butterfly, Rosa, was invited to dance by each gale of wind, and she spun in circles around the rose garden. No, no! As her dance wore her out, she was caught by a gentle bed. It was a soft and knit hammock in the shadows beneath the roof of the arbor. Arachnophobes, please leave the room.
Yep. Tune out for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, and I'm giving you an extra minute because that's a common one.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Alright, we're moving on. The owner of that hammock lumbered into view, welcoming its rare guest who had wandered in on the night of a storm. That owner, which should have been small enough to crush in the palm of your hand, now looked as big as the top of a canopy bed to Rosa.
Brutal. What a klutz, you got caught in a spider's web. Don't look at me like that, cat. That's not me making that sound. This time it's a dance with a spider. That takes me back. Remember the times we'd find a spider's web and play around by throwing pebbles at it? That's fucking rude. I've heard that spiders don't chew their prey. But insert their venom, and when the insides melt into a sticky soup, they suck them out. I don't actually know if that's true. Hey Rosa, remember? Remember how we'd throw butterflies into the spider's web on purpose and play around by seeing how the spider would attack?
Yeah, like there's a specific cruelty of children that this is capturing perfectly. Like, taking it to an extreme, but capturing it perfectly.
I guess you don't remember, do you? This happened before you got into grade school. Make sure you watch closely this time, okay? Very closely.
Have mercy, Ava. Help me, Ava.
For mercy, with that much venom on that scale of a person, it'd be quick. Not like instantly, like falling 100 meters, like directly under your brainstem, but pretty quickly.
Yeah.
This girl's not bad. She can truly use magic at will. Amusing, amusing. How truly amusing. You feel like laughing too, right, Battler?
Don't fuck with me. Stop it already. Now, never use this word, folks, but I am repeating the dialogue. What's so fun? You're insane. You're insane. What's so fun about doing something like this?
Doesn't she look like she's having a blast? What do you expect? Magic is fun. That did not sound right. Beatrice's voice actor. Wow. I remember when I first became able to use magic, I played around a lot. I understand. I understand the kind of game from the bottom of my heart.
You fucked up, girl.
A little bit, yeah. It's not if evil, why hot? It's hot because evil. Just to repeat that, joke that I've been saying like almost every stream for like the last 3 months. Looks like I won't be able to share this joy and passion with you, Battler. Ah, what a shame. What a shame. Now that's a fucking tempting offer, though.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. If you accept me, I'll teach you magic anytime you want, see? It's like, here you go, if you accept me, I'll make you a god.
Yeah?
Fuck. It's hard to describe the joy you receive in the instant you're freed from the shackles of humanity. I want to teach you about it, that joy, that passion. I definitely like to see the world of magic you'd give birth to just once. Isn't this starting to get fun? You've started wanting to use magic, haven't you? Also, that's an explicit confirmation that there can be male witches in this setting.
Yep.
Not just like old magicians like Kinza, but actually like proper full witches. It's pretty fun to be a witch, isn't it? Yeah, she definitely likes him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just for you, I'll teach everything. About the joy of flying together in the sky, about the joy of diving together through the sea.
Gosh, that's pretty romantic.
Right? I want to show you the passion that starts the instant you surpass the bounds of humans. Are you sure you're not in love with this kid? And see how wide your world stretches. Side note, it feels like the other great witches and Banto in particular would be better served by teaching new witches to like vicariously live through them than it would be for them to like do all this fucked up shit that they've been doing.
Yeah, a little bit.
I guess they haven't realized that yet, though.
Yeah,
Maybe Berncastel has, I don't know, but like the others haven't.
Yeah, I mean, like, Berncastel went through the shit that a witch does, so she probably doesn't engage in those kinds of games. And I would guess Virgilia doesn't engage in those kind of games.
Yeah, considering like her personality, I really don't think that she's doing that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I don't think she's ever done that sort of thing, would be my guess.
Although it could be possible for her to have done it like hundreds of years before she met Banto.
Oh yeah, like, character development can happen, but it feels like her feelings about magic is benefiting others, not hurting others.
Wouldn't that be fun?
There was no malice in Beto's expression. It's hard to believe, but she was genuinely enjoying this cruel show. She wanted to share that appreciation with Battler. Battler was shocked by that hopelessly different sense of values. You're insane. Stop it already, damn it. Virgilia, make them stop this insane farce. What should I do?
We exist outside the board. We cannot touch the board itself.
Virgilia shook her head apologetically. Her body had already been killed. Did that mean she couldn't interfere in any way? You know, thinking about it, by me saying this, you know this isn't what's going to happen. But
yeah,
Battler becoming a witch would be one of the only ways he could stop this. Because by virtue of that, he has a body that hasn't been killed yet, and he could get onto the board.
And, like, it already has stated that he is learning a little bit of, like, various kinds of, like, magics, just not the ones that would let him do anything about this.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, basically, like, he would need a crash course or to, I don't know, inherit from another witch. Like, I don't know. Maybe Burn Castell. Yeah, Burn Castell.
Burn Castell could do it, but I also don't think Burn Castell would.
Maybe, but she does have some sympathy.
Yeah, of course. I just don't think she would actually, like, you know, give up her power for it.
I guess the other thing he could do is, like, directly contract with a demon.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
but, like, the reason why Beatrice could, like, I'm assuming anyway, Beatrice could, like, give, or the Beato could give Beatrice this power is because she's passing on a specific amount of power, but she already learned how to manifest her own before she even got that in the first place, so.
Yeah, like, she's literally an endless witch. She can probably have endless mana.
Mm-hmm. And that would also explain why Virgilia also has magic still.
Yeah, exactly.
All on to fucking...
I guess one of the ways he could do it is if Ava Beatrice were to dismiss Renove, like say, nope, you're not working for me anymore. And Battler went, hey fucker, let's make a deal.
I'll treat you better than they did. Although I don't know if that would actually get Renove on his side, because it feels like Renove, like, enjoys this, like, the verbal sparring.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I think that the reason he would do it is because of Battler's determination. If anything.
Or, like, another opportunity to fuck with Beatrice and Beato.
Yeah. As Beatrice continued to look amused in an insane sort of way, Battler lifted her up by the collar and yelled at her.
Also a curiosity of what exactly Battler would do, right? With that kind of power.
Oh yeah, 100%. Which, I've seen art of Battler with, like, his grandfather's cloak. So, I'm wondering. I'm wondering if that's
interesting.
A thing. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's a thing, or if that's just a representation of what younger Kinzo looked like.
Fucking either. I don't know.
Yeah. Because, you know, Genji, I almost called him Goda, said that Battler reminds him of the Master when he was younger.
Mm-hmm. Like, I took that to mean, like, like an attitude.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, his hair's already grayed, so we don't know what hair color he would have, theoretically. You know, for the purposes of, you know, differentiating them, because fucking, you know, the issue of every Japanese person basically has black or brown hair.
Yeah, there are red-haired Japanese people, like, not natural. I guess it'd still be natural. Like, with natural red hair, but it's very, very rare.
Yeah, super rare. but like, you know, the
I
best
actually heard that from
population.
someone living in Japan, so. Yeah, this is sort of like a brownish red. So yeah, like this is definitely like a color that I can see. And this might actually be the color that Mallard has. I'm looking at this. Fucking scroll to find the shit.
Stop it, stop it, stop it. Quit messing around, witch. Are you trying to tell me that's Aunt Ava? That's impossible. Oh, yeah, like that hair color. Yeah, I've seen that on a few people in Japan before.
This could also be considered a kind of red, even though like I feel like it's more brown. But this one, it's definitely like a reddish brown, like a rusty brown.
Yeah, I could see that. Also, speaking of hair colors and things, something that amuses me is the mangaka for Dragon Ball. The reason Super Saiyan is blonde is just to make his life easier.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because black and white, Goku
Yeah, you don't have to
originally had black hair,
like,
but you know, for a light hair color, you don't have to fill it in. Now I'm like, yeah, you know, good for you. The Aunt Ava I know might be mean at times, but it's completely impossible that she's the kind of person who'd do something this cruel.
I wonder if Banto like purposefully chose the younger version of her to make this result happen.
It might,
rather than like doing the adult version.
Yeah, it might just be that this entity basically did exist and was doing minor magic to begin with. Like, the separate part of her soul was doing minor magic to begin with.
Yeah.
And
like maybe like that separate part like could also be considered the one who solved it first. Because she did like lead Ava to do everything.
And it is
so like by contract that person could be the one that like solved it first, technically.
Yep, and she's the magic part of the soul, so it makes sense to an extent. It also might have to do with like unresolved grief and shit, and that's
there's a whole bunch of different reasons. Like it could have been like this.
Yeah,
the kid version.
This is all part of your deception. Don't toy with Aunt Rosa. Don't toy with Aunt Ava. Stop this farce right now.
I told you, I'm not the one playing with Rosa anymore. Like I said, that's the new Beatrice. Is it really so terrible that you have to squeal like that? There's a great like way to like influence how you see a character, is like what words they use to talk about things. Because like if she had said shout or yell or whine there instead of squeal, like you wouldn't like. I mean, obviously she is a villain here. She is an antagonist and a like a not great person. She's a villain here, period, no matter how she speaks. But putting the squeal there, squealing is something that animals do. It makes it very obvious that she sees humans as being less than her.
Yeah, I can absolutely see that as far as word choice and things like that.
I have to assume that is like a choice on both Ryukishi and the localizer's part, because it would be very easy for a localizer to fuck that up. But Ryukishi's also been pretty good about like word choice during dialogue specifically.
Oh yeah,
not
absolutely.
So much during prose, but during dialogue, very good about it.
Yeah, definitely a dialogue person.
Work on your prose though. You're also pretty fond of stuff like this, aren't you?
実はちょっぴり魔法に興味を持ってきて。
You actually have just a bit of interest in magic. And... What are you doing?
For the first time, Battler slapped Beato's cheek. Beatrice didn't know why he had done something like that to her, and a surprised expression rose to her face. Battler especially couldn't forgive that expression, and he roared. You call this amusing? What's wrong with your head? Die. Go slice your head to bits and look inside. You'll see there's nothing there. That's a hell of a thing to say.
Yeah. Which is what I was laughing at.
And this is the first time we've seen Battler, like, you know, intense levels of angry in a way that's, well, the only word I can think to use is manic. I wish I had a better word.
Yeah.
Stop it right now. Stop this disgusting farce. I won't forgive you. How could you do something so cruel? I've sometimes thought you could be a bit funny, but I'll never make that mistake again.
Adler, you need to actually explain to her why this is wrong, instead of just like insulting her.
You're just a monster who's cruel on all levels. Don't show yourself in front of me. Never again. I won't accept you. I won't talk with you. I don't even want to look at your face.
That's how you do repetition right, by the way. That's how you do it. That right there. That's how you do repetition right.
Absolutely.
It's a pair of, well, not a pair, but like a repetition of three, whereas I don't want to, and then three different things.
Yeah, three different things. And even, like, it's not even won't at the end there.
Yeah. But it's...
Did you hear me? Don't show yourself in front of me.
Okay, you can stop now. Thank you.
Fuck, you're going a little you're going a little Kinzo there, buddy.
Yeah.
Disappear. The instant Battler screamed, the power that resisted the witch became a red wall and knocked Beato back onto her butt.
What are you talking about? Isn't it an interesting show? You could just... Like, Virgilia could, like, explain this to you, too. Like... Oh, okay. So Battler just fucking disappeared, huh?
Yeah, which he did the last time that red orb showed up.
That's true, yeah.
So he...
I guess, like, what he was wishing was away from Beatrice. Or
yeah.
Away from Beato.
Yeah. So, resist the witch and also yeet himself out of the in-between dimension.
Or at least not this part of the in-between.
Yeah. But at least last time, I don't know about this time because I can't remember. He went to the Rose Garden.
Yeah, like he placed himself on the board somehow.
Yeah. Like, he couldn't interact with anybody other than Virgilia, who, you know, has a similar existence to him. So, we'll see. Anyway, she spoke defensively, but the target of those words, Battler, was no longer there. His figure had suddenly disappeared into the darkness. But Beatrice looked displeased and continued trying to explain herself.
Dude, like the pouty again. The pouty again. Oh my god. It's not as though I'm completely blind to where you're coming from, but this is nothing more than an innocent prank, isn't it? Yes, okay. I've been thinking about, like, how you came to this conclusion and then talked to me about this in private.
Yep.
Before we even started doing this, but I guess this is it right here. No matter how you kill them, they'll always be brought back to life in the end, right? Because, like, she doesn't understand trauma. You're not supposed to take that literally. That's just something people tell themselves to make themselves feel better.
Yeah.
And, like, also to smooth over small mistakes, you know? Like, as long as, like, nothing bad, like, really bad happened, it's fine. Sort of thing. I thought humans were creatures who say all's well that ends well. It's not what that phrase means, though. Hey, teacher, there was no reason for him to get so angry, right?
She was hoping for approval, but Virgilia simply faced her with an indifferent expression. Beto, at that moment, even an exasperated look would probably have been better.
This is, however, on you, Virgilia, because you did not teach Beto why you don't do things like this. You didn't teach her about trauma, and so on and so forth. Just because they're alive at the end doesn't mean that they're not hurt. Just because they're healed doesn't mean they're not hurt. Harm is not just physical. And you're the one that was in charge of teaching her all this stuff. You fucked up and failed. I don't know if you even really tried to teach her that harm is not just physical. But we haven't got that many scenes younger with younger Beto, so I have nothing in particular to say. I think this is fun. You can keep watching as long as you want. Call me when it's over. I will vanish until then.
Following Battler's lead, Virgilia vanished into the darkness. Beto, who was now completely isolated and didn't have a clue what was going on, felt that they were making her out to be the bad guy.
Because you are. You and the new Beatrice are the bad people here. What's wrong? Isn't it an amusing show? Look, I agree with you, Beatrice, or Beato, just not in the way that you think.
Hmm.
Like, it's interesting to see, like, childhood dreams being twisted in someone, but, like, in a, like, wow, that's creative kind of way. It might be a little vulgar, but it's quite interesting, isn't it? Hey, Renove. Can't serve you anymore, remember? It's nothing to get so mad about, right?
Yeah, but
he did actually show up. Fair enough.
Well, they are in the Rose Garden, so that's kind of nearby where he was with
That's true, yeah.
Ava Beatrice, so.
Something interesting for you, my lady, may not necessarily be interesting for Lord Battler. Hey, you got Battler right this time! And then I just put it on Butler anyway.
Also, that fucking face.
Oh, yeah, the tear.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. It's like, how is this any different than... Oh, the tear, yeah. Does he really hate me that much? She is catching feelings. Anyway. Well, certainly we are enemies and opponents in this competition. But is our relationship really so bad that we can't laugh together at this display? Since I applauded together with Battler, I thought I could at least laugh together with him. Does he really reject me so much that he can't even do that? I can just like see in my head her kicking a rock.
Yeah, and just, Beto, please. Please.
He doesn't have to accept that I'm a witch. We're challenging each other in this game after all. And yet he won't look at my face, he won't talk to me. And he'll probably do all he can to ignore me. Girl, you are carrying some trauma from your time Ginzo's hidden manor, alright? Like, you need to get that looked at. Am I really hated that much?
We need the Witch of Therapists.
The Witch of Comfort.
Yes.
The Witch of Healing lap pillows. Well, Renove, you do kind of have to, like, understand human feelings to be able to twist them to your own ends as a demon. That's your kind of your thing. Witches do not have that sort of, like, requirement to their concepts. Witches just do what witches do, right? The moves you've made up until this point have been more than enough to earn his hatred. Even a demon such as myself can understand a bit of Lord Battler's feelings. It also got Battler there! Thank you, Captioner. Perhaps you cannot understand because you are especially thick-headed.
I don't work for you anymore, so I can...
Down, huh?
Yeah, I don't work for you anymore. I can insult you even further.
I think he would have said that even when he was working for her, though. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Why don't you disappear too? I knew that was coming. Yes, certainly. Then, would excuse me.
Even Renove hid himself in the darkness and Beatrice was left alone. The only one in the rainy rose garden. No one ever plays with a lonely witch.
This is the problem with surrounding yourself with like-minded witches, and like this is the problem.
And the fact that no one ever does is what makes them a lonely witch.
What's going on? Why won't anyone play with me? Am I really that weird? That cruel? Someone answer me! Isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Hey, how should we play next? Of course we should play with Maria too, right? Let's all have a friendly walk together, okay? Let's swim in a pot of boiling chocolate. Let's have a picnic in a cake-rising oven. None of those sound like childhood dreams. That sounds like fucked up shit.
Yeah.
Like the other ones, sure. That one, not so much. So you're gonna go ask the one doing all the fucked up shit, Beato? Why? Hey, new Beatrice.
Behind the witch that was continuing her mad banquet, Beato showed herself. That expression was very rare for her. Was somehow restrained, unreliable, miserable.
Oh, it's Lady Beatrice, or Lady Predecessor Beatrice. Were you watching? The power of magic is truly wonderful. Until now, I never... God damn it! Fucking allergies! Sorry. Just getting upset with my fucking white throat allergies. Until now, I never thought it'd be so fun to be reborn as a witch. It's like playtime that never ends. Come on, let's play together, Lady Predecessor. But first, wait a second, okay? I cooked the two of them to death in an oven, so I have to revive them again. They're like bread rising from yeast.
オーブンの中で膨れるクッキーみたいに。
Like cookies expanding in an oven.
話を聞けというのに。
Listen to what I'm saying.
第二の番の生贄にはもう十分であろう。
Well, isn't that enough for the sacrifice of the second Twilight? When even Beato was like, yo.
については指定がないが。
Of course, there are no rules regarding how you kill them, but
それ以上もてあそぶことはあるまいに。
maybe you shouldn't toy with them any more than that. You could frame it as like, if you keep toying with these two, you'll never get to play with the other. That'll get her
何をおっ
stuff.
しゃいます先代様。
What are you saying, Lady Predecessor?
さっきロノウェから聞きましたよ。
I heard from Nove a short while ago.
先代様の魔法はもっともっと素敵で残酷でやりたい放題だったって。
Wasn't your magic much, much more wonderful, cruel, and crazy?
6人のお腹からお菓子が溢れ出すハロウィンパーティーなんて本当に素敵。
That you were one of those people. Bantrici. That Halloween party where candies poured out of 6 people's stomachs was truly wonderful.
ならば私はアリスのお茶会を演出しようかしら。
So maybe I'll act out Alice's tea party.
なんでもない日を祝うお茶会にみんなを招待して私が魔法で次々おもてなしするの。
I'll invite everyone to a tea party in celebration of a completely pointless day and entertain them one by one with my magic. I'm putting a little bit too much like sinister sauce on it, but I can't help it.
個性的に残酷にポップにキュートにできるかしら。
I wonder if I can do it as wonderfully as you. I wonder if I can be cruel in my own pop cute style.
That fucking face.
今思うとおとぎ話とかってどれも残酷でしたよね。
Now that I think about it, all fairy tales are cruel, aren't they?
そのおとぎ話の魔女に自らがなってみてようやく理解しました。
Now that I'm a witch inside one of those fairy tales, I finally understand. It's also full of, like, fairy tales are also full of witches doing, like, good shit, though. So,
Yeah.
like, chill off with that. It's just that old magic by necessity was, like, slightly cruel. And I mean, I do mean, like, slightly, in that, it's like, it requires stuff like, you know, like a little bit of blood to make this fucking spell bind you or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not like torture cruel. I have also sometimes thought that in the past I might have gone a little too far. I doubt that. But you're just trying to get the battler on your side again. Well, I think as the Golden Witch, it's probably best to show a little elegance. I almost said arrogance. But that too, I guess. I don't get what you're saying, Lady Predecessor. But I do. There's one thing I do understand.
今の私がどれほどを尽くしても先代様の残酷さには到底及びません。
No matter how hard I try now, I'm no match for how cruel you are.
もっともっと頑張らなくちゃ。
I've got to try much, much harder.
もっと残酷になって立派な黄金の魔女にならなくちゃ。
I've got to become more cruel and become an excellent Golden Witch.
だからそれはもう十分だというに。
Like I said, you've already done enough here.
先代としての命令だ。
Anyway, this is an order from me as your predecessor.
第二の番はもう十分だ。
That's enough for the second Twilight. Yeah, then get a fucking move on to the third. Girl. Fuck. I'll show you how it's done.
下がって見ておれ。
Stand back and watch.
はい、先代様。
Yes, Lady Predecessor.
どんな無残で残酷でおぞましい殺し方を見せてくれるのか楽しみです。
I can't wait to see what brutal, cruel, and disgusting method of killing you use.
The new witch,
curtsy, not a bow.
The new witch grasped the sides of her skirt and gave a graceful bow, stepping back as an expectant gaze rose to her face. She was expecting an even more cruel magic that surpassed even herself.
まあ、そうだな。そういう殺し方しかできないうちは半人前なのだ。
Well, speaking of that, you're only half a witch if you can only kill with methods like that.
わらわが上品な黄金の魔女らしい殺し方を見せようぞ。
I shall show you an elegant way to kill, worthy of the Golden Witch. Her art still has the head's ring on her.
Yeah, it does. When Beto waved her pipe, 7 colors of smoke poured out, reviving Rosa and Maria. Compared to how the new Beatrice had done it a short while ago, it was slightly gentler. Probably gentler than how Beto had done it herself up until now. Rosa's consciousness had already grown dim from the pain of so many repeated deaths. But even so, she pleaded that her daughter be spared. Please have mercy. Even if it's just Maria. Have mercy.
Well, at least Maria knows that witches aren't exactly like sunshine and rainbows like she thought. Sorry, my disciple just acted without restraint for a bit. Forgive me.
When Maria realized that it was the real Beatrice, she jumped onto her. You promised, right, Beto? You promised you'd take me to the Golden Land, right? There, I'll be friendly with Mama and everyone will laugh together. You promised you'd take me there, right?
About that, I can no longer keep that promise. Because someone appeared who could solve the riddle. I am no longer the Golden Witch, Beatrice. So sorry. I can no longer keep my promise with you.
Yeah, she's feeling real guilty about that one.
Yeah.
Why? Why? You promised.
I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. So at least an apology for not being able to keep my promise.
I'll give you a
I'll
quiet.
give you quiet sleep that will never be disturbed again. Your turn.
Beto embraced Maria with a loving expression on her face. Then, softly, a red bruise appeared on Maria's neck. It was a very gentle bruise. Its redness grew bit by bit, and when it distinctly formed itself into the shape of a hand, Maria's neck tilted slightly. Or tilted suddenly. Peacefully, as though she had fallen asleep. Don't think I need to read that one.
Yeah, probably not. Sorry, I won't apologize that you were the sacrifices for the second Twilight. That is simply your fate. However, I must apologize for the vulgar way in which you were offered as sacrifices. This is your final sleep. Never again will it be disturbed.
Beto softly, gently lifted her finger as though touching the empty air in front of her nose. When she did, a light breeze lifted up, making Rosa's body dance lightly like a feather. Then Rosa's body floated softly. And right there was the garden fence with its spear-shaped prongs.
Take away the thingy, the dialogue box, real quick. Okay, Maria's just like collapsed there.
Yeah, from the description, it looks like strangulation on Maria's.
Because it said like there was a red bruise that
shaped to the hand.
It could be a. Yeah, it could be a strangulation. You could strangle someone with one hand, especially a small child like that.
Yeah, exactly. So,
don't take that out of context.
Yeah, please do not take that out of context. So my thought process is, actually, this is a murder-suicide.
Could be. Yeah.
Because, you know, we've got the problems with how fucking violent Rosa is with her daughter. And then she realizes,
but like,
fuck,
how would she manage to like pierce her skull on a fucking stake like that easily?
Yeah, I guess it.
And she has a gun. Like, she'd just shoot herself if it was a murder-suicide.
Yeah. Unless she, I don't know, jumped off the roof or something, but I don't know if she could. And make it to the fence. Because I don't know where the fence is in relation.
Seems like more like a struggle, like she was pushed or something like that, and she fell onto it, and then like Maria was strangled.
Yeah, that could be it. The spear of the fence pierced Rosa's medulla oblongata. Benevolently, without toying with her in a single blow, Rosa's life was snapped out. Compared to the earlier innocent yet cruel events, it seemed to be over much too fast. It just looked like a doll shaped like Rosa was leaning against the fence. But she had passed away. And I think we will use this as the marker for ending for tonight.
Yep. I was gonna say, like, right after this scene.
Yeah.
I gotta figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do for the rest of the day, though, because I definitely can't, like, write or draw with my wrist like this. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Yep.
Thank you all for joining us. I will be back tomorrow on the Tuesday with Nate.
We are going to...
Mal may or may not be here on Thursday.
Yeah, I may or may not be here. Because it depends on the situation where I might need to visit with someone, but I am going to test if my laptop can handle it and if the internet at the place I will be will handle it. So we will attempt...
That's gonna be fun, like, shitty, fucked up, bad... bad audio quality. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, so we will...
I think that could actually be, like, a genuinely amusing novelty.
Yeah, we will at least test it to see if it works.
I think, like, the last time we had bad audio quality on a stream was when Hacker showed up for a State of Decay stream, like, fucking 8 months ago or something like that. And that's it. That's the last time. So it could be fun. I don't know. Anyhow, thank you all for joining us. If you scroll down below the Twitch player, or about section if you're watching the VOD, or into the description on Mal's YouTube end, you'll find links to like various places to get to like what I'm about to talk about. Which is the my social media, my art, like not my art station, my Kara and my Discord. You just mouse over the little fucking images that say the thing, like art or Twitter or Discord on them.
And I will try.
And that'll open link.
I will try and get better about linking stuff in the description. At least mine and Kat's Twitch pages.
That's all I'm ever gonna ask from you, dude.
Yeah.
Just link that. That's it, and that'll be fine. Aside from that, I don't care. But thank you all